Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B-Long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow! Hariri lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage zone to the ball now. Going into A4, look at Sake. Laying in the middle.
Sake?
Laying in the damage. Going in revenge for their honey.
No way!
Way taller. Sake Wabe gets the quadra kill.
That was
It kind of sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we ended up playing in high school the next 2 years together. We've been playing ever since. So he kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engaged. The scatter of the week comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinkwall on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why, those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out, the flash is popped. The Rolling Thunder is utilized to perfection. And now it's all on Thiessen, but Thiessen just keeps on going.
Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show.
And hello, folks. Welcome to the MEC Spring Championship. It has been a long season that started all the way back in early January, late January, where we got these two teams kicking off. They both came into the regular season 5-1. We have the ONU side taking on against the Miami of Ohio team. This is for the Spring Championship. JT displays alongside Chef Billy here as we take a look at the playoff bracket here for this tournament. It is the grand finals once again, and it is a grand finals with a game in hand for the team of Miami of Ohio as they were able to win out in the upper bracket. That did drop ONU down to the lower bracket with that sweep of them here. But here's the thing about ONU. They were able to rally back pretty solid there. And they were able to beat the CSU team to get to where they need to be here today in the grand finals.
Yeah, this is a pretty comprehensive turnaround for this ONU team yesterday. I mean, they got just stomped in the upper finals, JT. I was on the call with Kendo, and they were, I tell you what, Miami of Ohio was a team possessed yesterday. This kind of ties off all of our storylines here. We started the season here with the first broadcast way back in January. It was you and I on a Miami of Ohio team cast for our first game out the books. And, well, here we are closing it out again with Miami of Ohio, with my boy Risky, trying to break the land curse. And I tell you what, I mean, a total of 14 games yesterday in the lower bracket to get themselves back into a place of redemption. So now one of these two teams is going to have the season lead over each other because they have both gotten redemption over their season loss and then a playoff loss here for Ohio Northern. So, it's going to roll through Uncle Stan once again. JT, was playing well defensively yesterday, but was not able to have that creativity to burst Kip and J-Rup out of the back lines. And, it was a stalwart citadel of defense coming from Miami of Ohio. And I was talking about it yesterday, my friend, and OWAM has to be the person that really shows up here. And I think that's something that happened yesterday. It wasn't necessarily all about assists and goals, even though OWAM did get a goal. It's more about what they do off the ball, around the pitch. And that's something that we saw OWAM get very involved in yesterday, and Risky and Fira were able to really shine because of that.
Yeah, and I think on the other side of things there, you're looking for ONU there. Obviously, Uncle STN is the elder statesman. We've said it many times here on this show. But J-Rup, I feel like, has really come into his own here, especially in this tournament for the championship. And really showed up late yesterday there to get his team to this opportunity here. Again, they do come in here with a game disadvantage there, so a game in hand on the side of Miami because they did beat them. But these are two teams where it's kind of the early season. We were always talking about CSU because CSU won that early land there, but you looking at the win-loss record during the regular season, both these teams came in 5-1. Miami's loss was ONU, and ONU's loss was CSU, and that's how they got to be the top two seeds here. ONU has now exercised the demons of CSU, beating them here to get to this opportunity in the championship.
Yeah, I mean, Miami does the same thing yesterday, coming out and just dominating. Ohio Northern only had 4 leads across the 4 games, and ONU or Miami of Ohio was always able to come back and equalize and then go on to win, including my squeak box call of the series clinching goal from Risky, the 0-second drill, never give up, never say die. That was Cobra Kai Rocket League all in one set little spell of moves and touches. But all that is for naught now, other than the one game lead here in the series, JT. It's all so we're gonna see now what Risky and company can do. Will Risky finally break the land curse that has been following him since his high school days? He has not won at LAN. So, do we finally dispel the demons? Do we finally say bye-bye? Does he finally get a championship in person? It's all to play for here.
Yeah, that is definitely the question there. I mean, let's kind of get into some predictions there. Why not, don't we, Chef Billy? I mean, obviously, with ONU coming in here, they have that game they still have to make up regardless because of losing out in the upper bracket, though. But do you think that is enough to for them to overcome, or is Risky going to be able to exercise his demons on land, like you stated on this a couple times already? Risky, does he do it? Does he get that? Does he claim that ship, or does ONU stop him here? What do you think?
I don't think it's going to be a sweep like yesterday. If I take a look at what happened in the lower bracket finals, it did go 7 games. So I think that there's a little bit of extra real-time experience here at LAN, because now, you know, they were battle tested yesterday. They had to go the distance to get it done. So I think that gives a little bit of extra courage in the back tank. I do think that Miami will win. I think they win 4-2. They only have to win 3 games. So they can afford to drop a game or 2. If they end up going down, at any point in this series, I think that Ohio Northern will unfortunately break Risky's heart and take the overall championship win.
Yeah, and for me, I think that obviously Miami has a overall stronger record, especially going into this one here. But I think, again, it comes down to how disruptive can J-Rub be. That's kind of been my thing I love to hammer on about ONU. STN is that known quantity. This is that leadership, that expert veteran on that team there. And now it's up. It's the championship. Like J-Rup and the other rookie who I completely forgot his name immediately here, which I do apologize.
Kip.
But Kip, of course. I think that they need to, if they are going to, claim this championship, they need to step up here, because STN has been times where they're disorganized. STN is one that comes and lifts up that entire team. But Kip, I want to see more from him today. Maybe that means a few game-winning goals from him. And for J-Rup, again, I think that's the one where I see a lot of potential, and we just need to see everything come together just right for ONU. I don't believe that they get swept this time. However, I do think that Miami does have a slight edge. I think that it's going to end up being a 4-3 victory. We're going to go to Game 7 for Championship Field, is my guess.
I mean, it could go that way as we're getting ready to head into game right now. Your spring championship here for Rocket League.
And right away, ONU trying to get started here with a huge attack early on, trying to show that they've got that aggression that won them the opportunity to get to this grand championship final here. But Miami now bringing back with Risky dropping it down there, and STN comes to make the save there, and Fear can't get around it here. It's an opportunity for ONU to get the first goal of the game, but it is managed to break up here by Miami.
I mean, early feelers right now, there's got to be some nerves going on for both these teams. Remember that Miami of Ohio is all freshmen, so this is new charted territory for them. It's their first year in college. This is the first big championship. Shot on goal, misses, hit the crossbar. Follow shot not there. Another follow. They got to get back in defense now because that is a free ball. And oh my word, it is end-to-end action. Miami of Ohio, 3 looks at goal, none go. And they almost give up the counter-attack goal. There's a demo on the line. Let's see if they can get anything on the back of it, JT.
And nice clear here by ONU to set up something at midfield for Kip. The shot denied there by Fira as J-Rup tries to challenge it here. Gets a touch of it in the air to set up back to Kip. And ONU maintaining some possession here. I like to see this from them. They're able to kind of slow it down, make sure that they are playing their own speed as they get warmed up and into the flow of how Miami wants to play this game here. We've got 3 minutes and 10 seconds still on the clock in game 1. It is carte blanche, nothing. Fira, though, trying to make a change of it here as the pass goes up the wall here, looking for OM, dropping it down there. The shot for Risky, and it's denied on the crossbar by Kip.
I mean, that's a great setup that they play for each other now. We talked to Risky after their game win yesterday, and it was a very cool, calm, and collected Risky that says we're not even in our final form yet, and I believe it. They're starting to play for each other. They're sharing one hive mind, and they're not trying to be the flashiest. They're trying to play for each other. Something that Kendo really did notice out is that they're looking for each other. If they have an opportunity to take a shot at a goal, they're going to take it. But if they have a chance to get a better look with the pass, they're taking that as well.
Now OM looking for the shot there, denied by Kip. Now Kip, he's got support there, looking for the pass, maybe to STN. The shot coming in, and it's a goal. STN claims first blood in goals for ONU.
What a look there. The pass was perfect. Uncle, better end of that betting, had just a little bit of extra boost and got the nose out in front and was able to bury it home. Oh boy, Miami, Ohio, they've had many looks so far. The run of play has been in their favor. However, they have not found that finishing touch. That's going to be something that we're going to be talking about. Should this go to Ohio Northern? Their tries now, double tap, look, no joy on the back of it, JT. They've got to be breathing of sigh of relief. I say that as Uncle with the second goal. 1:56 left in game number 1, and they are absolutely seeing red.
Yeah, nice little pass right here. Opened up that defense with the backboard shot, drew him out there, and it's a quick tap into the midfield there, and STN lying and waiting there to double the lead here. It is 1 minute and 50 seconds still to play, and they have the most dangerous lead in esports, a 2-0 lead. Let's see if Miami can get a little dangerous now and cut that lead in half with a shot right opportunity denied by Kip. Looking for it there now. Back the other way. Kip makes it 3. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that one open up before it ever happened, and just a bad touch there coming from Risky. And, yep, that sets up the easy goal now. 94 seconds left in game number 1. Miami of Ohio. The nerves seem like they are absolutely getting to them right now. They've got to slow down. They've got to communicate, and they need to finish a goal. I think that will do the world of good for them. Oh, just slightly off the target there.
Yeah, now here comes STN. Getting this one off the wall. Can't get around Fear, but there is that touch by a waiting teammate there to keep it. Try to get it out to midfield. Now Miami creating some offense here in the blue side of the field. Kip looking for STN with this long pass here. Fear, though, well wise to it and able to break it up. Now looking for the shot opportunity. Denied by STN on the line as we have 60 seconds to play. And Miami still searching for their first goal of this game.
Well, this could be it right here. There's a touch off the back. The demo comes through from J-Rup. That's the physicality that we were missing yesterday. And they are not taking no for an answer here. 40 seconds left. Miami, Ohio still scoreless. They do have the 1-0 lead here in our grand finals because of the win yesterday in the upper final. But it's about to be an even-Steven game. 30 seconds left, 10 seconds to goal.
Final few seconds ticking down. J-Rup had to make that save there. You saw the immediate urgency as he saw that angle coming in there. Great save that time to try to preserve this 3-0 lead here. They looking for more now as well. Fira had to make the save there, but it's still in the orange half of the field there. Not enough time to get a goal, to get 3 goals, but maybe something to get 1 goal just for some momentum for game number 2. But right now, ONU is completely locked in on game 1.
Yep, and I think that yesterday's lower bracket final gave them a lot of confidence coming back and getting themselves that 4-3 win over Cleveland State. There's something to be said about momentum. There's something to be said about being battle tested. And, you know, they had to play twice on stream yesterday to get themselves here into this grand final. And, I mean, look at it right there. I mean, that is a peppering of the goal. 12 shots to 6. I mean, you get 3 goals in. The saves were there for Ohio Northern as well. They were basically pulling a Miami of Ohio style defense on their goal line. Nothing getting through. That is, 9 saves on 12 shots. So, it's fantastic work out of them.
Yeah.
Now we need to see if they can continue forward with it.
And to me, it speaks to, you know, what we saw out there on the field there, where you had a lot of possession there from Miami. There are a lot of opportunities afforded to them there. But ONU was just comfortable sitting back, allowing themselves to absorb that pressure and then burning them on the counterattack. And we'll see if that shows to be the truth here again in game number 3, technically, as we get underway here.
Well, I mean, the first thing, order of business for Miami of Ohio is that they've got to finish their pass. They've got to finish their opportunities. I also think that they need to change the tempo here. They are playing a little bit slower than what they played yesterday, and they're not being as creative off the walls, off the backboards, and that's going to be a double top opportunity. No shot. What a save coming from Risky, and they weather this first 30 seconds unscathed.
Yeah, dangerous situation there, but able to come out of it unscathed as Spira measures it out to midfield here. Beat there by Kip, who gets it up the wall there, but gets bumped off, and now an opportunity for Miami. Looking for that long searching pass there for a teammate. Risky, not able to get a hold of it there, but right back to OWAM, who's looking for the opportunity. Now Fira keeping this pressure up on ONU's side. ONU, they were comfortable with that in the last game here. We'll see if that is the case here again, as they now move as a unified front here towards their opponent's goal line here. 3:40 left to play here in game number 3, as Risky still searching to find the first goal on this championship land for Miami of Ohio.
I think that we need to be a little bit more creative here for Miami of Ohio. They're kind of telegraphing what they're doing, which is what they didn't do yesterday. They were completely playing off script, and I loved it. I mean, you can see them thinking in real time and looking for each other. Now it's a little bit stagnant for them, and I'm worried about that. The shot doesn't go in. STN with the save of the year so far. How do you save that from going under the crossbar, but the danger is not clear yet? Oh, well, there's a relief valve right there. Risky's going to gather it here in the defensive third, look for some kind of outlet, look for a flip reset, but he gets dispossessed.
Yeah, and one thing I'm noticing as well is that Miami, Ohio is playing with really tight spacing at times. You could almost call it like double committing to the ball here as they get up to midfield, as J-Rup is able to dispossess him there. Now looking to turn that defense into offense here. Gets the pass, waterfall down off the backboard. The bumps are coming in here. Will it be cleared away? It's still alive on the goal line. This is such a dangerous situation. Can J-Rup finish it? He does. Goal number 1 going to ONU once again.
I mean, this was a comedy of errors from Miami of Ohio. They were trying to circle around. They were trying to get up there. And, unfortunately, Fira is not able to get up there in time to save the goal. 1 near lead. We may have some technical difficulties going on here with teleporting apparently. So we'll see what's going on with that. But as it stands, 2-12, 1-goal lead here to Ohio Northern Polar Bears, looking to take the series lead here if they can hold on to this lead.
Usually they teleport after they get demoed in the replay, so that's what happened there. So demos coming out huge for them. The shot again for J-Rup, and that is a brace here in this game. It's a 2-0 most dangerous lead for ONU, but that did not deter them in game one here.
They did not drop the spaghetti in game number one. We'll see if they hold on to it again here. It just seems like Miami of Ohio, they are not on the same page whatsoever. And now J-Rup and company, they are feeling it for sub 2 minutes. Still looking for a goal in this final from Miami of Ohio.
Yeah, I guess if you're gonna drop the spaghetti, you gotta treat the Rocket League ball like a big meatball there, right? You just gotta cover it in cheese, and then it rolls off the table, and there's an entire song about it. Either way, though, there's no song being sung from Miami. They need to find something to get in tune with, because they need a goal, and Fira is there for it to cut the lead in half.
I mean, that was a long setup goal. Pretty sustained pressure. They didn't overcommit this time. That's the big thing that we didn't see. They weren't pressing for the goal. They allowed the game to come to them, and they now their nerves should be settled, JT. That should be something to give them some hope. We can get on the board. We have finally found the back of the net like we did yesterday, and now we'll see if they can continue on. That's a great waterfall shot. The save is there.
J-Rup was looking for the Hattie here in this game to take the series lead, and J-Rup gets his Hattie to take the series lead here, potentially with 1:09 left to play.
I mean, and I'm not sure what's going on defensively. This was not what we saw from the Red Hawks yesterday. They were a fortress, a citadel of defense, and they look more like Swiss cheese today. So now we're coming up on that minute mark. They're looking for another goal. What a save off the goal line. That's going to be against the run. Gets the goal.
Oh, man, fantastic. Look at this pass. Beautiful. I love these kind of plays here. That's the kind of goal that I always feel great about after I've scored it.
I mean, you get to score goals. I'm lucky if I can get the ball across the other side of the field. I am horrible at Rocket League. I will fully admit that. I'm better as a goalkeeper than I am as an attacker, I'll tell you that. But hey, as it stands, that's going to be another goal.
I mean, listen, the goalkeeper right there, a little shaky, and now J-Rup just continuing to cause disruption, and Kip now getting their second goal of this game here. It's a 5-1 lead. 48 seconds still to play after this kickoff here. And, that's the thing, you got to have somebody that knows how to score goals, because if someone's just out there playing the goalkeeper, sometimes you just have to carry your team. And, right now it certainly seems that ONU is playing as a team, and everybody's willing to carry that load. STN doesn't have to do it alone here, and Kip makes a great save that time on that shot from Fira.
I mean, the shots are still coming hot and heavy. That's a goal. Oh, it's not a goal. OWAB gets denied by the woodwork. The fourth man coming up, Futures. 19 seconds left here in game number 3 as far as the series stands. And, well, we're no closer to seeing Miami of Ohio play like they played yesterday in the winners final. And, I mean, I tell you what, they've got some serious discussions that need to be had here, as they have got a 5-spot dropped on them. That'll do it right here. And now, Ohio Northern coming in against a game down, and they have won the first 2 actual played games and take the series lead 2-1, and they are punching Miami, Ohio squarely in the mouth, and they have not been able to recover yet.
Yeah, you know what I love about ONU is I think they really enjoy when people doubt them. I think that's something that they enjoy doing. You look at J-Rup, they got the Hattie. Kip with 2 goals. STN didn't need a goal there, but still made an impact with an assist on the day. And Kip with 3 assists to set up J-Rup there. So the 2 rookies really getting activated there in that game. That was a whole team performance there. And when you can do that with the arguably one of the best players in the MEC, the MVP finalist in STN there, It's kind of crazy to think that, you know, he was the one that didn't need to do the heavy lifting in that game there, and that's a very scary ONU side.
I mean, I tell you what, JT, this is a complete reversal of what we saw yesterday. It was Uncle trying to set everything up, trying to get the goals and get the offense going on the offensive third. Kip and J Rupp were just completely unseen yesterday. And I mean, this is, you know, you get a good night's sleep, you get a good meal, and you get up for breakfast, you get your warm up. Apparently, they had extra helpings of Wheaties today because they are kicking Miami of Ohio all over this pitch. And like I said, they've got to have a serious technical pause here, give themselves, you know, talk about what they're doing. So we will see what happens as a result of that. Looks like there is going to be a bit of a little break here as they are trying to figure out what is going on with computers. So yeah, we'll be good.
Yeah, and I think it does speak a lot to just what ONU is kind of thrown at in there. Miami, I think, completely taken off guard there. It feels like the wheels kind of fell off a little bit, and you saw it as well with their just their spacing as well. It's just something that I think at this level you shouldn't be having that kind of space in there, where you're having two guys going after the ball like that, and it leads to a dull commit. It leads to really dangerous situations if you get that ball pipped off you there, because that's a quick counterattack, and you've seen it time and time again. ONU not a problem when it comes to counterattacking style football. They're just easy. They find the net. They know how to strike and strike quickly, and that is something that Miami has to contend with at this time, because clearly, whatever plan they had coming into this one here, it's out the window at this point.
Okay, so the big difference, because me and Kendo and I did this match yesterday. So the big thing that I'm seeing right now is that they're not as creative. They're not using the entirety of the pitch. That's something they were really excelling at yesterday, was playing 3D Rocket League. They were using every single curve of this pitch, high, low, sides, doesn't matter. They were very unpredictable coming out of their defensive third as well. They were using little touch passes off the sidewall to themselves, or they were looking, using football terms, they were switching the field beautifully yesterday. They were leaving dummy passes in the air and waiting for the follow-up because they knew that they had a player trailing behind them. So, they were using some pretty advanced techniques yesterday, and it was really working well for them. Today, it looks like we've gone back to basics, and it's just not the level required to win yourself a championship. So I hope that, while we are getting this technical pause figured out with OM's machine, we'll see if they have a time to talk, calm down, get their act together. There's really no other way to put it. They got to get back to the form that they were in yesterday, because if they play like that coming back from the tech pause, then we'll see that the conversation was had. Hopefully their coach can calm them down, because I know that I would be feeling very, very emotional having that one game lead. And now we are in a deficit, and we are 2 games away from dropping the entire plate of spaghetti and losing at LAN.
Yeah, it is a interesting conversation, I think, that the coach definitely has to have there. I think it needs more than just, hey, calming them down here, because clearly, like you said, they had a much better strategy going into yesterday here. But so what really I think changed there? Could it just be, not getting, enough cups of coffee in the morning there? That can certainly be an issue there. Did they have a good breakfast? That's always, nutrition's so key there, and people don't realize that. Hey, eat your breakfast, folks. Just get something high diet, high fiber, maybe high protein if you can as well. That's going to be nice, great energy there. It's going to sustain you throughout the rest of the day there. And that's something that, some people take for granted there. And that all of a sudden, your brain doesn't have the energy it needs to fire on all cylinders. So that just more importantly, that's why we have these early morning days, is to make sure that you ate breakfast, because if you didn't, hey, you're going to be a little bit behind the 8 ball there already. So, that's speculation there on my part purely. I don't know what the case is there regardless. But certainly I think that, all credit to ONU. I think we came in there, down them just a little bit, because they didn't get it done yesterday. But here they are coming in today. They've taken the first 2 games here that have been actually played. They've earned those 2 wins consecutively here. And so it does make sense to take that time out on the side of Miami to figure out what are they doing, because I think ONU, they came in with a solid plan here, and that plan does not revolve around making STN the point person and just allowing it to kind of spread it around.
Well, we will see how this is going to turn out. Like I said, the technical issue that was going on with OAM's, either his PlayStation or his Xbox or his computer, whatever he's playing on. I tell you what, that couldn't have come at a better time for them, fortunately, because I like timeouts. I like the ability to come out, for a couple of minutes, talk it over, get your heads back into the game, figure out what you can do to change the run of play. And we'll see if they can actually do that or not. So, for Miami, I think that passing is going to be the first key. They've got to play for each other like they did yesterday. And we'll see how this is going to go out, because this is not how I expected this grand final to go, my friend.
Yeah, and I think that it is definitely something that it goes back to coaching, right? Both these two teams are coming from two programs that have a well-renowned coaching staff on there, and coaching does make a difference here. So I think that this is an opportunity here to see what this Miami coach is made of here, because I think if they are able to get their team, the mindset right there, that is going to be the biggest trick here. And alternatively there, ONU has an opportunity here to really, get that next victory with game number 4 coming up here. And game number 4, I always say, it is the crux of the match. If you win game number 4, you're more likely to win in the best of 7 there. And so this is an opportunity here where, you take the time out now here. It gives you a time to reset and really get mentally prepped. Hey, we've got that crucial game here that does tend to, more often than not, shift momentum in your favor if you win game number 4.
Well, game number 4, we're going to be coming to it as soon as we get this technical issue figured out. We've got stuff going on after this. We've got League of Legends coming up after the grand final here in Rocket League. We've also got some awards to be handed out later on today. There will be some serious hardware going out there. We'll also have the Rookie of the Year and the Player of the Year for Rocket League. I've got my own personal thoughts on that. I think that Fira is definitely in the category of Player of the Year. Uncle is also in that conversation. Two of the best players also reciprocate. To think of somebody from Cleveland State, reciprocate really did dazzle all season long. So, as far as the Player of the Year, I've got those 3 on my radar. Rookies, this entire Miami Ohio team is rookies, so all of them could be in the conversation for that. I also think that J-Rup also comes to mind, and Cyprian comes to mind as far as Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, absolutely. You put the nail on the head there. It is a 2-horse race there between Cypricate and Uncle SDN for the MVP. So we'll see who comes out on top of that one here right after this grand finals. Obviously, we did have that nice show match of the all MEC teams going at it after the competition portion of Rocket League was done yesterday there. So they got a chance to flex their muscle, really show the elite talent that we have here, the MEC Rocket League side there. And, we have really had some really phenomenal games from all these teams here. Obviously, Cypricate from CSU, also in the running there very much for Rookie of the Year here. And it's crazy to think how many are rookies this year that are freshmen coming into this one here. And it feels like a new dawn, a new age for Rocket League as we are going to watch these players as they continue to grow here. This is just the spring final here. Next year they're going to start off as sophomores, those freshmen here. So it's an opportunity here to really get a chance to see them for 3, maybe 4 years of doing this and see what that growth entails here, because it's having that talent at a young age here is pretty awesome. And then you get the opportunity to cultivate and just get smarter about your positioning there. And that's the part that we're marveling at these rookies, right? But it's just that we're also salivating at the potential of what they can be in just a year or two.
Yeah, coming from the high school scene, which I casted for, I think 3 years before really making a big time move to collegiate. I got a chance to see a lot of these players compete that we're seeing across, collegiate Rocket League, and especially Risky. I talk about Risky a lot. I literally casted him from the time he was a sophomore until he graduated. They did not make HSCL finals last year. That was his senior year last year. So, I mean, that was a chance to meet Risky then. But, moving on to collegiate, I mean, it's a step up. I mean, you've got bigger brains. Obviously, as you get older, things do seem to come into focus, especially when you've got a coach. You're playing, a more elite Rocket League here in the collegiate scene. But, I mean, it all stems from the high school scene. And, I mean, Rocket League is so accessible to young people. And that's why I love it so much, is that you get to see, these youngsters really grow up before, and then all of a sudden they're in college and you're feeling even older than you already are. And well, this is the result is, I mean, I'm going to be 47 this year. Okay. So like, I literally have kids that are playing in high school. And I tell you what, this is awesome.
Yeah, this is great to see here. My college years are a bit behind me as well. So it is fun to see just the development that these schools are putting into these players here, developing them. Because there are a lot of resources that a lot of these schools have kind of stepped up and introduced, from just, full, private rooms that are just fully dedicated with top of the line gaming machines there. It is really impressive that we get to see that cultivation, just the training, all the work, the preparation that comes into it. It all gets culminated into this moment right here. It's really a sharp relief of all the little things that go on behind the scenes that not everybody's really is necessarily privy to, or is able to get an opportunity to really see here. So it is fun to kind of take that peek behind the curtain there. Unfortunately though, the curtain does have to come down on us momentarily due to that technical issue. When we come back, folks, the technical issue will be solved and we'll have the rest of this Rocket League Championship series for you folks. You don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. We're going to be coming right back. Folks, welcome back. Technical issues have been solved. We're ready to get this series back underway. To remind you, ONU has a 2-1 lead over Miami in this best of 7 as we head into game number 4. Can Miami figure it out after the technical issue here, or does ONU continue their domination with these games that have been played so far?
A little bit of an explanation as to what was going on with OM. There was players teleporting all around him. So some kind of glitch in the matrix happened there in his machine, but it has been fixed, and now we are ready to conclude our series here. We will be going into game number 4, 2-1 lead, as JT has told us. And I'm telling you what, Miami, I think that this is the best time that something could have broken. It isn't really a LAN unless we have some kind of a technical issue. We all know that and love it for that reason. But Jacksonville, Illinois is ready to crown a champion here in the spring. Miami of Ohio, I hope that they took a big advantage of what just happened in the first 2 games here being played. So we'll see. We'll see if they have figured out all the snafus. Did they get a little breaky break? Did they get a little snacky snack? Somebody needs their Snickers because they were playing a bit hangry, I think. I think you were absolutely hitting the nail on the head. I don't think they had a good breakfast this morning. Maybe nerves. Maybe the nerves of playing in a championship game may have gotten to the better of them, but now that they've been punched around, they've had a second to reconsider and re-look at their strategy, and maybe they can get that fire back in their belly, because they were feeling very confident after that game yesterday. So we'll see what's going to happen here as we get back into the action.
Yeah, and I think that if you're ONU, just keep doing the same thing you've been doing. You know, they haven't been able to beat you yet with that strategy of just sitting back, absorbing pressure, and just maintaining, an absolute lockdown mentality on your side of the field, and just wait for them to come to you, because they're going to be hungry. They're going to be, trying to start fast and absolutely eat up goals as quickly as they can. So as long as you're able to absorb that pressure and find opportunities there to pluck them on the counterattack here, ONU has a solid plan that they've been able to execute so far. Hopefully that remains true for them if you are an ONU fan, as we are going to once again have another technical issue, because again, this is a LAN. It's all live, baby. So we're going to take another break, folks. When we come back, hopefully we have no more technical issues. We want to let you guys know that, hey, we thought we had them all done, but that is why we troubleshoot and why we always double check these things here, because we want to make sure we get the best experience for the players and for you folks at home. So unfortunately, we're going to take another break. When we come back, I promise we're actually going to start the game number 4 here for you folks. Don't go anywhere. Folks, welcome back as we kick off game number 4. I said that when we came back, we'd be right back into the game, and I did not lie. As we drop it in immediately, STN gets things kicked off here for ONU as they take the lead here in game 4.
I mean, that's just unacceptable and just almost unstoppable there. As we saw, just the waterfall and then the little double tap forces Risky into a commit, and then they bury it in the back. So 10 seconds in, 1-0 lead, looking to put themselves on championship point are Ohio Northern, Miami of Ohio. Will they have an answer now to what just transpired during the first 2 games? There's a shot on goal. It might go in. There's a save off the line from J-Rob.
Yeah, ONU, they are looking cool, calm, and collected, confident in their abilities here as we are 30 seconds into this one here. Already with a goal advantage here. Miami, they know that this is not quite do or die just yet, but it is absolutely I would call this a must-win game here for Miami if I were them, because I don't feel like a 3-1 series is going to be very good for the psyche of them if they fail to win this game.
I mean, they're already showing a little bit more physicality coming out of this technical break, so, you know, maybe a little bit of shift in their idea of how they need to get themselves into working order. That's a dangerous ball. The Karam coming back through the shot on goal. Saved by Skip. Oh, my word. That should have been the equalizer, but it's still not over. Pressure still being applied by Miami of Ohio. They need to finish these goals off, my word.
Yeah, absolutely bonkers bananas there. And now here it comes towards the orange side of the field. Drop it down for J-Ruff, but Risky's there to make the stop. Risky now able to corral it here with Fira in support. As Kip able to pip him there, but right back out to midfield. It's a battle for possession here. And both these teams really enjoying taking their shot opportunities here. J-Ruff denied by OWAM, and now it is Fira taking off the wall here. Can't get on STN though, as it stays on the orange side of the field here. 2 minutes and 55 seconds on the clock remaining, and it is Ohio Northern just holding strong defensively as Miami tries everything they can to get to the blue side of the field, but right back the other way. Kip trying to make the demo happen, but Fira, wise to it, makes the stop.
That was a dangerous sequence of events right there. I mean, a 2-goal lead once again. We've only seen Miami score once in this entire championship series. They need to get themselves back into contention. They need to do it now. We just crossed over the halfway point of game number 4. 2-1 lead to Ohio Northern. They're looking for more goals. We're starting to see some connecting passes, though, happening from this Miami of Ohio team. They need to keep pressing this advantage. They need to keep playing for each other. Nice ball in front, but it is denied. Now the counterattack is on.
Yeah, now here comes Fira getting stuck into their own corner here, and J-Ruff wise to just kind of keep them occupied there. And notice nobody else diving into that corner. I love to see it. Some teams have the penchant of just diving into the corner, double committing in a corner, which is honestly one of the worst plays that can happen there. So I'm liking to see the dedication and just being very committed to keeping your lines clean and honest here, as we have 1:40 left to play here in game 4. A tenuous 1-goal lead. I feel like there's got to be more goals coming here in this game as J-Ruff tries to make a disruptive pass there, but now no boost to speak of, but they've got the ball, and that's half the battle. Possession's half the battle here. And now the shot comes in. Risky ties it up.
They set that up so well. I mean, look at the demo on the line from Fira, and then the shot going back against the run of play. That is everybody from Miami of Ohio getting involved into that goal. That's what we saw yesterday. Now, can they follow up on the back end? That's got to give them some confidence.
Yeah, that was a long overdue goal there for Miami. They needed that in the worst way, and they were able to secure it. Looking for another shot there, but J-Ruff was wise to it. But they keep finding these little touches off the wall with themselves here to keep it away from ONU. That's what they need to do more, as Bungalow leaves that for Risky. Risky shot going towards OWAM. OWAM sends it home to get the lead.
What a touch. I mean, that is not an easy angle, my friend. Going near post with it? Are you kidding me? That is the first lead of the day here for Miami of Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a series on our hands. Let's see if they can close game number 4 out here, or will we be looking for overtime, because ONU is definitely not going away quietly. They're going to keep pressing their advantages and keep playing what has gotten them this 1-game lead here in the championship. J-Rup has been a star all day.
Yeah, absolutely. Now here comes Kip since birth, looking for the flip reset, not getting it though, as O1 makes the stop that time. Final 30 seconds of regulation here. STN has something in the bag of tricks here, but Risky is wise to it there, stops it out. But J-Rup getting there at midfield here, 20 seconds in change. Counting down here, Fira making another opportunity here off the corner. The shot from Risky denied off the crossbar to the final few seconds of regulation. Does Kip have it for J-Rup? The tie ball game, it's there!
1 second left, and the equalizer comes through. Oh, that was 6s and 7s. That was the equalizer for the series. But as it stands, it's the equalizer for game number 4. Ohio Northern just bought themselves an extension here in this game.
If that ball had just hit the ground on the goal line and not go in as it hit 0 seconds, that would have been devastating. Oh my goodness. Instead, we get a golden goal opportunity here in game 4. It's a 2-2 game. Next goal takes the game here, and man, it could be a long overtime knowing these two teams, or it can be done in 30 seconds. It's anyone's guess.
A dangerous ball there. They're looking for it. They're setting up the aerials. They're looking for the touch off the backboard. They find it. Nobody on the back of that. You see Fira setting it up. Risky going high. Risky with the dunk. He does it. He gets the game winner. And we are all knotted up in our grand final 2-2.
Listen, I was off by 4 seconds here, but these two teams, lots of firepower on both sides of the ball. And Miami able to tie up this series 2-2 in a best of 7 here. It's carte blanche, basically. It's now basically a best of 5, right? Or essentially.
Yeah. I mean, and then the shots came out there. I mean, best of 3. I mean, somebody's got to win 2 more. So, oh man. I mean, Ohio Northern, they were still peppering the goal. But this time, we saw more balance. I mean, look at that right there. You can see it on the screen. 2 goals from Risky, 1 from Bungalow. It wasn't Fira. And Fira is generally the one that is on the scoreboard most often. So, I mean, saves coming from everybody, assists coming from everybody. This was a total team game. This is what we saw yesterday. Ohio Northern will not go quietly, though. They've got something to say. There's still more to say in this grand final for both teams. Uncle Estiendo was kind of being marked for death there. Lots of traffic going on to the Elder Statesman here for the Polar Bears. And now we need to see, are they going to be able to rotate around it? Are they going to be able to find these connecting passes that was working so well for them in games 2 and 3?
And I think we noticed that a little bit as well. Woo! As we get right up on it, J-Rup doesn't even let me get into my conversation starter here. It says, no, the conversation isn't about me and how I'm scoring goals immediately off these kickoffs.
I mean, you're out looking for resources instead of, keeping an eye on the ball. And I mean, that's just an early deficit here to Miami of Ohio. So, I mean, you've got to be very cognizant that they are willing to make a shot attempt right out the gate. And that is the second time in this series that's happened, a goal in the very first 5 seconds of the game.
But if they will allow me to continue, J-Rup, please, thank you, is that what I was saying yesterday, that Miami of Ohio did kind of isolate SCN just a little bit there. That's what allowed them to take that series. So it was a tactic that they found success with yesterday. And so here they are trying it again, like you saw in that last game here. And that might be the tactic that leads to an opportunity and a path to victory there. Try to put more pressure on J-Rup and Kip as they make that save there. Now Risky dropping it in, but SCN able to clear it away here. So we'll see if that is something that they go back to the well for once again. But ONU, they said that they were comfortable with the kind of pressure that they were doing, just absorbing their opponents' attacks and just leading to those counterattack opportunities here. I think ONU, that's the style that they like to play here, and it's not necessarily a player-dependent sort of style.
I mean, rotations are key. So are demos. And so is a save. Holy cow! Oh, I'm getting up high to deny that nice little shot opportunity. Now it's going the other way. Counterattack, back and forth, ping pong in the midfield. And J-Rope has had enough of the sass from Miami of Ohio and has started demoing left and right.
Yeah, and I like a good physical play. When it gets chippy like this, all the demos coming out here, it really can tilt the field in your favor. But that's a run against the play from Risky to tie up the game here. What an incredible shot off that clear, which honestly, I think they may have done that. They could have done a better job with the clear.
I mean, it was a double commit on the clear too. So I mean, it was any guess of where it came out to, and unfortunately for them, it does trickle right into Risky's pass. So there's the equalizer. 3:20 left here in game number 5. And we're going to see now what happens. Fira gets a look at the ball and goes for the pass instead, trying to gain a little bit more possession. They do play better when they have the lion's share of the possession. Another demo coming out from J-Rup against the run of play on the OAM. But I think that they're just not really worrying about being demoed out.
Yeah, now OM keeping the possession on the blue side of the field here, trying to get it out. The shot coming in, but off the mark, and STN's able to corral it into the corner here. J-Rup looking for Kip, pops it up here. Is this going to be saved away? It is off the backboard, but the dangerous is STN. The demo, though, denies him as this shot goes wide. With 2 minutes and 35, almost, let's just call it halftime now in this game, where it's carte blanche, 1-1, although Kip looking very dangerous for ONU right now.
Absolutely, my friend. I mean, they're starting to let the horses run here, so to speak. That's a dangerous ball. That should be a shot. It's sacked from J-Rup once again. That would have been the go-ahead goal here for Miami of Ohio. Now they're going to have to face against this counterattack. J-Rup is absolutely on fire right now, JT.
Yeah, I like these bumps here going on to Kip to kind of throw them off their groove to try to get a shot opportunity there. Didn't happen because, again, just how physical Miami is starting to get here. Just getting these bumps, just getting you not in a position to really get a nice angle towards goal. And that's what you want to see from a defense, is one that's just able to get in there and disrupt those passing lanes. And that's something now, a triple commit, you don't want to see that on the defense there, but they are able to escape it for the time being.
They're not going to escape the shot.
Did I say that? Did I say that? I said escape, but I mean, clearly, like, what I meant was, hey, when you triple commit like that, you lead to opportunities like this, which gives the lead to ONU.
Yeah, I mean, that was that there between the Redhawks there, that they completely dropped all semblance of order and triple on a really harmless, and it ends up biting them rear end fully committed there. So now they've got to get themselves back square here in game number 5. Somebody's going to be on championship point after this game. We are less than 70 seconds away from getting to that.
Yeah, now J-Rup drops it in, but Fira reads it quite well. STN made the save and then gets the demo onto Fira to really say, hey, we are not going to go away quietly. The shot from Fira, though, denied from STN once again. These two just battling, going at it now. J-Rup has to make the save now, as Fira is just trying to take every shot opportunity to try to level this score here. They're trying everything they can. They do not want to give up this game with 35 seconds still to play. And Miami, they've got one goal to get to overtime. Can they find it here with less than 30 seconds to go?
Dangerous ball in front. Nobody able to commit and get the shot off. Looking for a passing play here. Uncle on the sideline looking for the trail. They're looking for any kind of toucher. They're looking for a shot. They get it. It goes off the crossbar. Oh, man. Final 10 seconds. This is going to be a furious finish.
Far down and outski there, but J-Rup keeping on the orange side of the field in the final few seconds. Off the backboard, it's going to be a 0-second. No, Fira doesn't get the touch, and ONU takes championship point.
All right, well, it is all down to this for Miami of Ohio. Are they going to be able to pull themselves together here in game number 6? Oh, man, J-Rup has continued to be on the tear that he has been on all day long. And I tell you what, look at the assist once again. It's Uncle providing the service out of the midfield and defensive third, finding their teammate in very opportune positions. I don't know. Miami of Ohio, they need to figure out something now. Otherwise, they are leaving without any hardware.
And really, it does feel like the style for ONU. It's become very clear. It's here. Let me just find J-Rup, do you want this? Do you want this? J-Rup, do you want this? It's feeding J-Rup. That is what they're doing right now. J-Rup is on fire. Just absolutely let him eat right now as they get in.
Oh, he ate. Absolutely. Okay. Well, we'll see how this is going to go down. I mean, the physicality started coming out from both teams there in game number 5. Reminder, Ohio Northern is on championship point, but now we're looking at the ball coming down into the offensive third for Miami of Ohio. Rotation's starting to come through. They need to get some traffic in front of this net. I think that's the big thing that they need to be looking at, is how can they get some bodies in front and not triple commit every time they have an offensive possession.
Yeah, that's something that you don't want to see very often. It's triple commits here. A double commit every once in a while, you can get escape with, but as you saw, triple commits, that tends to be the death knell at this quality of play that we've seen here from these two sides. Miami, they have their backs against the wall. Are they able to find a little bit of magic left to keep this series alive and force Game 7 here? They will need to do so because ONU looking for J-Rup there. It's STN once again creating these opportunities here. STN, I think he's just happy sitting back just feeding J-Rup there. I think that's really something like he's so proud of seeing what these boys are doing. And what a shot from Kip as STN once again, the distributor, able to play make and make that shot happen.
Run a play, shot, and goal. Risky puts Miami of Ohio in the lead for the first time today against the run of play. Ohio Northern definitely have a full head of steam going on here. It took a minute and a half nearly to get our first goal here in the what could be the ultimate game here. But Miami, Ohio, they are not going quietly. They need to get a little bit more like that.
Yes, this is game number 6 here as Miami taking the lead in that game. Not the first time they've had the lead. However, I do want to correct, they did have one, I believe, in game number 3. Ultimately did lose that game though, as we are looking. No, excuse me, it was game number 4. That's what happened there. They had that lead.
Looking forward to what happens here in this game. That's a dangerous ball to the line. Risky, right place, right time. Clears the danger for now, but now has to clear the defensive third. That's a great ball out into a dangerous position. Nobody home from Ohio Northern to clean up on the back of that shot. Should be incoming shot. And it's up. It rings around all the woodwork. No joy for Miami of Ohio. That would have been a great second goal of the day.
Man, that feels like an opportunity missed. The bar down and out scheme once again, but the second asking. It is risky to give us a very risky 2-0 lead here for Miami of Ohio.
I love how you do that. I just love it. I love it. Risky actually taking the goal away from Fira there, but you know what? Sometimes you just need to make sure that the ball is buried in the back of the net as we hit the halfway point of game number 6. Dangerous ball carried in, almost another kickoff goal, something we have had a theme of today, JT. But they escaped the danger that time. That's going to be a dangerous ball in front. There's the Miami of Ohio player. Nobody there. No! He missed! How? They miss again! How do you miss the open net like that? Oh my word! That would have been balm for the Ohio Northern Spirits as it stands. Aerial shot and save from Fira. Another look coming in. That's a great ball on the goal line. Risky saving a goal once again.
Man, they have these high percentage opportunities here for ONU. That's the second time in a row they tried that exact same play. Now these demos come in, and Risky has a hat trick. They are one to go to game 7.
Bungalow had a full head of steam and said, "You will not block any of this. How dare you get in front of my goal?" I think OWAM might be a little ticked off, JT.
Hey, good. They need to play a little angry sometimes, and that can really bring out the best in some of these players here. Is when they get a little emotional there and they play a little angry, they get a little more feisty. I love to see that kind of fight. Now J-Rup, let's see if he can look for this pass opportunities here for STN. Drop it in, takes it himself, and it's a 3-1 lead now.
Traffic, what JT? Traffic. The pressure there. Look at what Kip is doing. Just pushed Fira into the goal. Said you're not going to have a chance to get a play on this ball. And that is beautiful. That is personal. And this is starting to get extremely chippy.
Yeah, it felt like a running back, just sitting behind a linebacker and a guard that was pulling for him there on that play. Just fantastic coverage, looking for the blocks downfield to set up that goal, and that's what happened there. And sometimes you need to change the style of play there, and I want to see more of those kind of running back goals where they just, rugby style force it in. That, on the other hand, was a bit messy defensively.
That was extremely messy on the goal line. I thought the OM was just going to go in there and just clean up everybody and just, sneak the ball past 3 defenders. I would have been losing it there, laughing my butt off. As it stands, that's a dangerous ball coming in from Risky. Risky looking for number 4 here in game number 6. 40 seconds left on the clock, and we are no closer to getting an equalizer here, or even coming up close to getting an equalizer, as we are now starting to see demos come through left and right. JT, this has gotten personal very quickly.
Yeah, these bumps are just so fun to watch here. It's not just OM that's getting in on it there. It's also Fira just kind of getting in there. Risky, they've got all the goals here for Miami right now. So his teammate says, all right, fine. We're going to bump it up. But Kip says, hey, we can bump up the pressure. 15 seconds left to go. It's a 1-goal game.
Oh, boy. And you know what's coming up next after a goal, JT? It's a kickoff. And we have seen a lot of drop spaghetti here on these kickoffs this morning. So we're not going to get the immediate shot off the kickoff. Now, 10 seconds left. Miami trying to force game number 7. We're going to see if it comes down to that long clearing shot. That is exactly what they needed. A 0-second drill will determine if we get game 7 or not.
Oh, that's a dangerous ball right here. The pop up there, dropping it down. J-Rup keeps it alive. It's in the air, finally drops in. We have game 7 as Miami escapes in game 6.
I called him the prodigy in high school. Rocket League just called him the prodigy here in the game number 6. So, the shooting deluge continues for Ohio Northern. 14 shots, 2 goals. Look at all those saves from Risky and Fear. 9 combined saves between those two. 3 goals for Risky and the service from Bungalow. I think OM was the hero, right? What the source says. The fifth demos. Put a personal effect into this game. Somebody is going to be crowned your champion in our next game. I can't. It's a toss-up going and winning here.
Yeah, I think this is something where, it is game 7. It is now all the marbles are online. It's a best of 1, essentially. So you got to bring out your best foot forward here, whether that be, hey, maybe that means that you just need to start demoing early and often. Maybe that means that you look for more of those infield passes. Maybe that means, you're looking for those aerial plays off the backboard. No matter what, it is all on the line. Chat, are you ready to get hyped for this championship to be determined between ONU and Miami of Ohio? It is underway, and we are getting kicked off strong as ONU trying to get on the board early and often.
Well, good series of effects there from Miami of Ohio. They weathered the first storm. Double demo coming through, but that's not going to deter anybody. OM is going to be able to stay strong and keep the ball out of the back of the net, going 3v1. Dangerous ball going up off the backboard here. The touch comes through, looking for J-Rup. J-Rup looking to finish. No touch there. The follow-through is coming through. It's a shot. Ooh, it's off the woodwork. Oh, my word. That was a bullet dodged by Miami.
Oh, and J-Rup there. Wise to corral that into the corner there. Got real risky with it as that shot was barreling down towards their goalpost. With 4 minutes still to play here, these two teams just firing on all cylinders right now, throwing everything at the wall, see what sticks. Fira has a shot opportunity denied by Kip that time. Now SDN going the other way with it there, but OM gets it back to the blue side of the field as Miami enjoys a spell of attacking prowess now.
We are just about a minute and a half into our championship game here. This is game number 7. Somebody is going to win. It just depends on how we get to that point. 90 seconds in, no goals. Both sides have had a look at the goal, but no joy as of yet. Now we're going to see a long clearing ball coming out from Miami High. They're going to try and release a little pressure, but here comes the demos once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, J-Rup popping it up here, looking for the opportunity. Cut out by Fira as it is going back to the blue side of the field. Really just kind of ping-ponging this ball back and forth between each other. Now the team really enjoying a long spell of possession. It's just a matter of like who gets to be in the other half of the field more often here, and that feels like right now ONU doing a slightly better job. And as I say that, dispossessed here. Now Risky trying to turn defense into offense quickly here with these counterattacking opportunities here. Now the other way with STN, and it's sent to the corner there by OM to keep this a scoreless affair. 2.5 minutes down, halfway through this game, and we are still no closer to finding out who our championship will be.
Dangerous ball here in the corner, looking for some kind of magic on the end of it. The shot is there, it's pushed away. Ball goes back into the mixer, and we have a good clearance coming out there from the Ohio Northern team. Open goal! Oh my word, Risky. Beautiful save.
Nice save there, J-Rup causing disruption once again with the demo, with the shot opportunity here. I feel like we're going to have to see STN step up here and make some crazy play, because it feels like now they've kind of got a handle of what J-Rup is offering them. And I like what J-Rup's doing here with these passing attempts, but I feel like maybe Kip, is it going to be STN? Someone else on this ONU side has to step up to find that goal, because I feel like they've got J-Rup marked right now.
I mean, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Has been a star all day long. 95 seconds left here. Game number 7. We are scoreless. The dangerous ball off the goal. It doesn't go in. Risky had the right play, but nobody was trailing on the back of it.
Yeah, great little pass there. Nobody able to finish it. Just misses this. With no boost, though. Now J-Rup also no boost, but it's competing demos. And now it's an opportunity here. Dropped in. Kip makes the clear, but Fira sends it right back to the teammate off the backboard. Can Fira finish it? No, says STN. He says, no, I'm the team captain. I'm going to take this ball here. And look at all these demos coming in. Now this is an open net opportunity. Can Fira finish it? It is a first goal. Less than a minute to play. Miami takes the lead.
I'm speechless right now. The demos have been coming from both sides, JT. They are feeling it right now. Nobody wants to make a mistake. And finally, Miami on the back of a demo gets the open water, gets the open net, gets the first goal of our final game.
Less than a minute now. It is all to play for. Do or die for ONU. Can they find an equalizer, or is Miami going to walk away with a championship? With Risky finally breaking the land curse. A shot denied by J-Rup, and here comes the other way. Denied at midfield by OWAM, and he's able to find a teammate. Final 30 seconds. Does Kip have something in the bag? No boost to speak of, and they're keeping it alive, and the orange half the field is ONU.
20 seconds left between Miami and Risky, breaking the curse. The ball's in front of the net. The save is there. Oh my goodness, Kip has to come up with something big. 9 seconds left on the clock. We're looking for fear. We're looking for somebody to close this out, and it just might be right here, right now.
Final few seconds. Is this game, set, match? The shot, the denial, it goes in. We get overtime.
Oh, they just dropped the whole bowl of spaghetti. The touch. Oh my word. I mean, that was a bullet of a shot. It was almost impossible to save. And it trickles over the line. Golden goal to crown your spring champion.
I wouldn't want it any other way. Up, so close there. Risky missing that one. And STN almost ended it right off the kickoff. And now it's dangerous to get back here for ONU, but the shot coming in off the backboard. J-Rup's there for it, but now the shot denied by Kip. Into the corner here. Breathe a sigh of relief, but hold on to your butts, folks, because the shots won't stop. And it comes in here from Risky. They are absolutely out for blood. They smell a championship on the line here. They want to lift some hardware. Both these teams going at it, but Miami has the advantage. The drop in denied by J-Rob.
There's an open net on the other side. They've got to get back. There's an open net. It's a goal. Ohio Northern wins 45 seconds in on the triple commit. Oh,
What a
this is
play.
heartbreak.
Game, set, championship. Your winners are ONU.
Oh my word. There has never been a more exciting end to a championship. Congratulations to your Polar Bears from Ohio Northern, Uncle STN. Hello. That is a standout performance. J-Rup was absolutely brutal on these Redhawks. And I tell you what, Miami of Ohio, I mean, they had the game won. They lose it in overtime. And that's horrible. The curse stays alive for Risky, unfortunately.
I mean, to his credit, he did win second place. He did win second place, which is a type of hardware, I believe, as well. It's just not the top step of the podium. But all credit to ONU, battling through the adversity, battling through the lower bracket where they faced their demons and exercised them against CSU. Able to now come up back to the championship. Had a game against them already in hand for Miami, and it didn't matter because they're able to exercise those demons against Miami. And they're able to emerge victorious here in the Spring Rocket League Championships. So congratulations to Ohio Northern University, team of J-Rup, Uncle STN, and Kip.
Whoa. I don't know what else to say other than wow. We were just treated to one of the most dramatic finishes ever that I have seen in my years of casting Rocket League. And I mean, this is great. This is beautiful. This is the beautiful game. This is why we love casting it. I mean, and the stories. I mean, it wrote itself basically. And I mean, this is the ending that, necessarily Miami did not want to see. But you know what? Ohio went out there and they took the championship out of Miami's hands, literally snatching it from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, absolutely. And, congratulations to them. Miami, it was a hard fought battle. Take nothing away from them. They did everything that they could. ONU just a little bit better today. And so we have to give all credits due. And that means we also got to thank our sponsors here. And here at MEC, we do want to thank Immortals for powering our MEC Spring MVP Awards and the MEC Spring Championship. We encourage you to check out their station tomorrow and check it out in person with what they've got at their booth, folks. Don't go anywhere because we will have the awards show right after this. And then after that, we're going to crown ourselves more champions because League of Legends is coming up in a little while. Don't go anywhere.
Uncle STN. I've asked to be allowed to call Uncle Stan, and I was given permission, so Stan the man.
Oh, it's STN again, man. He just cannot stop scoring.
Delays it. What a play! Ciprocate goes crazy! The Vikings have been a stellar phenomenon throughout the season, and they've been led by Ciprocate.
Folks, welcome back. JT Displays, Chef Billy, and who we consider the MVP of the grand finals for us, J-Rupp of the winning side, ONU. Congratulations on winning the spring championship.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's awesome. We're all super excited. You know, that was a super tense last game, but you know, we put our hearts on the line and it pulled through, and I couldn't be happier.
I mean, you were lighting it up all series long. You guys really did finally establish the connection that you didn't have yesterday.
Yeah. Going
up against this Miami of Ohio team. You guys came out a different team today. Did your lower bracket finals game win, going 7 games there, did that give you more confidence coming up against the Miami of Ohio squad today?
Absolutely. We started off day one like kind of slow against Miami initially. I was off my game. You know, we couldn't get into rotation, and I think we needed that tough CSU matchup to kind of find our groove, be tested under pressure, and you know, we came so much more confidently into this next series. So yeah, it was huge help, but yeah, it was good.
And you guys certainly played together as a unit. I do have a little bit of a two-part question here for you. Okay. There. Did you guys eat breakfast together this morning?
I wish we could say we did, but it was an early morning, so it was kind of a bit hectic. But it ended up working out pretty well, so I'd say it was all good.
I was gonna say, because what is the breakfast of champions here? Because clearly you guys had something, like you said, maybe eat your Wheaties or something hi-fi or something. Yeah. What's that secret?
Giant bowl of Wheaties, just chowing away.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk. Let's talk about what is on everybody's mind, right? We want to talk about the last second goal. I mean, it's 0-second drill. Just like how the Miami closed out against you yesterday. The ball goes in. The first shot should have been a goal, but there was a save. And then it just trickles over. Talk us through that frantic scene.
Oh, my gosh. That last second goal, I mean, all of us were like, ugh. And the ball came down off the crossbar, and we all thought it was going to be like on the line and no good. And so we were all super excited, like stand up screaming. You know, energy was great. I think that was massive, bringing us into that overtime. And then overtime, that shot was so close to going in, but we finally, pulled through, and it was great.
Yeah, and just the counterattacking opportunity, that felt like something that you guys seemed to perfect to an art form degree, where it's just absolutely, you're just absorbing that pressure. Is that something that you guys feel like is kind of the core to your identity now? Is just knowing you can handle that pressure defensively and then killing them on the counter?
Yeah, these past couple of weeks, we've been working a lot on our rotations and just trying to stay as fluid as possible. And we know when we're on that, no matter how much pressure they're putting on, we can keep it out. And usually we get a ton of chances to capitalize on double commits, any misses, anything. We're always looking for bumps. We're just creating these very high percentage chances and just playing perfect defense. And I couldn't be happier.
Well, I mean, it was a beautiful end to a beautiful season. And I mean, the last thing that I got to ask you is there any shout outs? Anybody that you want to thank before we let you go and go get your hardware? J-Rupp, the mic is yours.
I got to first off thank our director, Troy. I'm going to shout him out because he's been amazing for us, driving us around, supporting us, helping us out, coaching us through everything, getting our mental in the right spot. It was all good.
Well, fantastic. Absolutely, J-Rupp. We want to thank you again for joining us for this interview after obviously a lot of emotions going into enjoying a championship. You guys can claim it. You are the champions here with the MEC Spring Finals. Congratulations! You guys get to go ahead and go and enjoy your win there and celebrate with your team.
Thank you. We definitely will. All right.
And folks, yeah, what an incredible play there from ONU to get that done in overtime. And ultimately, that is the final bit of Rocket League action here on stream. Don't go anywhere. Like we said, we got some awards to give out, not just that championship trophy, but we also got MVPs. We got the best freshman, the rookie of the year, of the split there, and of course we still got League of Legends to go for. And let me tell you that those boys and those folks in League of Legends, they absolutely kill it day in and day out.
I'm so excited to see that. But folks, don't go away. We will have that action coming up here in just a little while, but stay tuned for League of Legends coming up here next. And I think the award ceremony is going to be going on before that there locally at Illinois College in Jacksonville, Illinois. So for myself and JT, we will see you next split.
nights trying to learn how to die in my sleep. 'Cause I don't wanna be the one to wake up without a heartbeat. Trust me, you're gonna love this, stay in your seat. Baby, just tell me you don't love me, and I'll admit defeat. It ain't that deep, 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 deep. You know I kill for some of your real feelings. Oh no, it ain't that sweet, 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 no. Just as long as you're the one who kills me. 'Cause I don't wanna wake up dead, wake up dead, wake up dead. 'Cause I don't wanna wake up dead, wake up dead, no. 'Cause I don't wanna wake up dead. 'Cause I don't wanna turn up missing. But I can get you out of my head. Maybe I just needed you to listen. 'Cause I don't wanna wake up dead. Ooh. If I ain't got you, then I'm already gone. Baby, don't leave me alone. 'Cause I don't wanna wake up dead. Ooh. I'ma take 23 shots of Patron. 'Cause girl, you ain't coming back home. I don't wanna wake up. Oh my gosh, you're trying to kill me in my sleep. Rough sex making you my enemy. Oh, can I be honest, baby? I kinda like the fact that you kinda crazy. Yeah, you bipolar just like me. That ain't a problem, baby. No, no. Girl, you're soaking wet 'cause I'm making it rain. Come on, hop in the passenger and swerve in my lane. You gotta back it up for me 3 times.
And our first award we will present is the Rookie of the Split for Rocket League. Your candidates are Jack Risky Aprisi, Team Reciprocate Jones, and Josh Vibe 7 Planiger. And your winner is Tamir Reciprocate Jones of Cleveland State. And your next award is Rocket League Most Improved. And your winner is Madeline Jester, better known as T-Girl Sunshine of Cornell College. Your next award is the Rookie of the Split for League of Legends. David Orion Reinhardt, Paul Doubtful Shim, and Lucas Winking Recipco. And your winner is Lucas Winking Recipco. And your most improved players. Congratulations to Felix Taponer Barea. Next up is your Rocket League Most Valuable Player.
Up goes Reciprocate. Flip reset, delays it. What a play! Reciprocate goes crazy!
Series-ending goal. Reciprocate drops it in for Carson. Able to knock it down into the corner. Sets up an opportunity here. Not much support in here. I'm going to take it solo. Oh, look at this aerial play off
the Vikings have been a stellar phenomenon throughout the season, and they've been led by Reciprocate. Does Reciprocate have one more in it? It's going to be a ball floated towards end-to-end. T-Girl Sunshine up early, not able to get there. One more for the money. Reciprocate, that is 6 goals.
there, so it's A-OK. Lutz is walking confidently forward. Check out Jinqua on the side. They've got the skies to send. They're going to lay in a good amount of damage inside this fight. They're going to be able to find both of the carries. Levi's going to go down as Nightspot finds the flank. Jinqua finishes them off. Grandview fully routing to gold. Everything. But check out Riverside with that malignance going in. Gets 2 kills. Jinqua looking to do some cleanup duty, but they get hit with the death finish. Make it hit with an exclamation mark. But Jinqua with flawless execution in the backline. Gets the double.
Can't really walk up here reliably, and look at what Jinqua's about to do to this team.
He does get rooted up, but it doesn't matter. He goes flying all over.
Apparently, as they are just eating up every single one of those cupcakes that have been left out in the bakery. Paranoia is going to come on in. That's the invisible shockwave. You never saw it coming. Absolutely decimated. Orion missed the shockwave as well. Castle has rejoined the fray all the way back from the base. It's a quadra kill. Will it be our first penta? It will be penta kill for Jinqua. All right, hello, welcome everyone to the MEC. We're got a little bit of a show match, I guess, of sorts here to start things off. I'm Travesty, I'm joined here with Shippy, and we got special guest Levi ready to get into this show match. I gotta have confirmation real quick. Is this all random? Like, did they pick, or did they pick these characters? Because I gotta know. Production. Okay, so they get to choose their builds. So that's what we got. It's a standard old NA fest, and we already have first blood.
Jeez.
No,
You know what I
mean,
really love to see? No exhaust. Respect to all 10 of these guys. No exhaust.
Base Ghost enjoyers in here. I like it. Flash Ghost is the superior way.
Levi, you're a better man than I am. I take exhausting.
Oh,
I don't even care. Dude, Travesty, you know we've played ARAMs together. Like, I will just take exhaust.
Dude,
Production cutting in as an ARAM only player, you are a
Maybe I may
scumbag.
have all chatted you. I got you in a game in ARAM.
Dude, I can't do that, man. I can't. I have some honor, you know. There's some honor out there. I'm trying to. Most of the time, whenever I'm on ARAM, right, I'm already suffering from tilt from Summoner's Rift. So
yeah, exactly.
I don't want to be tilted more. So.
Wait, it's kind of unfair. It's kind of unfair that Nightstar gets Smolder. I think he's the only one that's like on a champion that he like kind of knows how to play. I guess you could Jin call on Mal's. I don't know how much he plays Mal's, but it sounds like something you would play.
Jace, I'm sure he plays that.
How's the land been? Levi, obviously me and Travesty aren't there. Like, how's the environment been? I mean, I know you guys are mixed in with like Rocket League players. Are there any side tournaments for Smash? I told you, if I ever get there, I'm running pockets in Smash, bros. Like, it's not even close.
Well, Shiwi, there's a couple 10-year-olds right now playing. You could go smoke these guys if you were here. Yeah, there is a Smash tournament going on.
Yeah, we might be the same height. That's honestly
great,
the other
man.
thing.
No, these lands are always amazing. I've been going to this for 3 years. The Unified always it's on a great show. Love seeing all the other guys. I wish all 8 MEC teams could have been here. I love guys on the other team too. Yeah, I'm gonna miss this stuff. It's really fun.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, go ahead, Chippy.
Yeah, I was like, I think the interesting thing is like, as much as we see like a ton of CLOL players, like they'll transfer into programs, they'll transfer out, right? Obviously, you guys had Trickster last year, who's now doing insane work on Winthrop this year. I feel like the MEC has a lot of consistency in it when it comes to players. Obviously, like you'll have players moving in between programs here and there, but I think that's like the one unique thing about it, right? Like I feel like I look at other conferences like the North or other like even the South and stuff like that, and like sometimes they'll just be like brand new players or like players will leave, right? I mean, I think that's like somewhat unique to the MEC. It's like, oh yeah, I remember him like 3 years ago. He was over here, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, I mean, I think from last year to this year it was very consistent, but from when I first started the first MEC season, I think it's only me, Poner, Ludo, who are still here from that first season, and Fat Cat and Drury.
Is that just like a cause of like a lot of people graduating? Just prank count?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, prank too. Yeah, I forgot about. How can I forget about? Yeah, I think us 5 are the only ones still here from that first season, which is nice. We're the founding fathers.
By the way, I wanted to say, Shippy was talking about height earlier. Have you seen like Marquez and Castle's debate on heights inside of like our chat logs or anything? Have they been trying to measure each other?
How tall is
Marquez actually?
I mean, he's around almost pushing 7, but I think
7 foot.
yeah, he's really tall, man. Really tall.
Why is Castle saying messages like, "You have lucked out today, but tomorrow I come for you in your home. I'm visiting the Shire."
They're both pretty tall, to be fair.
Okay, so they're both like 7 foot. I got you. All right. I got to clear the air on that live on broadcast here. Marquez is hearing from inside the land, surely, and just twitching around, like looking around, making sure there are people aren't getting the attention drawn to him.
Yeah. A lot of respect for Plux came out yesterday, right? Levi, I want to know, how is it laning with Plux? He's like obviously plays in the NACL. No, I love Coda. I think I don't know if he's over there, something like that. But,
he's not.
You know, yeah, I love Coda. No, obviously disrespect to him, but how has it been like laning with Plux and playing with a player like him who's like obviously doing much more than just collegiate?
Yeah. I love Koda, of course. He was a
Yeah.
great support. We ran the bot lane last year, man. No one was close, me and Koda. But Plux for sure. Plux is for sure the best support I've ever played with, like hands down, for sure. He's different level. You just know playing with him. He's different level. It's so easy to play with him. Good at communicating. Knows how to plan stuff. He's always calm. Like his champion pool is great. He can play anything. He's a good leader too. Yeah, he's just a good player.
Nope.
Oh, I think
Don't
we
tell
have
me.
a crash.
We get spec bugged on ARAM?
We got spec bugged on ARAM.
We got spec bugged at ARAM. We got spec bugged at ARAM. Oh, Travi, you looking nice, bro. You got the pocket square.
Oh man, that sucks.
God. What? My
Just give it to Purdue. They were
Is that
winning.
what you just said? Wait,
Oh,
hold on.
damn.
So it was the spec bug?
It has to be, right? I can't believe we got spec bugged. I cannot believe we got spec bugged. What? wait,
Better that
Levi.
happened in the ARAM than in the best of 5 to follow, right, guys?
Wait, Levi, Udon's in chat going, what about Udon Bidon support, Levi?
Yeah, what about
Oh, I'm so happy he's out of the league, man. That guy he's crazy. Udon, you're the GOAT, man. You're the GOAT.
Oh my god.
That first year with Udon Bidon and Poner bot lane, they were really good, yeah. I remember them.
They were actually underrated.
Yeah,
Probably.
they were really good, yeah.
Let me actually ask, is there a bot lane in your entire time inside the MEC that lives like rent free in your head, or you're just like, man, this bot lane's tough? Okay.
Aaron Pluto.
Aaron Pluto. I still have nightmares, bro.
Dude,
Aaron Pluto.
Instant. Dude, like, you just, Travis, you brought back some memories, dog. Like, you just, boom, Aaron Pluto. Like that? Nah, like, I can't. That bot lane.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's been some good bot lanes over the years, but yeah, that one, when I first joined, it like, they were hard to play against.
Yeah? Did it feel like you were like, oh, I think I'm pretty good? And then you just face them, it's like, oh, wow, I still got a lot more to, like, you know, you kind of realize, like, oh, there's much more to work for, I guess. That's the cool thing about it.
Exactly. It was a good introduction to the MEC. And that's why you see in the last 2 years, I ran everyone in lane.
There you go.
Built by them.
Yeah, you were built up by Aaron Pluto.
Yeah.
And I know you've talked about it, obviously, on your social media and stuff. You mentioned that this is your last year with Ottawa. Are you graduating? What's happening? Or
I'm graduating with a master's in forensic psychology. So I'll be done with school. Probably CL's done for me. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean,
will you still be competing League of Legends? Like, are you still going to? Because I know there's like the NACL Open qualifiers that pop up and stuff like that. You know, I want to see more Levi pentakills. You got what, 4 of them inside of this playoffs, brother? Like
5, something like that.
Yeah, it's a wild number.
You can queue up for ARAM. See me give me pentakills in ARAM. I don't think I'll be competing anymore, man. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah. Levi's the
old man, man.
The most
Gotta retire.
the best unsung hero, man. He's literally like I wish I could see Levi in OQs and stuff like that. Like dudes hitting challenges and stuff like that.
Maybe. Let's see.
Maybe.
We can't count it out.
Never say never.
Maybe we'll have Levi Caster arc. Who knows?
Hey, next year. I'd love to be back in the MEC.
He makes his way back onto the broadcast desk. Let's go.
Yeah. 3-time finalists. 2-time as a player, 1 time on the analyst desk. Come on.
There you
2-time
go.
finalists, guys.
Never misses a final.
So with forensic psychology, I don't want to like ask you too much. Like what? I mean, I'd love to know like what are you gonna get into? Like what are you gonna do? Is it gonna be like
there's a lot of
police
options.
work? Yeah, I would love to know.
Yeah, there's police work. You can work in the courtrooms. Like you can work on individual cases. Obviously, my word will have a lot of power in court, so I can pardon people. I'm in jail if I want to. You guys ever get in trouble, I got you guys. Don't worry. Hit me up.
Okay, perfect. All right. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. There we go. Well, I'm too old to be doing nefarious things. I'm too old to be going to jail and stuff like that. I do want to talk about some of the other new teams that kind of entered in this year and stuff like that. Obviously, we lost ISU and UIUC. UIUC has been, I think, doing pretty well in the North Conference. I think they're like up for 3rd place match or something like that. Obviously ISU as well. I mean, did you facing off against the newer teams and stuff like that? Do you have any advice for them? Right, because there are a lot of players that are in your position that were in your position a couple years ago, right?
Yep. My biggest advice would be stay close as a team, stay close as a group, get to know each other on a personal level, get to know all your ins and outs of each player on the team, and stick to your identity. Don't try to copy anyone else. Stick to your identity. In the MEC, the team that sticks to their identity the most, the team that works the best together, you'll make it far. Like a good example would be Jury. Look at how much they improved from last year to this year. You know?
True.
I mean,
Well, and the thing is, there's so much more.
I was gonna say, I did want to also just really quickly also ask, like, I know you have another teammate. I think it's Killian as well, who's also looking at changing around. You guys also have some wild comms that I always remember from last year, because you guys used to record and post comms. The most specific one I can remember, there's like a Killian Gragas game where he's just like, I'm Gragas, and he just like body slams somebody.
Hello, I am Tank Gragas. Oh, that's his favorite line.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like, have comms changed from that for you guys?
No.
If you say that,
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
No.
It's so hard to focus with Killian in the game. He's too funny, man. He's too funny.
Dude, Killian actually cracks me up. I actually love hearing every time I get to hear like elite comm from MEC. I'm like, please let me just get a Killian voice right in there.
Killian comms crack me up as well.
Yeah.
I want to know, what does Riverside calm? Like, because I feel like he's the funniest dude I've seen on like Twitter. Like, he always just posts random stuff. Is he like equal, or is he just like more chill? He's just like, you know what?
He's ice cold in game, guys. He's ice cold. He's focused. There's nothing to laugh about. Like, you saw my tweet. There's nothing to laugh about when he's in game. He's ice cold. Like, he's really focused. I really respect that about him. Like, when the game starts, he's locked in.
Do you think Riverside would ever break out his Rise cosplay again for the MEC?
We're trying to get that. We need him to do that. But I think he might do an Azir one next.
Azir, okay.
Hui? Give me the Hui. He low-key best Hui in MEC. I called it way back. He's best Hui in MEC. I need to see Riverside and Hui cosplay. That's what I need.
You know, Shibi, that's really funny, because we were actually talking about it today. I asked him, what would you do if you weren't playing League the last few years? And he said he would be an artist. And Hui.
There you go.
It all lines
there
up.
You go.
He should be he would do a great Hui cosplay for sure.
Well,
I think so.
We got a little bit of a touch. We got to break in our little taste of an MEC pod episode here live on the finals. You know, I'm happy that we got to do this for the very beginning, but we're going to take a short break. The ARAM is over, from what I've gotten word. We're not going to go back and revisit the last half of the ARAM. I know, heart's broken. But we're going to go ahead and get ourselves ready for grand finals to start on up. So we're going to take that short break, and we'll be right back on the broadcast.
Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B-Long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow! Hariri lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage, showing them on out. Going into A4, look at Sake. Laying in the middle,
Sake?
laying in the damage. Going in, revenge for their honey.
No way!
Way taller. Sake Wabe! Get the quadra kill!
That was
So, kind of sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we end up playing in high school the next 2 years together. We've been playing ever since. So you kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engage. The scatter of the week comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinkwall on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why, those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out, the flash is popped, the Rolling Thunder is utilized to perfection, and now it's all on Thiessen, but Thiessen just keeps on going.
Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show.
Hello, everyone. My name is Travis. I have Shibby. I have Levi. I also got Kai. Hello. What's up, my guy?
Hello, how's it going, boys?
Yo, I'm good. I'm good. I'm ready to get into things. I see that you're comfy. You got the hoodie on and whatnot. Boys, let's go ahead and get into it. We're going into the grand finals. ARAM is over. If any ARAMs are going to happen, it's happening on the Rift itself. But let me go ahead and I'm going to get Kai's thoughts real quick, because you're the fresh face on here. How you feeling looking at this grand finals between these two teams?
Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know if anyone in MEC has enough to make it go like 3 games in a finals. I think whoever wins first, dude, I think just takes game 2. I don't know. Both these teams seem pretty momentum based, if I'm being honest. I mean, I know your guys' series won 3 games.
Yeah.
Yesterday, but
best of 5 today, though.
Was it best of 5?
Best of 5 today.
Yeah. You get one game. That's a lot of momentum, but I mean, hey, look, if you carry the momentum into an early game 2 dub, that's pretty clutch, I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to look at bot lane a lot here. I guess in most previous games, I guess especially this weekend, bot lane has made pretty much no difference. Yeah, not gonna lie, but I think with these two teams, I think bot lane will have a bit more impact. I think a lot of them can actually play around the ADC in a lot better way. So I think if we look at whoever's coming out of bot ahead, there's a good chance they're winning this for sure.
That's the bot laner here. You also agree with
that's
that
the bot
sentiment?
lane.
I have a bit of a different take. I think the 2 best players in MEC this year are the mid laners.
I
The 2
agree.
mid lanes, they're crazy. So I think we should keep our eyes on the mid lane and bot lane for sure. Top
jungle.
Jungle is pretty even in my opinion. Top is sided towards Purdue, obviously.
Yeah, but will Prank do anything useful?
I hope
he played Karma
23
into
Prank
a tank.
comes out.
He might.
Wait, why does Prank always catch strays from everybody? He caught one from me. He catches one from Levi and Kai. I think he caught one from RMC yesterday. He's just like, oh yeah, old man Prank. Like, you lost lane. He straight up was like, you lost lane yesterday, and you were still able to win. I feel like Prank always just gets, like, steamrolled by everybody.
For sure, much love to Prank, but he was screaming during our game yesterday, so now's my time to say something. So.
Fair enough. Get your links back. Might as well. Yeah, why not? As soon as the match ended yesterday, I got the Twitter notification, and I was like, man, really? Like, come on.
Motivated him.
motivated prank.
I need to ask too, right? We had the award show that happened right before the grand finals. I'm sure y'all all got to see that, see different things. MEC pod, we did our own like community vote where people from the community, the players, got to more specifically vote. Fun fact: we have a lot of interchangeability that's actually inside that list. One, Ohio Northern and Ottawa had a member each show up on the community vote list because Aggression showed up in the top side, and then we had Plutz come in from Ottawa as well. I want to ask, you talked on the mid lane, the jungle. We saw interchangeability between community vote and whatnot. Do you think it's just that close, actually, between these two teams that we see them kind of flip-flop depending on who you ask?
I'll go first.
You start.
Yeah, I think, they are pretty equal, these two teams, in skill level. They have their own strengths and weaknesses. Like, in certain roles, there's a bit of a wash, but in other roles, like, there's definitely a better play than on the opposite side. But I think their styles are quite different, actually, these two teams. I think GVU is more of a late game team fight. Like, they're very good at team fighting, probably the best team fighting team in the MEC. And Purdue play more controlled around their jungle mid, and the game revolves around their jungle mid, early to mid. So I think, but in this specific LAN, I think there's a mini meta going on where whichever team scales harder, team fights better, they usually will win. Like, no game's ending in 20 minutes if you've been watching yesterday. So I think, personally, I think GVU are slight favorites for today's games.
Yeah, I think I can get behind that too. I think if GVU can just stop mid jungle, like someone Doubtful, from just blowing up the mid game, I think GVU probably have it in the bag. I mean, they're just so consistent with their team fights, and they're not afraid to just sit there and do nothing, more or less. They're down to just sit there, play every 5 minutes on Drake. Oh, I gotta leave, but I think GVU will for sure have the advantage if they just play their own game and don't get sucked into the chaos that Purdue can do for sure.
All right. Well, good to see him.
Thanks for having me, boys.
Yeah, absolutely. Is any of the Ohio Northern boys with you right there?
A few of them, yeah.
Yo, tell them to come on to screen and give a little wave real quick. Come on. Let's get one little quick thing from the Ohio Northern boys, okay?
Hey, come here. Come here. Wave.
Us.
Yeah, bring it in. Come on.
Just get them here. Come here. We have the two seniors.
Trying to add everybody in and all that other stuff.
Squeeze in, guys.
All right, I'm here. What did I miss?
All right. How's the boys? You guys, wait, where are you guys going? What, you guys dipping out? What you guys feeling for today?
I think we're getting Culver's for lunch. Oh, dude, I'm going home. Yeah, I'm out of here, dude. Get me out. I'm tired, dude. I got places to be. Places to be, places to go. I got Valorant to grind, dude. I'm starting my Valorant art. I'm Iron 2 right now, so look out for me on the what's the Valorant maps called? The maps that are like
the maps. Yeah, Ice
Spots. Oh. Yeah, that's probably one of them. Yeah. I play champions, characters, agents. There we go. Yeah, so I'm pretty good. So just watch out for me. I'm switching. Expect me back. I'll pick up a master's program somewhere, and I'm gonna be in Valorant. So when you guys are doing MEC Valorant, just expect me in there someday.
I'll be back.
Yeah, that's my plan.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Cause you got the same thing. What we got here? What we got? Is it the same? Is it the same vibe? Here? What we got? What we got? Are you also going pro in Valo or?
I mean, I'll be a Stardew Valley main. Don't worry about it.
He's not doing it.
He's not like me. Valley, man. Not like me. He's not built different. Fair enough. I'm look forward to seeing ONU in Valorant. I look forward to seeing Aggression and Cuz rounding out controller and duelist on Valorant.
All right, well, it's been a pleasure getting to see you before you guys headed on out. We're going to go ahead and let the headsets get passed on back over because I think Kai's spine is starting to get realigned in a different direction here. But yeah,
waving goodbye.
It's good to see
you.
you.
Friends, have fun casting.
Thank you.
See you later.
I see.
Hey, the fist bump. All right. Back over.
I'm not leaving yet, guys. You're stuck with me.
Yeah, we got Levi. Levi, I want to apologize because it seemed like you had to hit the real deep lean for that one.
Yeah,
Dude, he was Fat Joe leaning, dude. Like, he was going really bad.
But it's always good to see people, the players before they head on off and all that good stuff. So,
yeah. I do want to go back to the mini meta that you mentioned, right? It does feel like scaling is king, right? Aurelion Sol. Sure. I mean, they busted out Sivir yesterday. We've seen like a bunch of Jinx has got super high prio. Is that just GVU's wheelhouse though? I feel like Jinkall is more than happy to just kind of be like, all right, I'm gonna farm up and I'll eventually just win.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's bread and butter GVU style for the last 2 years. They're really good at that. I think both AD carries are just gonna play Zeri whenever they want. That's like they're both just kind of farming players, skill to late and team fight. So and their mids, both these mids are really good with your champ pools as well. I think Klexo is definitely more aggressive though than Jinkall, but Jinkall knows what he needs to carry games. You know, I think he's the deserved MVP for sure this season.
Yeah, I mean, got the MVP award. I think it's well deserved, like you said. I think it's yet again, it kind of drives me back to like the community. Community is very much so like, Jinkall can't be beat. I think the interesting thing that I think about, and we've talked about it, me and Shibby have said it before, and Shibby, I don't know if you still feel the same way, but Jinkall, probably the king in the mid lane, right? Just insanely good, can't be stopped, is just happy to sit back and pop off 15 to 20 minutes into a game and just end a game by themselves. On the other hand, Klexo is somebody you can't mention without talking about Doubtful. That duo, I feel like, is so consistent and strong. They got that best friend synergy, you know? Like, I look over at that and it makes me immediately go like, all right, yeah, sure, it favors scaling, but Doubtful Klexo, they're quite a strong pair.
Yeah, I mean, I always talked about it, right? When you talked about the MEC All-Pro and stuff like that, I can't imagine a team where it's Jinkall and Doubtful as the mid-jungle duo. Like, that would just go kind of crazy, right? In the same way that Klexo and Castle are the more supportive, or you could argue, pieces to their like mid-jungle duo. Yeah, I think Castle and Jinkall, I think they work well together in the sense that Castle will do anything for Jinkall to make sure that he's like fine in lane. He'll cover him on ganks. He'll shove lane out, let him get the reset. Like, there's a lot of stuff that GVU does to support Jinkall. And like you said, Levi, yeah, he deserves the MVP. But I think you put a couple different team members around him, maybe actually Jinkall doesn't have that stellar performance. I think that team is very, very good. We are actually going to go into the draft. I'm getting confirmation that we're finally in. Levi, thank you so much for joining us on this analyst desk. It's just going to be me and Travi for the cast here. He'll be back after this game 1 here. So Levi, go have some fun. Go beat some kids in Super Smash Bros. And come back for game 2.
Oh, no, I'm going to watch this game, bro. Good luck, guys. Look, have a good cast.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. Purdue Northwest Grandview University Grand Finals. Purdue Northwest over on the blue side, Grandview over onto the red side. We're going to go ahead and get into this pick and ban phase. As my co-caster just said, Shibby, we got the opinions of a lot of our pros. You've got some ideas of where they're going to go after MEC Finals happens. But we're here in the right now. And Grandview, reigning, defending champion of 3 years. And they started off with a 4th.
I mean, that's crazy, right? Like, they want to keep the crown on their head 4 years in a row, unprecedented potentially, right? For GVU, I think they've already cemented themselves as the kings of MEC, but can they be the lords, right? Can they be the gods of MEC? That's where it gets kind of crazy, right? Like, after 3, okay, they own it. They run the MEC. But after that, it gets a little bit more wacky. And Purdue Northwest, we talked about this team very early on. I mean, I talked to the coach, some of the players. This team was built to win the MEC, right? They got to practice and scrim well beforehand. We saw them at the 66 Invitational like 8 months ago, right? This team was playing. They've been on everybody's radar, very hyped. They've clawed their way back through losers bracket. They've run the gauntlet, Travi, and they want a crack at the Kings here. And a best-of-5 series, patch 14.7, Purdue Northwest might just do it. They've got the players.
Check it out. Already see the bans coming through. Azir was re-enabled this weekend. So we have some Azir play. Not going to have that contested pick between both of these teams. It's Purdue Northwest that have first pick ready to go for themselves. And you can see the respect. So much familiarity between both of these champion pools coming out. Curious, what is Purdue Northwest wanting to first pick prioritize for themselves here? This makes a lot of sense. It's the highest pick rate champion of the MEC Varus.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised. There's been a ton of Jinx priority recently, at least in, the pro scene, tier 2, and obviously in this last day of playoffs, right, that we had yesterday. Tons of Jinx, tons of Zeri. That mini scaling meta that we've opted into, I think, like you said, and like Levi said, kind of favors GVU, as this pick has been rearing its ugly head here.
This is Nautilus. This is a Nautilus, apparently, is what I just heard through production. So there was a mess up in the draft. So the Nautilus ban is actually a Rek'Sai ban. That's a Nautilus. So that makes a little bit more sense. Yes. Especially for Pluto, because Pluto is on interview yesterday was just like, yo, Nautilus is kind of goated when I have him because I can go 0-6 and I can still make that one dredge line that ends a game.
Yeah. I mean, he just has that team fight vision as well, right? Pluto is just really able to, regardless of what he does in lane, whether it becomes Plutint or Pluto, he just finds the team fight wins. He plays around Fog of War very well. And yeah, this Rek'Sai is actually a Nautilus, and Nautilus Jinx, high priority, good lockdown. But the counter pick that we've been seeing that at least does really effective into the lane, the Braum, right? You hook in as Nautilus and you take a ton of punishment. The Winter's Bite plus the concussive blows allows you to just kind of trade back and kind of punish this GVU bot lane. Now, outside of lane, it can get a little bit more tricky, right? Because the depth charge comes in. You don't really have a lot of time to react if you're the Braum. It can be really rough. The volley bear coming in is a flex pick for PNW, right? Doubtful's played it and Prank has played it early on, so you can still keep that flexibility. But there it is. Jinkall is more than happy to lock in the other scaling option that we've been seeing across the MEC and across some other leagues. The Aurelian Soul that has gained so much popularity is in GVU's hands.
Not just popularity for Jinqual, but they played it yesterday in their series against Ottawa to be able to get into the grand finals in their game 1. I believe the scoreline was like a 12-0 game from the Aurelian Soul. Didn't die inside that game either. Was a monstrous scaler. Was the turning point for GVU. So now you have this contingency plan locked in, like you were talking about. It's very popular for this very reason. I like the respect being shown here by GVU. The first thing they get rid of is the Sylas. Kletso on Sylas would be a problem against this team composition with the depth charge and the Aurelian Soul ultimate there to be able to yoink already. It makes so much sense, and it's such an aggressive laner that can get up in the face of Jinqual, what they do not want. And I like as well the respect being shown by Purdue Northwest. They said, we watched your games yesterday. Castle, you like Viego? Well, we're going to have to break your heart on this one.
Yeah, I think those mini reset compositions that teams have been opting in for, right? Jinx Viego, Jinx Ari, or like Ari and Aatrox. Like, all these reset champions have been popping up, so limiting the amount of damage they can do across these team fights, because all it takes is one kill, and then that team composition just starts rolling through team fights here. Banning away the junglers. I think it's an interesting strategy because I think we've always held the idea that Castle will just play anything and everything for his team. He's been down now to what, his maybe third, fourth best champion. I have not been a fan of teams randomly locking in Sejuani when they don't really have a ton of melee threats. I'm hoping GVU doesn't do that. Maokai is still on the table. That provides a lot of peel potential and engage. We've also got stuff like the Lee Sin that's on the table, right? Super popular. And, oh, what do you know? Castle's picking up Lee Sin.
Castle Lee Sin. This is a champion that they have made their name known on quite a bit of times. Inside of GVU's most clutch moments, you will see Castle piloting this. I'm excited just because I know that Castle, and I've talked to him about patch notes in the past, he'll always start off with, was there a Lee Sin change inside of it? All right, I'm not worried about it. Like, Castle is one of the OGs inside the MEC for this. Oh, yo, we got a Diana?
Is this going mid or is this going jungle? Like, jungle Diana got a bunch of buffs, the attack speed. Like, this is a wrinkle in the plan, right? And I think what a lot of teams expected, or a lot of people expected for PNW or Purdue Northwest to come out on top, is that they got to bring something different. They've got to bring something spicy. You cannot play this stock standard game, and they're gonna go Diana Yasuo in the bot or in the game here. That's a mid jungle duo. We haven't seen this combo in a while, Travesty.
It's been a minute, but you know what? If I'm going to look for a pair to be able to do this, remember last time in Purdue Northwest when they came down to the land, they said, Koto, Doubtful, we can't separate you. Let's just put you bot lane together since we have a substitute coming through here, right? They play these kind of compositions where they have that synergy, and we talked about it before the game. Now, on the opposite foot, you got to go ahead and lock in something for yourself. You save last pick. You say Strip Proctor. Your Udyr's gone. Let's go ahead and lock in your second most successful champion inside the league. Let's get into Cassante.
Yeah, he was playing a ton of Ornn yesterday. I think Ornn would hyper-indexed into the scaling a little bit too much, right? You've already got the Aurelion Soul. You've already got the Jinx. Let's find a way to isolate some of these targets on Purdue Northwest side. Very excited for this mid-jungle. Diana Yasuo is a deadly combination. If it jumps onto you, R plus R is insane. And we talked about the potential flex for Volibear. And yeah, it's going to be Volibear top for Prank. I think one individual that we didn't really talk about, and I think that Purdue Northwest has done a really good job, supporting them, is Winking in this bottom lane, right? I think he's had a phenomenal season. Very mechanically talented and gifted player. He's new to competitive this year, right? And in his first year in collegiate, his first year in Purdue Northwest, they make it to Grands, right? Like, that is an achievement of itself. And so we're going to see how this Winking Toponer bot lane matches up. You've got the old wise sage sensei Toponer, who's been in the league for a little bit, guiding the young, mechanically gifted Winking here. And you've got Nightstar and Pluto, tried and true GVU combo, looking to kind of squash those plans. I think Purdue Northwest have come out with something hot. They've come out with something spicy, and GVU, they just want to play their own game and say, you know what? Regardless what you throw our way, we will just dominate the MEC like we always have.
I feel like a lot of this early game, go ahead and bring it in. We got to go ahead and look at, if you're GVU and you're looking to facilitate this early to mid-game transition, because you don't want to fall behind, right? You can team fight fantastically, but we did see how they could struggle against Ottawa yesterday, where they did find themselves in situations where they were down 5k gold. They still won both of those games through some superior team fighting, through playing their team fighting. But Castle now on this Lee Sin has a little bit more to facilitate the early to mid, get things going. They're not item dependent. They're looking to just put feet to faces. And with Pluto in the flank, I'm expecting to see this jungle support duo make something happen to give Grandview their start, to get themselves in this game nice and strong. Here we go. Game number 1, Grand Finals. Purdue Northwest, Grandview. Go head to head. Game number 1 begins right now.
Ooh, and both these teams just starting out on a 5-point defense. Did we get spec bugged? It's 30 seconds in. The game is paused.
No.
Guys?
No. Don't say it. Don't you dare.
Season 14? Season 14?
Is it season 14? Is it season 14, Def?
Is it a season 14 gap, guys? 30 seconds into the game. And I think, unfortunately, we have gotten spectator bug travesty.
Yeah. Levi, that's an accurate representation of that. Bro, what the hell is up with Spectate client? This patch is trash.
Skarner, dude, tinfoil hat.
Skarner.
It's
Delete
Skarner.
if it's the issue.
Skarner has messed everything up. Okay, we had this spec bug like a couple patches ago. Remember? Like, it was, I think it was like 4 or 5 weeks ago, and it wasn't happening this often. And I think it's when they released Smolder, unironically. Then they release Skarner, same thing happens. I'm pretty sure every time they release a new champion, something gets messed up with Spectator. They do something with it. Skarner has been the reason, in my opinion, because of the terrain stuff or something, dude. Like, it has been like really, really messed up.
Come on, Riot. Fix it. They fixed it on Tournament Realm. I don't see why they can't fix it on regular.
Supposedly. So what I heard is that the big four tournament realm codes have been really good. Everybody else that has journey codes is like so I don't know. It's really weird.
I ran into it earlier on inside the week too, because I've been doing some Midwest. There's a Midwest rec league that actually reached out to me and was just like, hey, we would really like a bunch of casual players that just are come together, like league fans in the Midwest, and they're like, hey, we came together and made our own league. Would you mind when you have free time coming in and cast some of the games? It's like, yeah, sure. I got in there, new patch hit. Bro, I couldn't get into a single game. It's rough. It's rough. Hopefully, Riot fixes it. Where do we send in the bug splat report? Where do we do that on broadcast? Do we just send them the feed?
No, we gotta get Clippy. We gotta be like, Clippy, what do you think, guys? Like, what do you think is gonna happen? Okay, I mean, we can talk about the team compositions just a little bit here before we obviously throw it a break. You said Purdue Northwest had to come with something different. Is this spicy enough? Is Diana Yasuo the winning combination?
I will say, if they win this game, it changes draft for like the whole series. It's kind of crazy what they're pulling. I respect it because it's best of 5, right? They're going hard into early game, early mid, like jungle duo. That's their identity. So I guess they kind of know that maybe they can't out team fight GVU late game. They want to play like this. I respect it, but I do think, like I said before, the mini meta at the LAN has been scaling. So if they don't win this game, it's gonna be rough for them for the rest of the series.
I mean, are you surprised that Wind King took Varus instead of Jinx? I felt like they should have just gone like a scaling pick, but they ended up opting for the Varus here.
Yeah, Jinx B1 is not the best, to be fair. So I think Varus, he probably thought it was a better first pick, or his coach did. But I don't know if Varus is the best for this LAN specifically. Like I said, I think a scaling AD would have been better, and it fits his style because he's not an aggressive player. When I play against him, I can tell he's trying to farm for late game. Same with Nightstar. They're actually the identical player. Like they're the same player, if I'm being honest. So I would have liked him playing Zeri or Jinx, maybe further down the draft. I don't know about Varus B1. I think they could have B1 Volibear in my opinion, but we'll see how it goes.
I get that. Yeah, because the flexibility of the Volibear. It makes sense. I personally am still such a big fan of the fact that you brought it up, how Purdue Northwest are kind of changing the identity, right? You've talked about the meta at the LAN has been this team fighting, like after 20 minutes, let's team fight kind of meta, and GVU's been on top of that. Yo, I like the fact that Purdue Northwest recognize that and say, row, fight the power, and say, all right, yo, we do things our way, right? We do it our style. They have their own thing that they're looking to do. They're looking to play their game. You know what? If you're going to make a cornerstone of your team composition, I like the fact that they also put it around their top performers in their early to mid with this jungle duo. So I like this a lot. I think in terms of a composition, I think they showed a lot of prep over the time frame. And I'm actually kind of curious if this was always the game plan from Purdue Northwest going into the LAN, and they're like, get it? Maybe. Or they saw the LAN and they were like, yo, this meta's forming. Let's go ahead and cook up something.
Actually, I saw them at dinner last night. They were talking about Diana Yasuo.
Oh, okay. No leaks. No other leaks, but that's fine. That's already been. So
I'm actually joking. I'm joking. I did see them at dinner, but I didn't hear what they were talking about.
What were they getting? Let me ask that. That's very important. Applebee's.
Yeah. Well, we didn't have much choice. It was pretty late. I think Ottawa and Purdue, we went to Applebee's.
Yeah,
Applebee's after LAN does hit.
Oh, I have something to say. A lot of my players got sick after that, so.
Oh,
Purdue,
never mind.
I hope they're not sick.
Purdue.
I hope.
The food poisoning.
Hopefully they're not
Applebee's.
Yeah. Fair enough. Hopefully they're not. Hopefully the Applebee's hasn't knocked them out. Applebee's is 1-0 against MEC right now.
Are we sure this is not a pause? Bathroom break? No?
Yeah, it might be.
Okay.
Did you see one of the players run? Yo, Joe, somebody check Grandview's sponsors. Maybe they're sponsored by Applebee's. They send their regards.
Maryville, McDonald's. Grandview Applebee's. All right. Well, Travesty.
You know what? I'm not going to go get Applebee's. I'm going to send this over to a short break, though, and I'm going to chill, relax as we get everything sorted, figured out, and we will be right back after this short break. So make sure you do not touch that browser.
so it's A-okay. Lutz is walking confidently forward. Check out Jinhua on the side. They've got this guy's descent. They're going to lay in a good amount of damage inside this fight. They're going to be able to find both the carries. Levi's going to go down as Nightsaw finds the flank. Jinhua finishes them off. Grandview fully routing to gold. Everything. But check out Riverside with that malignance going in. Gets 2 kills. Jinhua looking to do some cleanup duty, but they get hit with the finish. Make it hit with an exclamation mark. But Jinhua with flawless execution in the backline. It's the double.
Can't really walk up here reliably, and look at what Jinqua's about to do to this team.
He does get rooted up, but it doesn't matter. He goes flying all over.
Apparently, as they are just eating up every single one of those cupcakes that have been left out in the bakery. Paranoia is going to come on in. That's the invisible shockwave. You never saw it coming. Absolutely decimated. Orion missed the shockwave as well. Castle has rejoined the fray all the way back from the base. It's a quadra kill. Will it be our first penta? It will be penta kill for Jinhua.
Yeah. Ooh, ooh, ooh. She gon' bust it. She gon' rush it. Ooh, she gon' yeah. What's up, baby? Tell me how you get the one up on me. Aye. And I know you ain't playing round. You about to have me down on one knee. Aye. I got that soul. Now she done came and snatched the soul out of me. Aye. She got that gold. She close enough. She open up. You go to sleep. Aye. Now if you ever get to meet her, better keep a shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. She go below the belt, you better go for half a shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. I wanna be her man. Now I'm a believer. She used both hands. Now I'm a believer. Yeah. Big gun, baby. I'ma pull it out and shooting my shot. I got a feeling I can bust it, baby. Trust me, baby, I do this a lot. She do that roll. Now I'ma double tap that booty like I did. She take that pole. All the way down that choking sign gon' make me ski. I'll ski. Yeah, now if you ever get to meet her, better keep a shot about to make a supersonic man out of you. She go below the belt, you better go back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome on back to the MEC Grand Finals. We're ready to get into some things. We have Game 1. It has gone through. We're going to go ahead and go through the passages of time here, see what we got going in. Not going to go through the entirety of the game, but joining us on the journey because we're doing this, got Levi here joining me and Shibby. And this is good because, you know, Levi, I don't know if you know this about both me and Shibby. We do not play League competitively like that. So,
wow.
Yeah, Shibby plays at Demon Hours on solo queue. I've played competitive before. I haven't played competitive in a long time. So I'm glad to actually have your expert opinion on like how some of these plays turn out and whatnot.
Glad to be here. Who better than the player who lost to both of these teams yesterday, right?
Bro, I bring him up. Levi sinks it on down. Here we go. First clip of everything that went on. We do not know the results of what happened, but you can see the speed up and how the position goes in through here. Shibby, how you feeling looking at this? They just got Dragon.
Seems like a typical Dragon fight, right? They're going to fight you at 5 minutes. Looks like Castle goes in. Doesn't look like this fight's actually coordinated as well for GVU. Purdue Northwest is already super together. Levi, was that what? This isn't what GVU does, right? Like they're way more put together.
Yeah, look how separated they are. This is not how GVU normally fights. Lexo is going crazy though.
Yeah, Klutzo had a good thing. I like what Jinqual does at the beginning of that fight though. Gets over repositions, but now it is going to be a trade. It's a 2-for-2 to go into things. A little bit of a shaky start from Grandview, but yet again, some of the standard stuff that we have seen where Grandview does kind of just reposition inside the fight. Jinquil coming out big is still a very important thing to take note of. That positioning is still there. Levi, you actually had to play against it yesterday. That Aurelian Soul that was constantly repositioning in that fight. Kind of walk me through it. Is there like a breakdown where you guys are like, dude, Aurelian Soul's just breathing on us from the other side of the wall. What are we doing?
Yeah, well, against us, what Jinquil was doing was he would come in a little late. Like he would come in late in the fight. You kind of lose track of him sometimes. It's really important. You have to mark him. You have to remember. But while he's, in fog hiding, there's Pluto going crazy, like looking for hooks. So it's really hard to focus on everything at the same time. But in that fight, it looked like a 4v5. There was TP advantage. Brank was not in that fight. So 2-for-2. They got the Dragon too. 4-for-5. Purdue's happy.
Yeah. And both kills onto Yasuo. I mean, hey, that's pretty good. We love that. So let's go ahead and take a look at this next clip here as it looks like we're starting around the top. Okay, no, it's a bot lane play again.
Where else?
Yeah, Pluto is in a bit of trouble. Goes for the hook. That's a 4v3, and so I'm a little confused. Maybe there's Jinquil coming in late to the fight again. I want to know if he's actually going to be able to turn this.
No. Yeah, well, he got caught out. Like he comes in late, but he got into that was a mispositioning. I feel like from Jinqual, right? Just came into the fight, was immediately caught out. Good use of the ultimate, and then Prank actually solo killing Strick topside.
Wow.
I think this is what Levi
run away. Yeah.
I think this is what Levi said, right? He's like, "Oh, they're yelling. I can hear them yelling." And it's Prank. And
This was probably a play.
Prank and Poner were yelling. Oh my god.
I mean, that was a clutch exhaust by Poner. That fight. Nightstar kind of played it a little wrong there, I would say. Missed a lot of abilities. Pluto is definitely not in sync with his team. When Pluto's not in sync with his team, GVU is going to fall.
I've been surprised at how good Toponer has been, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Most improved player, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
For a role swap.
Yeah, it was it's good to see for Toponer and like how Toponer has been playing inside of the league and making things happen. And you know, yet again, a bot lane play. I do like, Levi, that you had the comment of where else as we got into that play. Levi, I gotta ask, as a bot laner, you're seeing these plays happen. I'm gonna go ahead and take a rare guess that bot lane's also gonna be involved in our Nets replay. How does it feel, bot lane? You know, the pressure's always coming down towards y'all.
Yeah, I mean, I think we thrive in it. I mean, I know we're not in the final, but I think at Ottawa we were the best at playing around bot lane and like jungle bot lane. So we were kind of used to all these teams playing around bot lane. We thrive in it. It seems like Pretty is playing better around their bot lane this series, which is good to see. They're playing the early game well, which is gonna strike fear into GVU. They can't play AFK scaling anymore, which is good. Yeah.
Our next clip is right before Baron spots up, 18 minutes in, and wow, what a catch onto Nightstar. Dude, nobody's around.
Wow.
Jinkall comes late. Huge ultimate, right? The Sky's Descend version. So he's going to stave off a lot more aggression here. And it always feels like in the back of my head, right now, you see the objective bounties going on. I think RMC brought a good point up yesterday, where it's like, if you have the Jinx, if you have the Aurelion Soul, how much gold are you up after the 20-minute mark will buy you that much time afterwards, right? So if you're 7K gold up, you have until 27 minutes to end the game against Aurelion Soul and Jinx. And I think that's a pretty apt description, right? Because eventually they just win, right? Like Aurelion Soul and Jinx, as we get into the next replay, looks like a blue buff denial, not even a minute and a half after, and there goes Pluto.
Yet again, check out Jinqual over here on the back end of the fight, though. Coming in, gets a nice ultimate yet again, but the damage feels done. Look at how scrambled Grandview are in the fight.
Yeah. You can see how split Pluto is with the rest of his team. But usually when he hooks, everyone's converging on that target, one-shotting them. This game, it looks like he's really split from his team. They're not on the same page. I like Braum into Pluto as a player, actually. We at Ottawa, we love picking Braum into Pluto. I'm sure he's scared of that champ because it's really good into his play style.
He's a mustache and he gets scared. Oh man, I like it a lot. I also had taken note about the fact that Grandview did, even yesterday against y'all's game, and I don't know if y'all felt the same way as the players inside of it. GVU felt a little bit more scrambled inside the early to mid inside of the last game. Now, we didn't see Jinqual die. We didn't see the mispositioning errors that we've seen so far in these replays. But they did kind of spread out a lot until it started getting into moments where Pluto was able to hit those hooks at like the 25-minute mark, and then Aurelion Soul could follow up.
Yeah, I would say their Castle and Jinqual, they're pretty stable early game, but their bot lane, Pluto and Nightstar, you can definitely get at them early game. It looks like they're forcing a lot of fights around bot lane with this Diana Yasuo trolling the river a lot. So I like that they pulled off the strat, and it seems to be working. It's a good way to go after GVU and their weaknesses. Oh, a fight in top lane.
Yeah, and a massive combo.
Right? The bot laners are up there. Never mind.
Oh, yeah. They rotated around. There's a Baron buff up there. Of course they got to go. But, I mean, check it out, right? This is a fight. Triple kill that goes on to Doubtful. Also, something that you haven't been able to take note of because we haven't seen the objective. Ocean Soul already played.
That means soul. 20 minutes.
That's crazy. Perfect.
Yeah. Wow, I like that. PNW is actually showing that you don't have to go late in this land. You know, the mini meta, they're breaking it.
I mean, define it, right? Like, you don't want to be defined by the meta. At times, you want to be the one who's defining it, right? You want to go to an event and you want everybody to be like, yeah, everybody was doing this, but you know what? We showed out. And that is what Purdue Northwest, I feel like that's their kind of style. And we got our last clip here, and it feels pretty Purdue favored.
Hopefully they can close it out. GVU's late game. You always got to worry about GVU's late game.
Oh, Purdue Northwest, they get caught out a little bit, but look at Klexo. Oh my God. Just weaving through, gets caught out. Don't tell me they end up with a base.
Wait a second. Like, they're just running at them. They spent so much time. We're 25 minutes into a game. This is quicker than any other game has ended. I mean, they're just getting taken out. They don't have the tools to deal with this. They don't have Aurelion Soul.
Jinx, go back, Jinx. Owner, look at him. He's chasing the Jinx down. My goat.
Yeah.
The Braum is stopping the Jinx, and they're ending the game. That's crazy. Well played.
Are you sure that it's just Pluto's nightmares, Braum? Because I think Nightstar might have a new nightmare.
Let's see a Braum band. Wow, 24 minutes. Wow, nice.
Levi. Yeah, Levi, you talked about, you know, a lot of games don't end 25 minutes in.
Yeah.
There's a different play style. You talked about how if they win this draft, it changes the series, right? It changes what becomes priority. It doesn't seem, maybe it's not a Diana Yasuo issue. Does GVU start banning out Braum? Is it like the ultimate counter? Like, it feels like they broke GVU's playstyle in game one.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels weird to have to put a ban on Braum. But, I mean, in their history, even last year, I would say, like, the only time we beat them, we played Braum. I think Braum is just good into GVU, you know, but I don't know if they'll ban it. But it seems like, yeah, like I was saying, they kind of broke the mini meta here. I know it's just one game, but them winning this game actually means a lot for the rest of the series. That they can't just draft a Soul Jinx like this and not get punished, you know?
What do you want if Braum is taken off the table? Like, right, Levi, you're bot lane right now. Braum has been banned. You're facing Nightstar Pluto inside a lane. For me, I'm kind of like, yo, Alistar looking kind of nice right now, you know? Like, what would you feel like?
I personally, I like, yesterday we played, I think, Tom Kinch and Thresh. Like, those are two good picks as well. You can play defensively, and you can also play them aggressively in lane if you're good at the champs, like Plux. Shout out Plux.
Maybe a Plux gap. Maybe Plux can just play it offensively in the lane.
Yeah.
I feel like the big thing is punishing Pluto on his overaggression, right? So like when he hooks in, if you are the Thresh in that case, you can counter hook and just kind of keep him in place. Tom Kench as well. You can kind of eat whoever he depth charge. That's a really big like denial. But yeah, I mean, being able to be punished on the Aurelion Sol and Jinx.
Yeah.
I know Dreyer is like a cook. He always cooking new draft stuff. He's a smart dude. There's a reason they've won 3 times in a row. But it almost feels like this team composition is kind of fundamental to Grandview's core of how they like to play. Like, are we going to see an Aurelion? Are we going to see like a Jin Call, Akali game now? Like what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it can be kind of rough.
Yeah, I don't know if is GVU going to transition to a more early mid-game focus comp, because that's not really their forte. So it'll be interesting to see for sure. Game 2.
Yeah, I do wonder, because we talked a lot about bot lane. I mean, obviously, Kleto had a phenomenal game with the Yasuo. We got to see that the Diana popped off in one of those clips, getting a triple kill inside of a play. Like, there's a lot of things going right for Purdue Northwest inside that composition. It's a pretty volatile one, right? Diana, Yasuo, you're either to the moon or you're down in the dirt, right? There's no in between in regards to that kind of a composition. But it's also, we saw inside of some of those clips, we saw it look like that all across the table, it did feel like Purdue Northwest was kind of gapping GVU inside of these different instances inside a lane, and even into the top side, right? Do you say, all right, I'm going to take Cassante again into the Volibear? Because remember, that was their choice they wanted to have, and we saw in one of those clips, the prank solo killing on the volley.
Yeah. I think Cassante probably lost a lot of his lane pressure when he TP'd on that early Dragon 4v5. Kind of screwed his lane probably. And it's Prank punished it. So, I mean, I know Strict Proctor as a player, he wants to play around his team. He's not more like a lane phase player, so it's good to see Prank punish that.
the normal top laner, they're selfish. They're greedy. They want those tower plates early on, you know? Like, that's exactly how you have to play it. I'm personally in love with the fact of how Purdue Northwest ended up going into it. Looks like we're going into the next draft here in the next couple of minutes. They're staying on same sides. Levi, do you actually think this is the right take for the side of Grandview? Is it good for Grandview to stay on red side and try to opt for that counter pick? And where do you think they're going to try and utilize that counter pick instead of maybe top lane?
I think they will use their counter pick for mid lane for sure this series. They want to get Jinkall more involved. I don't know. They might try to get him a better lane into Dynayasu if it comes out again. Because I think they really need to connect their mid and bot lane. That's the way they're going to win this series.
I like it. How about you, Shippy? Are you got a point of contention that you're looking at? If you're going to stick on the same side, are you looking at this game and going like, all right, yeah, no, top lane, you're going to pick a tank. Cool. Best of luck. Jinkwall, buddy, MVP, come here. You're not playing Aurelion Sol until, round 5. We're picking you last.
I think there could be some merit into just picking your top lane early if you are going to play a tank. Maybe saving counter pick for something that is just like decimates Purdue Northwest's composition. If they are going to play like these dive heavy stuff, Poppy's still on the table. I know Castle can play it. I don't know if Proctor has Poppy in his repertoire of champions, but if Castle can bring it out, I think that's something that would like really decimate some of these kind of team compositions, because it's not just Diana Yasuo, right? I feel like maybe they could play Ari Vi, right? Ari Viego, those kinds, anything that's like very snap trigger dive heavy. It seems like Purdue Northwest really want to put the pressure on the GVU early.
Yeah.
Any kind of champion that just kind of plays defender and stalwart stat, Poppy being one of the best ones. You can also go for more peel heavy tanks like Maokai, stuff like that. I think that just allows GVU to reset the pace in the fights. You just throw down grasping roots and they're like, okay, we're going to reposition and let's fight again. I think GVUs might stick to the same playstyle, but they're going to have more hard counters to what Purdue Northwest has once they see those 5 champions locked in on blue side.
Yeah, I just want to touch on one more thing as well. The Nautilus at this LAN, Nautilus has been god tier pick. For Purdue to win against Nautilus, it means a lot for the rest of the series, I think. Because usually blue side, a lot of teams have been B1ing Nautilus and picking it early, So Pluto on a different champ might be the move.
Maybe it's time for the return of the Rel or the Rakan, right?
Yeah, he's really good at those 2 champs. And also their R5 Cassandre, maybe they'll probably not do that again for the next game.
Yeah. I mean, it's the age-old thing of like, I think Shippy said it best. You can pick a tank top laner a lot of times. I think the biggest thing you have to watch out for is Prank is a player who has been around, has tenure, has a lot of experience. We have been giving them a lot of crud. They've been catching strays all season long because they've been playing more for the team, playing the Karma, playing the more tank style. But we remember back in the day, the Gwen for a Prank was something
I remember.
Flashbacks, PTSD. Travi, what are you doing to Levi? First you ask him, what was the bot lane that lives in your head? Instant. Aaron Pluto. Now it's like the Gwen, dude. We are not treating Levi correctly here, Travis.
My bad, Levi. I'll treat you one of these times at a LAN. I got you.
It's okay.
I'll treat you something different than Applebee, so you don't think I'm trying to, get you sick or anything like that.
Oh, they don't look sick. 24-minute win.
Right?
Applebee's buff.
Applebee's buff.
They tried to slip something into the food, but GVU didn't realize those are sensu beans that they slid in there. It looks like Purdue Northwest looking revitalized, looking into it. But let's go ahead and get ready for things, Levi. It's been a pleasure getting to have you here for it. We're going to go ahead and send it on over to our draft. This time, Levi.
Yeah.
We're going to have a game to watch here for you here. So you'll be able to sit back, relax, lean back, get the catch into a game. So let's go ahead and get into the draft. See what we got cooking here between these 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, the world has been trying to deny the Travesty Shippy cast for a while.
Dude,
Travesty,
right?
I don't, it's been a while since we've casted together, right? Obviously, Rick MEC together, we were tier 3, we've done C-Law. It's been a minute. I remember you obviously saw me eating a bite of cheese on last C-Law Top 32. Hopefully, we can recreate some of those moments later on this year. But Purdue Northwest and GVU getting into Game 2 draft, like you mentioned, Hannah Yasuo just kind of spiced things up, and now GVU's got to be like, well, what can we do, right? I think we both had our kind of reservations about the R5 Strict Proctor tank. That's not something you do. I feel like you have a very strong feeling of like, why are we R5ing a tank anyways?
Yeah, it's a bit off, right? And I do think, yet again, it's a fear of, all right, what's Prank going to pull out if we just let him have counterpick into our tank top, right? And it's a point of contention. I feel like now GVU, they have to have a little bit more fear into it. And look at this already, actually, a little bit of an adaptation. They get rid of the Nard, they get rid of Gwen as well. They didn't get rid of Gwen in the first ban phase last time around. So this tells me that they're going to look to pick that tank top a little bit sooner because they are afraid of that Gwen just get dropped.
Yeah, and Ornn specifically, right? Proctor's been playing a ton of it. Yesterday, Gwen, fabulous into Ornn, right? Absolutely just free lane. You can't match her in the side lane. I like how they're taking out the Udyr. Travesty, you talked about the MEC pod. Why are we not banning this guy's tanks? Why are we not picking on Strict Proctor? I think Purdue Northwest are removing some of these champion pools and saying, Prank, whatever you want to do, we believe in it. The Rek'Sai getting removed. That was a pick that reared its ugly head yesterday. We saw absolutely how busted it is. Full rage bar goes into the tunnel. Guys, I'm back. I'm full HP. Where's the party?
It's the Udyr problem from the very beginning of the MEC, where you do see that they kind of have that infinite sustain glitch enabled. But something that has always been enabled throughout the entirety of the MEC has been Varus. Yet again, first pick, yet again, highest pick rate in the entirety of the MEC. Yet again, there is a reason for it. And Winking, who's happy to play this carry role, have a little bit of that utility. But on the flip side of things, as some things change, they stay the same.
Yep, Jinx being taken over here. And now the question is, what are we going to pair up with it support-wise? They're actually going to end up taking the Zins out. This is another pick that is really good at denying those dive compositions as well, because the cool thing you can do with the crush and sweep is at the moment they come in, you go, all right, get back out, you're out of here, you're kicked out, closing time, we're fine, no, the store's not open, I know it's 10:01 p.m. and you arrived at 9:59, I'm not opening the doors, it's not happening. And I think that's really what Xin Zhao can excel at, and it brings that safety onto the Jinx, because you cannot do damage unless you're in the circle. I like it because it has also been getting banned away from Castle in the later phases.
Yeah, and it was banned last game inside the second phase, as you were just talking about. The Volibear, yet again, I like this as an early pick because it is a flex. We saw it have great success for Prank into the tank matchup. That Drain Tank Volibear top is very, very difficult to have to deal with. Nobody enjoys having to. That is Diana yet again. No Yasuo just yet. This is spicy. Purdue Northwest have the option to do a lot of flexing already.
Ooh, and GVU are just going to lock the Nautilus in for Pluto. I think it's cool if they can lock this in and just ban out Yasuo Braum, right? I think GVU are probably going to run with that, and they're going to try to test Purdue Northwest champion pool just a little bit. They'll be like, all right, you got what you wanted. What happens when you take these champions and we take some of those big pieces away from you? When we take the Braum, we've got to put Toponer on something else, who honestly has been fantastic this season, right? Deserved most improved. Has played Nico support, Blitzcrank, Tom Kench, obviously Nautilus himself, busted out the Bard yesterday, was fantastic on that. I feel like Toponer has really come into his own in this support role and being able to guide Winking and the rest of these new guys, right? It feels like Prank and Toponer are the two, like, senseis, and it's doubtful Klexo and Winking being guided along the path, saying, don't worry, we'll take you to one championship just this once.
I feel like I'm getting flashbacks to the old Prank as who was it? Prank was the rap
Master
from
Splinter.
Yeah, Master Splinter. Yes, the Master Splinter thing coming along. He was doing it with GVU last season. Now he's doing it over here for Purdue Northwest. Kind of taking him along. I'm curious on the Nets pick. They're going to ban out yet another mid laner. It wouldn't surprise me actually if they got rid of Aurelion Sol, but it is the Azir that they're currently hovering, which is a very strong champion for Jinqual as well. And who knows, they might think they put the fear in Jinqual to say, Aurelion Sol, are you sure you might want to lock that in against us?
Yeah, you don't have the snappiness of the Diana Yasuo available, but as we all know, Yasuo has a cool older brother, right? A really cool guy.
Really? Is he cool?
Yeah, I think he's kind of cool. You know, he's not that different. I mean, obviously can't do the crazy R+R, but still has the ability to combo up with the Diana. I wouldn't be surprised if Klexo has that in his back pocket. Typically, if you play Yasuo, you are also a Yone player, right? That's just kind of defaulted at that
You're kind
point.
of stuck with that. You can't escape accusations.
Yeah, you can't escape it. Yeah, no, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. And so we might end up seeing that. We might seeing some other Wombo coming in here, right? Diana could also be piloted mid, and we could be last picking jungle. There's still a lot of flexibility here. The fact that Purdue Northwest have locked it in so early speaks to the fact that they believe it's flexible, and it feels like Volibear is going to go topside. They're going to go with what is going to be Diana and Irelia. So another AD mid popped in with Klexo here. A strong 2v2 once again. We'll be interested to see what Jinqual will pilot into the Irelia. There are some matchups here. We are going to see the Akali that I talked about. Okay, Jinqual says, you know what? No more scaling. Put the ball in my hands.
I like this. I was thinking about this when I saw the Diana. I was just like, all right, they didn't pick Aurelion Sol. They're not going to pick it here. If you last pick Aurelion Sol here, I'm going to lose my mind. Akali has been the pick that Jinqual has been popping off on every time they lock it in. It's rare when we get to see the Jinqual Akali come into play, right? We don't get to see it too terribly often, but we get to see flawless execution on the champion every single time. And we got Assassin versus Assassin in his own way in the mid lane, right? The Irelia. I think this is also our very first Irelia inside the MEC for this season. I don't know if we've gotten another one. If it was probably through Klexo as well, to be honest. But this is very exciting. We're on game number 2, and both these teams swinging for the fences in draft.
Yep, and there's going to be a slight delay I'm getting from production. There was a bug that happened. Will require a remake of the draft, but that gives us a little bit more time to talk about everything that is unfolding. And I know we talked about it. I know I'm going to harp on it all day. That mid 2v2, doubtful Klexo versus Jinqual and Castle. This is a high skill 2v2 matchup, right? Like Akali Zinzao, that's tough to play into. That's rough. But if you are on the side of doubtful and Klexo, Irelia Diana hit level 6. Oh, your life's a living hell, right? There's so much that can go wrong here. Strict Proctor as well picking up the Ornn. We talked about how the Gwen and the Narban specifically hinted towards that. So they do still have that late game scaling option with the Jinx, with the Ornn, the ornaments coming in. Feels like Purdue Northwest plan has been stifled just a little bit, Travesty.
Jimmy, I don't know if you've been checking, but I've been doing something real quick. I've been checking out my hands. Because I think what we got here is a straight up hands check to come out inside of this game number 2, right? Like both of them inside the mid jungle, right? We look at Frank and Stricker like, you guys are going to drool on each other in top lane. Fine, whatever. Do your thing. Bot lane, we're like, yeah, they're both going to scale up. You both want a team fight. That's fine. We got 2 hook champions, Toponer, Pluto. We're kind of like, okay, hold on. It's kind of interesting, you know, sliding in. But then we look over and we see yet again Klexo, Jinqual, Castle, doubtful, hands check enabled. Who has the better hands? And honestly, Purdue Northwest, they're the ones that have to be more active, right? They've got to be doing their wrist exercises, you know, making sure they're good to go, because they're the ones who, like you were just alluding to, level 6, great moment for you. Diana ult, hey, it's fantastic. Let the moon fall. You got the Irelia looking to go ahead and carve in a diamond into the rift, and you're trying to make things happen. You're trying to dance through the blades, activate your Bankai, whatever you want to call it, whatever power fantasy you want to live. Yo, you got to show up. It's not an easy combo, right? You're not doing a quarter circle forward. You got to do some sort of tiger knees, brother.
Yeah, you definitely got to go for the True King combo, and I don't know if GVU know that they can break out of it, right? Like, it's tough. You've got to wiggle right when the star comes in. There's a lot you've got to do here, but the elusiveness, the mobility of Jinqual in the MVP video There are 2 clips of Jinkall on Akali absolutely massacring teams, right? I know Jinkall doesn't seem like the Akali player, but he's added this champion to his repertoire. He was playing it last year to its utmost efficiency. He was on the Silas Akali matchup hype, was able to play both sides of the matchup and win, which was really crazy. That's what was like the big tipping point. If GVU win with this draft, I think similar to what Levi was talking about, it might just change and warp what Purdue Northwest want to do. And there's so much hype right now that your desk almost fell over.
I don't know, man. I look over at how things are going, and I just see like, yo, this composition, right? You got the hands check, we got everything that could possibly come about, everything that could come forward. I don't know. I'm looking at everything that is like the team fighting, the ornaments. By the way, Jinkwall from yesterday likes to do that double guys build where you have double to go the Leandries first into Riftmaker, like right off the get-go, which I think is pretty interesting. I think it's a cool thing that we're kind of seeing people adapt into the Akali gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, it essentially gives you that extra % stacking damage because the passives aren't unique. You can run Leandries, and then you can run the Haunting guys, and it'll give you 2% ramping damage, over X amount of time. And it just allows you to kind of stick into those extended team fights, especially when you've got all it stacked up, and then you do the perfect execution with the Akali. You will just be absolutely destroying people. And Wind King's got to be a little careful here, because with these immobile 80 carries, Ornn is such a fantastic pick, right? The long range engage. The moment you get knocked up, Akali and Xin Zhao are going to be on you, like white on rice, right? They're just going to be right on your tail, and there's nothing you can do about it. You'll be isolated from your teammates. You won't have any way to get out. So this Thresh pick for Wind King, or for its opponent, but obviously it's for Wind King to get out of these situations, is going to be crucial. Lantern usage is going to be the most important thing in these team fights. If Toponer's on point, if you can get Wind King out of those sticky situations and GVU blows their cooldowns and it's all for nothing, then Purdue Northwest have a very sick counter engage with the Diana, with the Volibear, who can just chase for eternity.
It's also the bot lane focus that we got to see from the highlights. Of course, we didn't get to see the full game, but we saw in the clips there was lots of plays that were happening around drag, and there was lots of plays happening around diving in tier 1, tier 2, and bot lane. You know what? Thresh adds another layer of safety to this, where you kind of have that all in with the Yasuo Diana ultimate combo, right? The last moonfall, if you want to call it. But you look over and you say, hey, yo, really, you want to go in? You want to hit him with that Vanguard's Edge? Hey, yo, you want to go in, blow him up real quick? Cool. Here's a lifeline for free. Like, they just throw the raft over, and immediately the play actually becomes safer in that degree. So keep an eye on Toponer's positioning inside of these dive scenarios and how they play them out, because sometimes as a Thresh, you don't want to be the one that initiates those dives. You want to be the person who's ready to position himself to get somebody out of harm's way when they're tanking those tower shots.
Yeah, I think Levi brought up a good point when he was on desk with us, that like Thresh can be played really defensively, right? There's a world where Pluto hooks in, he goes in, puts down depth charge, and then Toponer just drops all the CC onto him. The hook, the flay, the box, everything, as we finally get into game 2. Travesty, will we finally get to cast a game together?
Let's find out. We got 15 seconds to find out if there's going to be ourselves a little bit of a bug. But hey, yo, I'm ready for it. Game number 2, where you've seen it. Purdue Northwest leading inside of the series. So far, playing to the nightmare of Pluto. Remember, Pluto in an interview yesterday said they didn't want to play against Ottawa inside the grand finals. They wanted to play against Purdue Northwest. Why? Pluto said, yo, I don't want to play against Plutz anymore. He got hands. Yo, Toponer heard that, said, all right, I'm going to play Braum game 1 like I'm Plutz. Game 2, hey, yo, my hero, looking out for you. Plutz, up there. Toponer brings out the Thresh in game number 2. Like, right now, Pluto got a little bit of PTSD going for him.
Oh, yeah. I think Pluto definitely is going to be working in, is looking across the Summoner's Rift right now, looking across the champions. Nothing too out of the ordinary, Summoner spell-wise or runes. I think the interesting thing is that Pluto did opt in for Glacial Augment, so it's not going to be as tanky going in as you would be with the Aftershock Nautilus, but being able to reduce the amount of damage and the move speed of Purdue Northwest when what they can do will be much more valuable, right? Like the Irelia, the Diana, the Varus, being able to lock them down and keep them there for the Akali, for the Xin Zhao will be important. And I feel like Xin Zhao, as a champion in the MEC, is just one of those characters that just gains a lot of success, right? Is able to just hard carry, right? I feel like every jungler in the MEC, at least in the top 4, they have a Lee Sin and they have a Xin Zhao. And if they get going, if they get the ganks going and they can really start getting kills, they will just take over games outright.
Yes. Yes, absolutely that. And, you know, it's probably our most played jungler inside of the MEC. If 100%. I had to take a gander at who would be the most played inside of the MEC, it'd definitely be that. Castle has made a great name for themselves on the champion as well. Their Xin Zhao has been absolutely clean. And, you know, the early parts of this game, I talked about last time. We saw Castle on the Lee Sin last time. Didn't get to go to as planned. Castle's just like, all right, Riot, you need to buff my champion, please. I can play this a little bit more often, but you can already tell, right? They want to get that aggression going as we get a nice stretch line once it's a boner. Not going to amount to anything too massive.
Ooh, and Jinkal's already putting the pressure onto Klexo in the mid lane. And I think the one interesting thing to note is that although Levi said that Nightstar and Wind King are virtually the same kind of player, I think they definitely had a tale of different seasons, right? Wind King started off super strong, right, early on, and then later towards the playoffs began to falter. While for Nightstar, it wasn't until that week 3, week 4 loss to ONU where he really started to pick things up, right? They were playing Kog'Maw Rakan, right? Kog'Maw, like they were just locking in Zeri, stuff like that. Nightstar seemed to scale up throughout the season, while Wind King, we had some doubts about him after they lost to Ottawa, after they almost dropped a game to BCU, right, in the lower playoffs. We were like, well, what does this team look like? What can they do? Both of them seem to have power scaled appropriately and are hitting their strides, at least.
Game of seeing if Purdue can recreate some of the magic that we saw last time as well. I want to bring it up as we are seeing that first dragon will spawn up in a minute and a half. Remember, it was Dragon Soul 22 minutes into the game, right? That is something that means that you were getting it off rip. And check out the pressure. Def Senate's Pluto says that ain't about none of it.
Yeah, they get out. You already see Purdue Northwest trying to put the pedal to the metal. They're setting up vision around this dragon at the minute and a half mark. So we go down there, we see what's happening. They get the scuttle, they get some wards down, and unfortunately Pluto will not have that flash available for this big dragon fight. I like what Purdue Northwest is doing. They're going to force Grandview to fight them at 20 minutes, 21 minutes, whether they want to or not. And if it's one of those really big consequential souls, maybe like Ocean, like Infernal, obviously it won't be this game, maybe Hextech or Mountain, it really puts a lot of pressure onto Grandview to say, hey, we can't just give this over for free. They'll just win the game outright.
Great going about. Constant shove coming in from Volibear. Probably the most annoying thing about the champion in a tank v tank matchup is Volibear just naturally shoves in. You're like, all right, sure, bet. I guess I'll just be under my tower. But no early aggression from the junglers just yet. See a little bit of a play. The hook actually missed, hit a minion to Boner. The sun in their eyes. The lantern, you can't click it yourself. Ooh. First blood to Nightstar. And that's what we look out for. Pluto has that it factor. Another brilliant engage. Winking needs to learn some respect on Pluto's name.
Yeah, he was trying to get him on the reverse when Pluto was walking back to his laner there, and unfortunately that hook cooldown not as high as you think, and so Wind King's gonna have to burn the ghost. Toponer goes down here, and Grandview's bot lane getting a little bit feisty, and getting that kill onto Nightstar is gonna let him kind of scale up into the mid and late game a lot sooner. As this top lane matchup, like you said, you guys just drooling on each other, wet noodle, whatever euphemism or analogy you want to use. That's what's happening in the top lane, right? That's all it is.
Yeah, but because of the drool matchup going in the favor of the Volibear, you know, bears tend to drool more than dwarfen men. Just a fun fact. That's just science. This does mean that Doubtful gets Void Grubs completely free of charge. It's the easiest Grub Hub order they've ever been able to make. And because of this, the trade happens on the opposite side. Castle going in. Bro, wait, did I just hear we got a replay coming up? Okay, we get the play.
Yeah, Hook comes in. And unfortunately, Toponer, yeah, you're right. The Death Sentence just hit that minion, and that's the go button, right? Nightstar has the lethal tempo stacked up. He's just going to have the extra range on top of the minigun. And you see Wind King trying to trade back because his lethal tempo's up. And unfortunately has to burn the Ghost. Dragon goes down. That's the typical objective trade that we get, right? Grubs for Dragon. We'll see if Purdue opts into pressure with 6 grubs or 5 grubs, or if they just go for the 4-2 split and try to contest. Grandview have bought their time now, right? The one dragon gives them an extra 5 minutes. When they want, they can contest 25 minutes in. Maybe they contest the 3rd dragon, the 4th dragon for Purdue Northwest. That's going to be a lot later. So we'll see how GVU changes the pace based off of this first dragon being taken by them.
I mean, this is no longer like the typical Grandview composition, right? Like you do have scaling out of Nightstar, but this is a composition where they could actually find that go button, and Purdue Northwest may have pushed them into that spot where after game number 1, where they're like, all right, you know what? We need a little bit more urgency into that mid to late. We need something to get ourselves a little bit going in that early, transition us forward very smoothly. You see the bot lane, they're both looking for hooks. Both bot laners are looking for moments to start plays. Toponer and Pluto, no sloshes to either. But while they're doing this, we were talking about it. The timer ticks down, and we're seeing inside of lanes, right? Nobody's really been able to find that definitive moment. And we're starting to hit the moment where level 6 has been hit on junglers. Doubtful's already level 6 and is looking to make some Moonfall happen.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Castle couldn't really get too much done on the Xin Zhao. I feel like opting in for a full clearing farming war against Diana is not what you want to do. She's more than happy to be like, all right, well, if you're not going to gank, I'm just going to rotate my camps consistently, and with more gold, with more income. Obviously, she's an AP champion, so she's going to hit a lot harder earlier on. This plays into Doubtful's game, right? Like, now they can start fights, and don't get me wrong, Castle's strong early. He can use the Crescent Guard here, but typically Xin Zhao's want to get things done early. They want to get a lane ahead. They want to get themselves a kill. He's kind of just been on defensive duty here, trying to figure out where Doubtful's going to be, and hasn't really found too much success.
Oh, no, it hasn't been a successful endeavor in that degree. But you know what? Grandview, they're a team. I've said this time and time again, and it used to be my catchphrase when it came down to them last season. They are a team that comes alive. There is a GVU marker that you have to keep an eye out for. And I feel like we're kind of playing towards that still, even though the composition's changed from what you would typically see that GVU timer. Right? That 15 to 20 minute mark is usually where Grandview on average have their game balloon in their favor. And that seems like it's going to be the call yet again, because you have this Ornn who's looking to get some ornaments going for themselves. They haven't really been punished too terribly much, right? Prank hasn't found a solo kill. There hasn't been a moment for a Proctor to actually dive down bot. A lot of the game has been actually relatively chill. Remember, we had multiple replays by this point in time from Purdue Northwest on fights that were happening in the river and inside of the bot lane tower. So I think this stable game is really kind of fitting into what Grandview wants to do, right? They want to get the time, they want to get that XP going, and then they pick the fight at their ideal timer.
Yeah, it's that one big Grandview team fight win that blows the game open, right? It takes it from a 500 gold lead or 600 gold lead to a 2,000 gold lead, right? And then they just snowball off of that. They use the item advantage. I think they're the best team in the MEC to use item breakpoints and item advantages to their favor, right? When they have the first legendary, when they're on first timer. Because you do see some trading both from the mid lane and the top lane here. Unleashed teleports are available. So now they can teleport anywhere, right? Well, kind of anywhere. Wherever there's a ward or a minion or a lantern, right? There are some ways to get into these fights here, and we'll see. I feel like Lenient Proctor, or Strict Proctor in this case, has had some pretty solid teleport usage throughout MEC and is a very selfless top laner, as we've seen.
Yes, yes. In a world where we have a lot of the aggressive top laners inside of the league, he has been that shining star. Both flashes burned in the side of a mid lane gank. Castle, I think that's the first look we've been able to see for Castle to get a gank. Getting a little bit antsy to try and force something, but that's a big flash to take off of Kletzo.
Yeah, I will gladly give my flash over as a jungler, right? For Castle specifically, a lot of your value is just going to come in from using and burning all of your abilities early on to the fight. Klexo not having flash is a much bigger issue for Purdue Northwest, because who's going to jump onto Nightstar? It's going to be Doubtful, and that's it, right? Maybe you have Wind King, maybe Prank can get in with his ultimate, right, if he's close enough, but not having Klexo have that extra movement ability, that extra dash that can jump into the fight is going to be crucial, especially when Pluto will also just be looking for hooks. That might be a dead Klexo around this dragon coming up in 10 seconds. Purdue Northwest with a flashless mid laner might not seem confident enough to take this, and look at their resets. They definitely aren't trending towards that.
They're not, but all Grubs did also get cleared by Doubtful as a result of all this action that happened. So all Grubs belong to Purdue Northwest. They've taken an opposite approach to what they had in the previous game where they were the one claiming dragons off CD. This time around, Purdue Northwest, they grabbed Grubs. They said, cool, bet. We're got level 6. We've got an advantage here that we are going to utilize. But check it out. They're trying to jump on the Deponer. Brilliant defense over the control ward. They're going to maintain this control. And I like this little line they're trying to draw to get themselves ready for a potential dive scenario. But also the call comes out. They say, all right, take the portal castle. The dive's not happening. There's a Thresh here. He's just going to lantern him out.
Yeah, I like this approach. Now it's Hextech Soul on the menu. So Purdue Northwest will have to begin contesting these dragons. Maybe they'll feel a little bit more confident on the fourth one. Maybe they'll just give this one that's coming up in 4 minutes. We'll see, depending on what Grandview decides to burn early on. And look at this little sneaky play that they're trying to go for, right? They're expecting Toponer and Castle to walk up. They're actually just going to shove that lane in. And Castle, albeit playing on the defense, playing kind of more reserved, is trying to make things happen, right? It's just Purdue Northwest is expertly avoiding it, whether through sheer luck or just gut instinct, right? Maybe they have a feely feel in their toesies, and they're like, you know what? I'm not going bot lane. I'm pretty sure Castle's here.
Shippy, we call that a vibe these days.
Oh, yeah?
Just yeah. It's a vibe in your toesies. Come on, gotta use the correct pronunciation on it. But I agree with you in regards to, I feel like it's just there's a feeling, there's a vibe in the air, and there's a type of intensity that you only get inside of the finals, especially because these players are at LAN. It's a different kind of air. It's a different kind of atmosphere. If you've never been able to compete inside of a LAN, it is a different feeling than ever being able to compete online. And they are feeling it at the current moment in time. And Doubtful is really wanting to pull the trigger of some sort of play.
Well, Castle's also getting invaded right on his topside jungle.
Yeah, there it is. They're going to find the stun. They will rattle Castle, and that Castle will fall. Jinkwall running into the midst of 3. Is taking a good amount of damage, uses the smoke screen, gets out without any harm, but it's Frank, who is in hot pursuit, running after Jinkwall. Used to be the mid laner of his team. This time around, he's on the opposite field, and Jinkwall ran with fear in his soul. Kletso now in a 1v2 scenario. Needs to be a little bit precautious. Deponer with a nice just send is over into the bot lane. Pluto taking a good amount of damage on Nightstar. Free fire and no super mega death rocket on the menu. Shot away with the piercing arrow. Pluto gonna reset, get some timers back in their favor. Rift Herald secured. Nice death sentence, nice cleanse. Coming about and looking at one more tower shot, one more rocket. It's a game of inches being played in this bot lane. And it's Purdue Northwest that are standing out on top. They have to run all the way back behind their tier 2. The control ward expertly used. Castle can't find anything, but what a close affair between these two teams.
And that initial top lane fight, right? Castle got destroyed in his jungle. That reset that came in allowed Purdue Northwest to pick up the Herald on top of the 6 Grubs. They've got a lot of split push power, especially with the Irelia and the Volibear. I like that Purdue Northwest recognized that, hey, they're over-indexing their vision line. They're playing a lot towards this bot side. Prank's winning. Klexo should be fine to roam. Let's just pressure him on his red respawn. And Castle, they had to try to fight that. He got jumped on immediately. I don't think he was expecting 3 members of Purdue Northwest in his red side jungle. Good job from PNW to be a little bit proactive. Although they are kind of losing out on the bot side, right? A little bit CS lead and a kill lead for Nightstar. They're indexing where they have strength and leveraging those to their advantage. Grandview University, what will they be able to do once these team fights start breaking out? A minute until this Hextech Dragon is coming up. And Grandview, if they acquire this, they'll be on Soul Point, and we could be ending up in another 22, 23-minute Dragon Soul.
A scary thing, but the big thing now is the fact that Castle A little bit behind pace. You brought up the CS differential on the bot side. Inside of the jungle, there's been one that's been present as well. They're going to look to try and get that going. Beautiful play. And check it out. The challenge laid out.
Reset.
It is to the dismay of Toponer. The Moonfall comes in, but it's not falling on top of anybody's domes. The piercing arrow can't find its mark, and that's a double kill. Going over to Nightstar. He's going to run away, get it sighted, but Wing King finds vengeance on the back end of the fight. Kletzo's not able to pursue Jinquall. It is that 1-4-2 in favor of Grandview.
Grandview University, Nightstar specifically 3-0, and Jinquall, you are playing with fire, buddy. That is a nearly 75% health Klexo, but he's taking so much damage. Jinquall knowing the absolute limits of his Akali right now on the Leandries, and we see a TP coming in. Strict Proctor, they want this dragon. They don't want to give it away.
Yeah, they don't want to give it away, but check out how low Jinquall is. The teleport coming in is going to be enough to scare Jinquall out of the fight. No ultimate available for him either. The piercing arrow looking to be able to continue that zoning affair. Kletzo comes in, lays in a good stun into the back end of the fight. Proctor getting thrown into the mid. They've peeled off of the dragon for now. Jinquall is going to get the reset off, and no dragon will happen, but Rift Herald in the mid lane. We saw you all go down bot. Well, guess what? It's time for a show to happen in the mid lane. Let's crack open that first brick.
This might get tier 2 as well, at least at charge, bare minimum. They haven't sent everybody here to mid lane. Nightstar's still on the bottom. Your strongest member for Grandview isn't here for this fight.
Yeah, they're not here for the fight. They tried to do a wraparound, but they're not scared. Why should you be in this situation? Lantern is there for Wing King to be able to separate themselves from the fight. No collapse can possibly happen. And like you were just highlighting, it's a tower for a 2-tower gap that comes out. But check out the just rewards. That is simply desserts. It tastes so sweet. As Grandview will get themselves third dragon and put themselves at soul point.
Yeah. This is really, really well played from Purdue Northwest, opting and saying, hey, we don't have dragon control. We've got Herald, as we are going to get into replay on that bottom lane fight. Doubtful knows something's happening, but Castle with a beautiful crescent guard to deny Diana in here, and then Reset City starts to happen. Flash from Nightstar. He's already excited, so he's going to be able to get a ton of kills in here, and by the time that TP comes in, it's too little, too late. The piercing arrow does get that kill on the back end, but Purdue Northwest do fall out of favor in that bottom lane fight. Nightstar 3-0, but they're still up in gold because of that beautiful macro play. They used their move with the Herald to take 2 towers in the mid lane, break open the map. Yeah, Nightstar got 1 and they're on soul point, but Purdue Northwest have put themselves in a nice chunky 2,000 gold lead, and we will have to see a dragon fight right in 4 minutes. Travesty, yes. You're definitely not going to give Hextech Soul over to Grandview.
You can't. You cannot give it over to him. And right now, my big question is, do you in this Nets fight try to set up some sort of a flank? We haven't gotten to see a fight actually with Nightstar, like inside these full 5v5s. And Nightstar has been so keen to position. You highlighted beautifully how they have scaled up throughout the season into playoffs, how their champion pool has gone over to more of these scaling big team fight champions where they're able to put that damage in a game where Jinquall hasn't really been able to have a moment to show their stuff. Nightstar is the shining star inside of the sky.
Yeah, and right now, like we said, Grandview has an item advantage with Nightstar over Wind King, so they should look to force some fights here, right? Use the fact that he's on Kraken IE to force something. Baron's coming up in about 5 seconds here, so if they can get a big pick or two, translate that into a Baron as you do flash over to the gold. Strict Proctor is going to be down in gold about 1,000, but the big ticket item here is Nightstar. 8,500 gold. The single strongest member in the game will be the big thing for Grandview here, right? If he gets hooked, if he gets caught out, if he gets taken out at the beginning of the fight, Grandview have to say sayonara to their chances at winning that team fight here. There is an item advantage. Purdue Northwest understand and recognize they just got to play defensively. They just got to wait it out until they're on a little bit more even footing here. The 6 grubs plus spit push pressure. Oh, my heart sank for a little bit, Travesty.
No, it was just a lantern. Just a lantern. It froze for a moment, but it's fine. It's just a lantern. I wanted to highlight, too, over from the side of Purdue Northwest, right? The Grandview, we have a spotlight that gets thrown out to them because of the gold lead that has been accrued inside of that bot lane. But over at Purdue Northwest, they own that gold lead. It's all on this mid-jungle. We've been hyping them up for good reason inside of the regular season, inside of playoffs. Doubtful, Kletso, best friends since they were children. They came together, they learned lead together, they have been performing together, and they both have gold leads over their opposition. Remember, Kletso even got all team from the MEC for themselves, right? They are somebody who is to be feared, despite Jinkwall being an overall MVP winner for the MEC. Both of these mid laners are just highly valued amongst, and I think that we're looking at them. When they explode inside this game, it's going to tell us a lot about what direction it's going to go.
Yeah, Purdue Northwest up 1-0 right now. Ran a really cool Diana Yasuo comp for anybody that's joining us, and just were able to kind of route Grandview in their early game shenanigans. GVU now saying, you know what? They're throwing the gauntlet down. You want to run early game? You want to squab? You want to skirmish? All right, we'll run a Kali Zinzao. We'll see how good you are. And I've been doing pretty well here. Purdue Northwest, 2.5k gold in the lead right now, but that'll dissipate slowly as the ornaments come in, right? As we get later into the game and Jinx value begins to skyrocket, as she is on that half item. It looks like she's going to maybe trend towards the Runens. Could also go for the rapid fire cannon here. We'll love to see what she rounds that build out with. But we've gotten to a bit of a standstill. 45 seconds before the Dragon. Purdue Northwest have started to lay their vision out. The resets have come in. Wind King is on 2 items, has the Ginsus available. Wards being refreshed. The thing to note here is that there are 2 control wards available on the side of Grandview to start denying Purdue Northwest vision. We look at PNW, they've only got the singular one onto Irelia. Let's see how they use this.
Oh, this might be a possible catch. Stun onto Proctor, was not expecting it, and now it's the call of the Forge God. They want Sweet Vengeance, goes on through for the split. Check out Winking over onto the side. Jinkwall, expertly done, finds access to the backline, but the same can be said as Doubtful Kletso is completely unleashed. Nightstar has no place to go, no refuge to be found. GVU is completely being routed as they get torn asunder from behind. Purdue Northwest on top, another triple kill for Doubtful in the series.
The power of friendship prevails all. Purdue Northwest, they get onto the back line. Klexo hits a massive stun, but Doubtful coming up the rear is able to get a big moonfall, forces the flash out of Nightstar, and once you lose your movement ability, once you lose that ever so important summoner spell, Klexo's on the hunt here, and they're going to take the Dragon, they're going to take the Baron, they're going to put themselves in a nice, big 4,500 to 5,000 gold lead here, as we are going to have a replay here. And Travesty, run me through that fight, because it looked like Jinkall ended it from the beginning.
Yeah, so check it out. They see Proctor right off the get-go, get the stun. Look at Jinkwall over here on the side. They see the call of the Forge God. They put themselves in a position, immediately goes in, uses the ultimate plus Shuriken toss to get into the backline. But look at Doubtful circling around, says, I can do what you can do, but better. Kletso gets access. The big 4-man stun inside the fight by Kletso is what seals the deal for this fight. And it's just beautiful stuff. You said it best. The power of friendship. Prank, the only person surviving on the other side of the fight. But when the fight gets split apart, you know what? I'll take 2 assassins over 1 any day of the week.
Yeah, rough game. They don't have that added safety, right? Imagine if the champions are switched. Imagine if Pluto has that Thresh available for himself and is able to get Nightstar out of dodge. As Jinkall is going to maybe look for a kill here. Wind King is available. Uh-oh. I hear the music.
Spicy. Half damage onto the tower. They're going to find yet again the flank. They just repositioned inside of it, but the lantern toss finds safety. Death Charge goes wide into the backline. Not going to be a factor inside the fight. Break in there. In deep. Raid Boss has arrived. They're taking up all the damage. You can slew your arrows. You can put as much as you want, but Prank's back and take every shot you have to give. Purdue Northwest, they're coming away clean with the fight. Castle just trying to kite away the wave. waves. But Purdue Northwest, they are fully routing Grandview. This game is completely exploded in their favor as yet another member will fall and Castle will come crumbling down.
Volley Bear, the unkillable Demon King right now, absolutely tanking 3 members on the back line. That's a 3-item Jinx, Travesty. That's a Kraken IE. And with the Grubs, with the Baron at 26 minutes in, Purdue Northwest are going to take a 2-0 lead in this best of 5 against Grandview unless they have something to say about it. Jinx and Akali are still up.
Oh, there's no way. That's game number 2. Purdue Northwest are finding victory here. They are up 2-0 in this best of 5. Grandview are back on their heels. Their castle in the sky is crumbling down to the sky. It's crumbling down to the ground.
Levi, what? Levi, tell me what?
Wow.
What?
I shit you not, Chibi, 5 minutes ago, I was about to come in here and flame Purdue so hard for how that early game went, but wow. Doubtful and Klexo, they turned it on, man. They turned that whole game around. That was crazy.
Power of friendship. Shibby said it inside of it, right? It was a 2-man show inside of that one team fight around the dragon where they're able to pop off, get that play for themselves. We actually even got to see, you were talking about it, Levi. I love the fact we got to highlight it. Shibby actually highlighted it in the champion select. We saw the Thresh. He said, hey, yo, this is actually a pretty good defensive pick that you can still lock in if the Brahm's taken off the menu. It worked out really good. And even in that last fight where they tried to, repeat the success and get on to Win King in the end of that fight, Leonard is so big.
Yeah, the Leonard is really good into GVU's team for sure. That's what I was saying. They kind of misplayed the lane early. I was going to say, if you play the Varus Thresh side into the Jinx Nod, I would be so happy as the Varus Thresh for the first 10 minutes of the game, right? But, 5 minutes in, Jinx has a kill and 16 CS lead in this matchup, which should never happen. So I think it was a bit of they played the matchup wrong for sure, but the Thresh still has so much value later in teamfights, as you can see. Like, they just, and Doubtful on Diana, that man is scary, man. Like, he was doing this to me yesterday. He was finding a lot of flanks. You just lose track of him. He knows how to flank.
The Vi, nightmares, shades of Vi, right? Coming in from the bush. He just plays around Fog of War so well. And
exactly.
The big question needs to be asked, is Prank Volley Bear a problem? Like, this dude, like we cannot just pick tanks into him, right? You cannot just pick some, like Ornn. You can't pick like a Malphite. You can't pick any of these like wet noodle tank fights because Prank just kind of tanks better.
Yeah. I mean, I was actually going to give a lot of praise to GVU. I love their adaptation in this game, like around draft. Like, give Strict Proctor Arn, give R5 to Jinkal. I was happy to see both of those. But Prank is the one guy in MEC you don't want to be a tank-only player against. Because he's got, like, counter picks for days. They have to ban Gwen, And they now, I guess... And also, I will say, Purdue is the best team, I would say, in MEC at flexing volleyball. Both of them played really well. Doubtful and Prank.
It's kind of terrifying, and I wanted to touch on it because you hit it a little bit. You were happy with the draft. It did feel like Grandview kind of opted for more tools to have a little bit more early urgency, I would say, inside of the game, right? You got the Akali. We saw some very favorable trades from Jinqual inside the laning phase. Do you think Grandview takes a step back and says, yo, we need to, like, reassess?
No, I think GVU did fine. They should not have had 3 dragons by 20 minutes with the comp they have. And mid was doing really well. I think he kept the lane even, which means Klexo can't move as well. Purdue did not do anything aggressive until about like 16 minutes or something when they invaded Castle's topside. Like, that was the first aggressive thing they did with their comp. And GVU should be happy. 3 dragons scaling. Like, I think they played that early game really well with what they have. They found themselves in the lead when they shouldn't be having a lead, even though the gold was about 3k down, but they have 3 dragons. They're scaling. I would be in a happy position if I was GVU, but Purdue just clutched up in teamfights. Like, they found the flanks. And Win King was getting peeled really well by Toponer in fights, while Klexo and Duffel did their thing on the backline. It sucks to be Jinx in this situation because she has no protection. I know how it feels from yesterday, yeah. Jinx is strong when she has something to protect her, but when she's alone, it's kind of easy to get on her.
That is exactly what ended up happening. We saw the 4-man stun that came out from Klexo. I mean, really and truly, Purdue Northwest had a phenomenal game. We're going to take ourselves a short break. Before we do, we want to give a shout out, a little bit of love to one of our lovely sponsors here at the MEC by Blue Light, who has been absolutely phenomenal. They actually have sent me over a pair of their glasses. I think Shibby's going to give me a quick display here. There it is. There's the case. Actually a really nice case, by the way, as well. But I love my By Blue Light. Really good, very comfortable. Fit. My most important thing when it comes down to glasses, I have to say this right away, is can it fit on my head without hurting my head when I'm wearing a headset? Because, yo, glasses suck when you have to wear a headset. It absolutely, I don't know if you have the tech down or something like that, but, yo, glasses.
I know what you mean.
They made my ears miserable. So, by Blue Light, one of the things I love about them the most is they're very comfortable with headsets. They don't press down into my skull. I don't have to worry about having a little indentation right here from where I wear my glasses because the headset's pressing down. So, shout out to By Blue Light. Go ahead and check them on out, our website for them and whatnot. They're one of our fantastic sponsors that make sure we're able to take care of things. And you know what? They also make sure that your eyes are protected so you don't get those massive headaches when you're up late at night gaming. But go ahead and take that break, and we'll be right back with Purdue Northwest possibly rounding off a 3-0 against the reigning defending champions of GVU. We'll catch you then.
Time to get up. These glasses, jacket, and sweats, baby girl, that's a get up. It's chilly outside, but I'm ready to burn. Super hot fire when I move, better feel that burn. Get up before the sun is up, baby, let's work. Good morning. Ready or not, here I come, let's work. Good morning. Get up before the sun is up, baby, let's work. Nobody stopping you today. Low-key walking with a sway. Going for the distance, drop top, hopping in the range. East Coast, baby, but I'm popping in the A, let's go. This ATL, bro, go get it, trend set it. We're embedded with the avant-garde, the style so synthetic. While I pioneer shine like a golden embellish, oh lordy. This your last warning. I've been waiting in the foyer. You put on the gas, I'm ready to go ahead.
My name's Josh. My gamer tag is Vibe7. I play for the Rocket League team here at Illinois College.
My name is Glenn. I play Rocket League. My gamer tag is GG81.
I'm from Illinois College. I play Rocket League. My name's Dwight, and my gamer tag is Ron.
My name is Austin Schaefer Snyder. My ID is Austin316.
Nova. My nickname or game name is Celius. I play Valorant.
All right. I'm David Stern, the head coach for Illinois College.
Any of your teammates that could go viral, who's most likely and why?
I have a pretty clear answer.
Oh yeah. No, I got it. Dwight right there.
Dwight.
Okay.
Roon?
Dwight.
And Dwight. Yeah, I mean.
I definitely think Dwight would be the one that would go viral. That's probably a popular answer so far.
Maybe we omit Dwight from the realm of possibility.
I think I gotta say Dwight. You know, he just
somebody get this man off social media. And for whatever reason, it can be yourself, which you were a very popular answer for the rest of the team.
Yeah, he will 100% go viral for something stupid that he says. 100%.
I think he'd go viral for literally anything.
Okay.
He is the most loose cannon of our entire program.
Oh, Dwight is an interesting character. He would either go viral for doing something really great, like something wholesome, or he would go viral for like, I don't know, just doing something really stupid.
You're just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's almost like y'all scripted this because it's so cohesively uniform in the answer.
Sometimes when we're playing Vow together and sometimes I don't get the headshot off, I know he can.
Oh,
so, you know what I mean? He's always there for me.
Another wholesome response.
For sure.
Yeah, not too bad. Dwight, that might have been your most raving review yet.
Dwight.
Glenn, okay,
He's so quiet.
Okay.
But I just feel like at any point he's gonna say one comment out of pocket and just get us.
Just get caught.
Just got caught, and we're all gonna be like, "What? What?" I don't trust him. A little bit too silent.
Now I'm a believer. She used both hands. Now I'm a believer.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MEC Grand Finals. You know, everything's going fine. It's a nice competitive series, right? Back and forth affair. Right, guys? Right, guys? The score isn't 2-0 in favor of either. Oh, wait, hold on. Actually, Purdue Northwest are up 2 games inside this series. Who would have thought it?
Not me.
I didn't.
Not me.
Not me. Not me. But I really think Prank took offense. I think he said yesterday. I literally think he said yesterday, I'm coming for you, Shivy. I had to check my closet this morning if Frank's not in there, like ready to kill me. Dude, they took offense. They got mad. I might have poked the sleeping bear just a little bit a couple days ago.
Me and Prank are on the same wavelength. We're fine. Me and Prank are cool. You guys have earned, that. Me and Prank, we're on the Gentleman's Club for League of Legends, So
there you go. There you go.
We're good. We're good.
And Levi, talk to me about what you thought this game was, because Nightstar got a beautiful lead. 3-0, hit the IE Kraken power spike. I said they needed to start fights, and then it just kind of fell apart. And you mentioned, we were talking to us a little bit offline, or a little bit before this, like, you hate playing Jinx into this comp. You look at it, you're like, well, I have no protection.
Yeah. No, I would hate myself if I was Jinx in this comp. You have Diana, Aurelia, Volibear, even Verisalt is something you have to think about. And you have 0 protection on your team. I guess you have Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao is the one thing that can help you, but it can't help you against all of those, And I think the Castle was not on Jinx in most of the fights. He should be sitting on Jinx, pressing R. But even then, it's still a really hard game for Jinx. But somehow, he had a huge lead, and it was still... You saw how hard it was for him to carry fights,
Yeah, let's go ahead and walk through it, right? Because you were talking about it, a lead, how hard it was to be able to carry the fights. If you're GVU coming into this game, I had word into my headset here in between the break that they're going to be looking to go from the same side. So they want to stay on red side. They're saying the side selection's not an issue. What are you looking at? Because so far, Kletzo's Diana has been so impactful. This is the second game in a row that we have seen a huge play off the back of the doubtful Diana, just getting a massive ult, massive triple kill together with Kletzo, who was finding these plays, powered by friendship, powered by whatever you want to say. You can queue up whatever anime track you're trying to play in the background. It suits the narrative for the side of Purdue Northwest. What do you do here when you're looking at the odds, the champions, and the pop-off moments that have been coming out inside of this game?
I don't think it's that bad that they picked the same side. I was kind of happy. I was saying I was kind of happy with their draft. I think you're not going to change Strict Proctor. Like, Ornn is his best champ. What else are you going to give him, right? So, and the R5 Jink call counter pick, they definitely should keep doing that. I think they played the early game well. I think the only adaptation that I might suggest to them maybe if they're gonna play like this, either Pluto or Nightstar needs to change their champions, how they play. Like, if they're gonna ditch Nightstar, maybe put him with Zeri instead. He can still scale, but at least he's mobile. He can heal with these carries, or Zaya. Zaya's fine as well, because I think they're laning better than Wind King and Taponer, so they can probably pick any champ and lane better than them. Pluto's Nautilus doesn't look too hot today. Maybe put him on the Rel. Rakan. I know Rakan was banned, but I would like to see him on Rel, because he can engage fights much more easier with his team, and he won't get blown up.
Or team fight presence too, right? Like,
yeah,
if they're
exactly.
going to pick a Thresh that's going to throw a lantern out, you need something like we saw in that very last fight. One lantern toss, and all of a sudden that depth charge is null and void inside of a team fight. You had a Jinx that was miles, I mean not Jinx, a Varus that was miles away from the fight. And guess what? Varus is like, hey, yo, I'm like 2 walls away. Dink. Like, just constantly from over the wall, so like you can just rejoin the fight that way. I agree with you. I want to see a little bit more impact inside of the team fight from it, where Pluto's focused in on one target. Shibby, how about you? Are you still feeling the zest? The Akali, of course, had its moments, right? Castle didn't really get to have a moment on the Jin Zhao. Is there anything that you're kind of like feasting for inside this?
Yeah, I've talked about it time and time again. We have it in our notes, right? If this team doesn't get things done with Castle early on, it feels like they don't know what to do, right? They don't have that comfortable gold lead to kind of just slap you with the wallet. We got into a farming war with Diana. Doubtful's completely fine doing that, right? The freest level 6 Diana I've ever seen, just constantly rotating camps. There was a couple fights in the bot lane where Castle was able to kind of come out on top, right, with his Crescent Guard or sweep, and was able to just kind of like turn the tides here. But not getting enough done early is kind of to GVU's detriment with Castle. And I also think that you having to double ban out Prank because he has the Gwen, because he has the Gnar, really limits what you can do in that top side. And so you ban out the Volley Bear, that's fine. You triple ban him, Dyna Yasuo is still left up on the board. If you double ban him out, he's going to pick the Volley Bear. And do you have an answer for the Volley Bear? Do you have like a Trundle? Do you have a Renekton? I don't know if that's in Strict Proctor's wheelhouse. And also, you're not really doing anything to intrinsically deny Purdue Northwest's very clear dive the backline identity that they've so happily been drafting with a multitude of different champions.
I want to shout out real quick. You guys don't see it at the current moment in time. They believe their name is pronounced Lol Valley 1. I saw their comment in Twitch chat while I was inside. I like to go through Twitch chat in the middle of breaks, just kind of go through. And they had my favorite one because I know the exact moment when they typed it. What is that Volibear? Gentlemen, can you tell me what that Volibear is? Because Praise played it 2 games in a row, has been super impressive on it, and they're putting 2 bans into Prank already. Is the Volibear just the problem that is unhinged, that's unanswered?
I don't think they have an answer for it. They can't do anything about it, because you can't ban Volibear and leave like Gwen Gnar up, like I said. Or are we just going to triple ban Prank? I'm sure he has other champs. Like, he has Aatrox. What are you going to do against his Aatrox, right? He's going to do the same thing. It's just, unfortunately, a problem GVU has to deal with the champ pool of your top laner. They have to figure out a way around it. And I'm sure Dreer's thinking of a way right now.
Jibby, do you have the same faith in the coaching of GVU?
If there's one team that I think can bring it back, right? You put any other team, might have my doubts, but I think they can try to start the inklings of a reverse sweep here. I don't think the GVU has ever been put in a situation like this before in the MEC. It's been a while since they've been challenged, right, in the finals position here. This is new for a lot of their players. Purdue Northwest just need to win 1 out of the next 3 to be crowned the new kings of the MEC. Let's see if GVU can actually do it with Dreer's big brain behind them.
We'll have to see. That castle in the sky might just come crumbling down, and a new castle will rise with the banner of Purdue Northwest. We're going to go ahead and get ready for our draft. Levi, we'll catch you right after the game. We're getting ready to go into game number 3. Let's go ahead and get it. 2-0 so far in favor of Purdue Northwest. Purdue Northwest has been focusing on first pick Varus. Probably going to be the same thing, right, Shibby?
Yeah, I would argue it's probably going to be the big pick for them. Why not, right? It's been working out. And Travesty, I want to bring up a point that TDS actually brought up yesterday, right? It's like the advantage of sitting in the winners finals versus slogging your way through losers, having more practice, having, being warmed up more. Purdue Northwest have played at minimum, right? They've played 5 games of league. They went 2-0 against ONU. They 2-1'd Ottawa. Now they've played 2 more games. They're 7 games deep in the weekend. GVU, only 4, right? They don't have as much game time. They don't have as much stage time. Yeah, they've had a lot of time to prep. But even then, it doesn't seem like it has been enough here. And for Purdue Northwest, they don't have to really change their draft strategy at all. Just keep doing what's working. And once they get challenged, once they lose a game, if they even lose a game here, then they can start to switch it up here. The double banning of Nar and Gwen is here. And I think it's funny because the one team and the one coach that would know so much about Prank is Dre, right? And so you have, it's hard because you have to give the respect where it's due.
I think there was even a moment where they were like, yo, we're going out to go grab food, and Frank's like, I'll be right over, guys, I'm on my way. Like they're still close, obviously. So yeah, like you said, that insider knowledge, right? There's friends on each one of these teams inside of it. There's a friendly rivalry that has been formed between the two of these as they've gone back and forth. Remember, at the last LAN, they collided against one another, but an adaptation's been had. Voldabear off of the Rift.
Triple ban top is the idea for GVU. They're saying, you know what, Frank, you gotta dig deep. You gotta look in. Where is it? Is that lint? Is that a comb? I don't know. I don't know what I got. It's where is the champion pool for Prank here, right? How deep is he gonna go? Levi said you've got the Aatrox. We saw him play Renekton yesterday. I know he can also play some other tanks out of here. Who knows? Maybe we see a Prank Rumble. I mean, there's a lot to be seen here, and so Prank is going to have to give us something new, something different. Can Strict Proctor handle it? You've got 3 bans thrown towards your way. And there's the Zeri. Levi, where did he get the crystal ball? Because I need it. I need that one. Oh.
That is yet again the Zeri, but this was left open as a result. If they lock this in, that means that they're saying, got another wrench to be able to throw in the plans. We have got Rek'Sai to be able to throw in. It's locked!
That's going to Strict Proctor's hand. Right? That has to go into Strict Proctor's hand. Rek'Sai top has been the huge flavor of the month right now. Proctor, what have you been practicing? I know you for Ornn. I know you for Udyr. A lot of ugly, big, burly champions. Rek'Sai definitely fits that mold.
Okay, all right. Yeah, sure, barely maybe. But you know what? On the other side, you know what? They lock in the queen of the Void Rush. Then on the other side, we got the Queen of the Moon coming on in as we have the Diana. Yeah, again, there is flexibility if they choose to exercise it. The Diana, though, has in 2 games now gone over to Doubtful inside of the series. Yesterday, it went to Doubtful as well. More than likely, another pick for Doubtful. And there it was. You were talking about it. Aatrox hovered, locked in.
Yep, and so that's what's going to be locked in for Prank here into what is going to be the Rek'Sai. He does pretty well into those tank matchups or bruisery matchups. Has a lot of lifesteal. The Conqueror comes in. Also, you don't have to go the bruisery build. We've seen a lot of lethality Aatrox, right? Profane Hydra, Eclipse, stuff like that. But GVU, are they going to even warrant throwing a ban towards that Yasuo after this comes in? Zeri Alistar is a pretty solid lane, right? It's typically, used as the more kind of defensive peel option instead of going for something like the Lulu or the Sona or the Yuumi, right? It allows you to still have those engage moments, but also, hey, my Zeri's getting dove. I'm gonna knock up. I'm gonna pulverize. You're out of the fight, right? You can't. You're not allowed back in. And so that bouncer-esque playstyle from Pluto, they've swapped out the Nautilus. They've given him something new here. They are gonna throw away a ban to the Yasuo here. Looks like they should ban out a support as well. I feel like Toponer, you can kind of pinch his champion pool a little bit. I know he's been playing a ton of things, but he can remove some of the things that are really good in GVU.
Is still available. I like the fact that they have to get rid of the Yasuo. I do wonder if there's a chance they might say, all right, Aurelia needs to go off the table as well instead of the Braum. Pluto dig deep into the champion pool, going back into something that they haven't played in a hot minute with this Alistar, like you were talking about. You're talking about the 3 champions that we tend to see him on: Nautilus, Rel, Rakan. Khan was banned, so this is where the moment comes in. And I think your next pick has to be Castle showing something. If you're on the side of GVU, you still want to give Jinqual that counter pick. So that leads me into the question of, like, your Castle, what do you pick? Because the Lee Sin didn't work. The Jin Zhao didn't work. Been facilitating the entire game. Do you go to something that kind of chills and relaxes a little bit more?
I mean, you already have the Zeri, right? I feel like you need something to match this Pack-a-Punch from Doubtful and Klexo, right? The 2v2, right? You need something to skirmish with them just to kind of hands check them. Jinko was doing fine on the Akali. I don't know if he's going to lock that in again as they're going to ban the Oriaway. Irelia being removed. So they're removing more AD mid laners that can be paired up with the Diana here. Still a couple on the board. Zed is a champion we haven't seen in a very long time. Yone as well. Like I said, if you're a Yasuo player, you're probably a Yone player. You've got a couple picks here and there. Will be interesting to see. The Viego was left open, so you could go for a pseudo reset composition potentially. Not a lot of champions left on the board though. Already banned away.
Yeah, here's the problem, and this is what I was looking at. Is Klexo, there was a ban at Silas in game number 1. Silas has been left open 2 times. You get rid of the Aurelia, a new problem arises. They don't have to pick an AD mid. They can just grab somebody that says, I'll show you how to play the game. And if they grab the Renata here, I love Renata into this composition. Just being able to use that hostile takeover against a short-range composition like this. Bro, GVU is going to be in for a rough time. I feel like they got to get somebody that has a little bit more range now inside the mid lane, and you got to be cautious of who you pick into Silas, because Silas can be a very aggravating force to deal with. There's no way.
Lock it, Jinkall.
Why
Why not?
To believe it.
Nah, it's just hyper messing with us. I already know.
He's a Zero player, dude.
Of course. As we do see the Aurelion Soul being locked in, should be a fine matchup into the Silas, right? Has a lot of mobility, can just use the Dragon Breath, but the dive is still scary. Double AP, not my favorite. Can get a lot of MR value. Spirit Visage is really good here. Maw of Malmortius potentially, right? I mean, there is an option for Banshees, although I don't think you want to run that on the Aurelion Soul, at least early on. There may be like a 4th item Banshees. Realistically, though, Purdue Northwest on game point have a lot of flexibility in these next 3 games to just run these different compositions. If the Silas Diana doesn't work, you can run something else. You don't have to play Diana. You can run Silas Vi, stuff like that, right? Lockdown potential. I think GVU backs against the wall. Proctor's bringing out something new. Castle's bringing out something that was banned out, and Nightstar has defaulted to one of his comfort picks here. If you don't win on this, obviously you lose the game, but it feels like if you don't win on this, you've expended all your options.
Yeah, and like I like a lot of the things that have been brought up here from GVU. I like the fact that we do. I want to talk about the adaptations that we saw inside of it, right? Castle's back to Viego, gives you a little bit of early agency, have that reset. Castle is notably insanely good on the champion. This is something that's kind of taking their place. It's been more impressive than the Lee Sin for me. Actually, from them inside the MEC season, they've even had like a double-digit kill game on the Viego, just acting as a carry inside of it. So if we're looking at something that kind of wakes up Castle and gets them involved in the early to mid game, I think this is a great one. And I also like the adaptation. Sharp Proctor on the right side has a lot of similarities to Udyr, where it's that sustain, right? You do that double turtle stance up in the top side, but now it's a different game. It's game number 3. Possibly final game of this best of 5. Purdue Northwest, that's right, you heard it here, are leading up in the series 2 of Grandview. They need that reverse sweep. Grandview need to start the momentum for themselves right here, right now, or else they're going to have to give over that crown, that throne. It belongs to Purdue Northwest if they can't make an effort now.
As a special someone would say to both of us, Travis D, Summoners, welcome onto the Rift. Oh, Purdue Northwest and Grandview University. Grandview, like you said, backs against the wall. I think looking at the runes and summoner spells, Chaponer, that's Glacial Augment on the Renata, right? Typically you'll see, going down the Resolve tree, you'll see Guardian, you see stuff like that. think he's just valuing the ability to slow them down, to really keep his team safe here. Other than that, Prank has grasp on the Aatrox. That's kind of cool, right? Getting into an HP war against Strict Proctor here. You know there's going to be a ton of trading. You know there's going to be a bunch of auto attacks being traded back and forth here. Other than that, everything seems to be in order. And on GVU's potential final game, they're going back to comfort. The Zeri, the Aurelion Sol, the Viego. It feels like they're trying to leave everything out on the Rift.
You can take note of. I want to say it out loud. Twitch chat. The gamble was up. It was almost 8K in comparison to the almost 1K of GVU. Twitch chat is even saying that it's time for a new king to step up here inside of game number 3. For the first time in over 3 years that they are able to do such. They still got a fierce competitor in front of them. Keeping our eyes peeled. I'm looking over at the junglers, especially. Looking at Castle, mostly, to see if they're able to get that priority to force Doubtful out of the jungle before they hit 6. Because so far, 2 games in a row, Doubtful's just kind of gotten to chill and wait until they hit that ultimate and start getting those big moments to happen.
And we see Castle already trying to get some stuff going here. Although Nightstar and Pluto, huge wave, and they aren't level 2. There's nothing that Castle can do here. You don't want to force the gank. Like, this is a very, very bad lane because you will lose out on so many minions. I think you just gotta look for maybe the potential dive and covering that over. Castle opting in for a potential another farming war against Doubtful. He's got to get things going. That was one of our biggest critiques. Can you get some kills onto your laners? Can you get some kills onto yourself to give you that comfy gold lead so you can start using your item advantages on these early objectives?
I mean, big thing too. Check out what happens. Doubtful goes over, starts invading, gets Krugs. You can see Prank already getting that bit of an advantage. Every time Proctor has to deal with a trade, they need to go burrow back underneath ground. And like we were talking about, go through that sustain pattern. It's not a hard champion to pick up since we have seen Proctor actually have a phenomenal time on the Udyr. It's their most played, their most winningest champion that they've had. So the Rek'Sai is a very similar strategy for them, and they also can be relatively safe just because they kind of had that sonar going in where they just start screaming like, I got pings coming near me, guys. It's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, and the consequence of that time spent in the bot lane for Castle, look, he's got no camps to go to, right? Doubtful's going to have a massive camp lead over him. He went red, then ran up all the way to his red, took everything pretty much up there. And so you're going to get the scuttle, but Castle's goes back and forth. He's been delayed quite a bit to his level 6, as well as Doubtful propelling himself that much faster towards his power spike. And they're going to try to contest on the Raptors respawn. Why not?
It's looking like an all-you-can-eat buffet, and Doubtful is hungry. They're running into the face of Castle, laying in a good amount of the hurt, but check out Jinquall. They're going to be the first onto the rotation. Doubtful has to look for a possible one-for-one trade as the breathing, the hot fire. It cannot be weathered. It was close, but no cigar. First blood goes over to Castle.
Yeah, and unfortunately, CC top lane. Yeah, Linear Proctor should be fine. Strict Proctor should be okay. Unfortunately, that over aggressiveness from Doubtful does get punished out here. Castle does just kind of win an auto attack dueling war, right? He is just really good at that because the resets, because of his passive, and Jinquall being there, able to support his jungler while mid lane was still shoved into Klexo's face. A nice early kill, but so far, Purdue Northwest, gold is still even through sheer mechanical advantage. Top lane CS lead, bottom lane CS lead.
Oh, the flash that goes forward. It's time to pulverize. It's clobbering time, but Nightstar taking a good amount of damage. Winking said, you guys been sleeping on me down here in the bot lane. Finds themselves a kill in the trade.
I feel like you can't really go for that, right? You're Zeri, you're Alistar. You don't beat out Varus, Renata. There is a potential for Castle to kind of sneak on in here with the mist. Instead, Pluto's just going to try to hold the wave for himself. Winking and Depona are going to back off. That's going to get them a dragon. Doubtful. I don't think he knows this is happening. Yeah, they're going to get the notification, but that's about it. Purdue Northwest, once again, doing a solid job in the early game and just routing Grandview at every turn.
The big Summoner taken out. You do not have that Flash Pulverize that you can do for a little bit of time. You have Head Stack Flash, of course, so you do have a little bit of an option there, but it is not as impactful as what you would normally appreciate. Level 6s are starting to get dinged across the board. Keep an eye on Kletzo, looking to yoink some ultimates. They've been big stuns inside the last game. Big ultimates on the Yasuo in game number 1. This time around, they have Aurelion Soul to steal the ult of. They have the Viego to steal the ult of. They have the Void Rush. They've got the Alistar to remain unkillable. They've got 4 fantastic ultimates to be able to yoink away.
Yeah, I think the Alistar ultimate is the big one too, right? Because he's going to be so tanky, you can't kill him, and he's going to be doing a ton of damage, right? Sylas, there are a couple champions in the game where if you pick him into some really good ultimates, Malphite, right? Maokai as well used to be a really good thing for Sylas. Gnar, right? Those kind of champions, if you give that over and there's a Sylas on the enemy team, it's rough, right? Because then you have to deal with that, and he has really good ways of getting in. Purdue Northwest have complete objective control. Dragon going over to their favor, Grubs are going to go over to their favor, and Castle is kind of wandering around the map looking for something to do, looking for someone to kill. I was only able to get that one onto Doubtful, who was just being a little over-aggressive, right? So you know what? I don't want to give you any jungle camps. Unfortunately, pays with his life. And other than that, small, almost 1,000 gold lead for Purdue, about 800.
Yeah. And I do wonder, actually, because you brought up the excellent point about the tankiness that could come across there. I wonder if we will see that more tankier build coming out from the Sylas, that Rod of Ages build that we tend to see from time to time pop its head up. Like, it's just it actually makes so much sense into this composition where you can also be unbreakable and unshackled inside of this lobby. So looking forward to seeing what kind of build choice they are able to go for. Nashers, of course, is on the way of being progressed for this Diana, and you will see that Blade the Ruin King being completed by that Varus as time continues to go on forward. You're kind of in this stalemate time period, and dude, poor Castle. This is like the 3rd time Castle's had the back in the same spot bot lane. They have not been able to find any way to get progress. And Doubtful into Wings, they just had, I believe they had vision actually of Castle recalling at that moment in time. So they know this is easy pickings.
Hey, you saw Klexo coming down for the roam as well, right? Maybe a dive potentially. It still is pressured by the Diana, so Castle has to make a big choice right now. Is he going to sacrifice his camps topside? He's going to sacrifice tempo to try to help out this bottom lane here and not ruin Nightstar's game. Lights are going down, Mist comes in, and they're going to back him off. There is a potential 4v4 happening in this bottom side, and depending on how this fight goes, if it actually happens, could just swing the entire game. Instead, both teams are going to back off and say, you know what? We'll put the guns down. It's not a standoff anymore.
It is a very good decision from both sides, as I think Purdue Northwest absolutely want to be the reactive ones in this moment. The big thing that we've seen from Jinqual throughout the weekend on this Aurelion Soul is they like to fly into these fights delayed. And even Levi, who's on the desk with us, who has talked about it time and time again, has said, you know, he's kind of hard to keep track of inside of fights because he's just constantly flying around. He's constantly just over walls. So knowing that Jinqual's over there, you want to react to him so that way you can jump onto him mid-flight. You don't want to let him go into a fight that's already, like, you start the fight and then he just pops up inside the side. So I really like the decision. As World Ender pop, Crank looking for the solo kill, but Rek'Sai ever so elusive.
Yeah, he's just going to burrow on out of there. I mean, it's such a not fun lane to go against. Like, it is. It's like Gragas, right? Almost. It's just like a neutralizer. Rek'Sai in the same vein is just disgustingly tanky. In team fights, becomes super hard to kill. The more the burrow cooldown comes in, the more tunnels you can get through. And you pop back up, 3 autos, and you're full Fury, and you go back down and you recover all your health. The 2-item spike with like the Sunfire into Spirit Visage is what really gets this champion into those like very high levels of annoyance. Grandview University, though, backs against the wall, and through sheer mechanical differences at the 11-minute mark, a nice 1,000, 1.5 almost gold lead for Purdue Northwest.
Good. It's been acclimated more so through the lanes than anything, right?
Yeah.
You've seen that Doubtful has been able to get that early lead from having some fantastic pathing, something that should be watched later on. And I'm sure teams will look the VOD review afterwards. Prank getting jumped upon by Proctor, doesn't care any much about it, has sustain of their own. You can see both champions had to buy heal cut for one another just to deal with some of the annoying sustain, but also just Prank. Levi said it earlier on, you know what, you ban Volibear, he's just going to play Aatrox. He's going to slam you in lane with that instead, and we're getting that inside of this game. Nice differential coming out, and now Prank, yet again, laying in the hurt. Proctor's trying to trade, but it's so difficult. GVU trying to take advantage of this moment to steal away a dragon to get things for themselves, but it's stolen instead! Doubtful comes in big. Bledsoe was able to yoink the Alistar ultimate. They're going to go ahead and pop it. They are completely unkillable inside of this fight as they are completely unshackled. And on the side, Wing King just flanking, eviscerating, assassinating. A double kill goes on through for both of the carries of Purdue Northwest. They take a massive dub in the fight.
Oh, and they flip the dragon fight here, and Purdue Northwest, that might just be the straw that breaks Grandview's back here. 4,000 gold, nearly 3.5k. If we really look at it, Purdue Northwest, that fight just turns everything on its head. And the point that RMC brought up against a composition like Aurelion Sol, like Zeri, at the 20-minute mark, how much gold are you up ahead? For every 1,000 gold, you can then end the game that 1 minute longer, right? So if you're up 5,000 gold at the 20-minute mark, 25 minutes is where you need to end it. If you're up 7,000, you can end it at 27 minutes. You are literally buying time if you're on the side of Purdue Northwest here. And as of right now, they've bought themselves quite a bit.
This is such a big start for Purdue Northwest. They got to be feeling themselves at this current moment in time. The pressure of being the Kings for 3 years in a row. It's a weight that does not sit light on your shoulders. Grandview going to try everything they can, throw every single way in their corner. Kletso taking a good amount of damage, taking the trade over. Yoinks the meteor, says, I can bring it down from the sky as well, and cracks Jinquo across the head. That is a solo kill by Kletso.
Yeah, really, really well played from Klexo here. And unfortunately, Jinquo just cannot fight him, right? 3-0-2 originally on that mid lane Silas pick, and all the right members for Purdue Northwest are doing good. Wind King is 3-0, Klexo is 3-0, Grandview University is not looking good. You do have those scaling components, you do have the ability to get out of these fights, but another play coming out from Purdue Northwest.
Oh, yeah, Doubtful caught out Castle trying to look for the wraparound through the river, and it's Moonfall time, but it's not enough to get you out of range of the Moon Maiden themselves. Doubtful gonna lay in a good amount of damage, but the hostile takeover is not there. They end up getting the bailout, but the tower was still taking away. So Doubtful will be slain as a result. Big kill going over, but check it out. They're right back in. Kletso calling the shots. The Poner trying to get the catch onto Jinquo on the side. They have the stars to stand. If they want to go ahead and throw it on out, they have the option. That big ultimate, but they understand they have to respect Kletso. They have that Rek'Sai ultimate. First brick goes down top side to get a second brick in the bot side. Everything, this gold lead, it's ballooning right now. You said 5K earlier. Right now they're 7K, and they haven't even gotten to the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, they are buying a ton of time right now in Purdue Northwest. Momentum is king. Levi talked about it. We talked about it. Do you have the capacity to take it to 5 games, to take it the reverse sweep here? But Purdue Northwest riding the game 1 and game 2 high. Doubtful on this Diana 3 games in a row has been performing expertly along with Klexo, right? The 2 best mids. Nightstar, you're gonna get caught out, buddy.
Yeah, look at this. Kletso says, hey, cool bet. I used this ultimate earlier. I guess I could give it a quick little use here. As Pluto looks to ring the bell, Kletso says, hey, that's cool. I'll fight this 1v3. I like those odds. The numbers seem like they're in my favor, but Castles with the flash forward goes ahead and seeks out the heart of Kletso. He gets the kill with the King Slayer, and he does a little dance as he goes ahead and escapes 100 HP to the name.
What? Travesty, what?
I told you he likes those odds, man. Kletso knows what he can do on this champion. And it's not over just yet. Strip Proctor is going to find themselves getting gapped as well. They try to burrow over, but they're just going to get buried. Grandview lose yet another tower. They're losing out on players all across the map. It is Purdue Northwest, baby.
They triple banned top. They said, prank. You've got to go to your 4th best champion. Aatrox gets released. The Silas is still on the board. You mentioned they were banning it consistently. They don't even want to go for this play. I legitimately think you send 5 to this man, he'll come out with 4 kills. This is desperation.
They're looking. Pluto's like, yo, I can get it. The headbutt pulverize, trust. But the yoink is there. The hijack is there. They have the tools to be able to go for the play. The castle is coming up through the lane. A 1v3.
What is happening?
Are
What is
those
happening?
odds in your favor? They're channeling out the stun. They connected onto Kletso. They're going to go ahead and go for the play. The teleport coming on in. They're going to lay in a lot of damage. They dump everything on top of them. A sheer shutdown, but they're going to have a hostile takeover. And one raid boss falls. Another one spawns in its place. Purdue Northwest are routing the side of Grandview. You spent all you could get to get one member of our team. Vengeance to the name. Purdue Northwest slay out Grandview. Only 2 survivors.
Rift Herald gets popped here. Full 6 grubbies as well. They could go for inhibitor if they want to. Get another charge on in. Members are still down. They don't end the game, Travesty. They don't end the game here, right? They don't just go for the Nexus. They don't go for the throat. When you aim for the crown, you best come for the head. And Purdue Northwest, they might just do it. Look how many Void Mites are there.
Void Mites are all over the place. They're going to keep throwing out hit after hit. Another charge happens. Pluto looking for a play. They're going to go ahead and call some stars.
This is it.
Above orbit. Brain taking a good amount of damage. The teleport
This
coming
is
in,
it.
but Winking gets the kill. Castle is completely gone. The double kill. And now the numbers advantage is inside their favor. Inside the face. Pre 20 minutes. They said the meta is nothing to us. They said every game goes past 25 minutes. But Purdue Northwest, they make you think they can do it. They continue to apply Thresher. The pressure continues to get applied to the crowd. Grandview has desperate measures that they have to take. Something has to give.
12,000 gold here, Purdue Northwest. They've cracked the code. This team was built to win MEC. We talked about it, right? They talked about it. They scrimmed a ton beforehand. This was the team that was coming in with the most amount of hype. Doubtful Klexo competing in OQs, doing their thing. Winking, the prodigal son, the challenger player, AD carry, mechanical god, his first stint in collegiate and competitive. And right now, they're looking to 3-0 the 3-time MEC champions in Grandview University. And Travesty, I'm going to say it here first, none of those games were even that close.
No, not at all. Right now, Purdue Northwest is on the cusp of something great. They're sitting here having to wait. Hey, yo, Alco Gaming with Klutzo yet again. You guys remember how that last team fight went around your favor? Castle coming around, waiting inside the bush to try and repeat some success over into the top side. But Purdue Northwest, they read them like a book. They're going to go ahead and go for the play, turn it around on the Doubtful. But Doubtful taking a good amount of damage for himself. The hot style takeover stops Shinqual in their trash. You're not going to be able to continue breathing hot fire. Instead, you're left to ashes. Klutzo continuing their pressure on forward while Winking 1v1s solos out Nightstar. It is all in Purdue Northwest. It's a clean ace. You got an Aatrox in the base. 20 minutes into the game. Purdue Northwest are the new kings as they will be the King Slayers. Grandview fall in a 3-0.
Domination coming out from Purdue Northwest. Levi's mouth agape right now. Jaw to the floor. Cannot believe it. Ottawa, you guys played them closer yesterday in a 2-1 fashion. Levi,
yeah.
What happened? What is this? What am I looking
they
at?
Got cojones today, bro. Purdue. They got their cojones on today. 3-0. Jesus.
Bro,
yeah.
It's insane. It's insane. And like, I look back at this and I look at the draft. I look at how things go out. Shippy talked about it. I was excited because I saw the Silas unbanned and I was just like, oh, we don't have to go AD mid. Yo, Kletso Silas is a treat. It's a human highlight reel whenever they're on this champion, and it's so
Agreed.
name that they pick Silas, the Kingslayer himself, going in here and making sure to take down the Kings of MEC. Can't even call them that any longer. The crown doesn't belong to them.
I'd like to formally apologize to Purdue. You guys are not frauds. You guys are the goats. I'm happy. You guys took them down. The new Kings of MEC. I'm happy, especially for Topona. He's been trying a long time. It's good to see him win.
So it's nice to see fresh faces. I'm glad. You know what? I'll take it. I know the winners final or winners interview is coming up here. I know I flamed Purdue Northwest just a little bit because they were looking shaky in the losers finals. But I think me and Travis talked about it beforehand. I had Purdue Northwest actually taking this series before. We didn't do predictions, unfortunately, but I'm very happy. Grandview University, unfortunately, do fall here. The 3-time MEC champions will be relegated to second place, and Purdue Northwest, the new champions of MEC, they have locked their seed into the CLOL Top 32 Championship. And dare I say, this might be a top 8 team? Is that too much? Is that too soon, guys? I don't know. I'm a guy of hot takes.
I like it. I like it. I mean, it's a new era that's kind of been bestowed upon us, so who knows? Maybe that could be a era to look at. First time inside the MEC, a team that hasn't been named GVU has won it, right? Like, it has been insane. What a wild ride to go inside of this. Just a series in general full of highs. In Purdue Northwest, I mean, Levi, I gotta touch on you onto it like you see it here. And check it out. There you are. There's the banner. Prank with another title to the name. Wait, is Prank actually just undisputed?
4?
Whoever gets
He's
Prank
4.
wins?
Yep.
Yeah, he's 4 times. He's 4 rings to his name.
Because the GOAT. The GOAT. He's the faker of MEC.
I just thought about that, and look at this, man. I mean, you got the childhood friends, Doubtful and Kletso. They've been playing together. They were hiding. They spawned. They spawned in with, you know, some love and care for themselves, right? They were like playing hide and seek back in the day, and now they're playing Collegiate League of Legends together, and they winning championships. Winking, fresh kid on the block, coming in, soloing out Nightstar, and then he got Topona, who has came in most improved player of the split, constantly grinding it out, clawing it out, going through it all. Rookie of the split for Wing King. You got titles upon titles. They worked their tails off for this, and it's so well deserved.
All roads lead to Prankaroo, right? Dalton Sueno, the king of the MEC top lane. Very, very, very good split and a very good end to the MEC here. Purdue Northwest coming out on top. The team that was built to win MEC has recognized their goal. And yeah, I'm excited, right? This just makes MEC more fun, right? Yes. Like GVU winning for the 4th time, cool. All right, sure, fine, whatever. But a new challenger coming in, a new team coming in, now challenging GVU for the first time, right? Coming in and just winning that title, that makes 2025 very interesting. That makes 2026 very interesting. But right now, Purdue Northwest, huge victory, commanding fashion, 3-0, coming through the losers bracket, taking on everybody. ONU, Ottawa, GVU, they ran the gauntlet. I'm going to say, honestly, I don't even think they broke a real sweat.
Oh, no, I did.
They were scaling.
I sweated.
They were scaling. I would say we made them sweat a bit. Come on, Shibby.
Levi's like, come on, guys. We took a game off of them.
We took a game? We took a game? Hey, I'm going to be real. You did take a... You are the only team to take a game off of them this playoff bracket. You're the only team to beat them in the playoffs, actually. So, maybe. Ottawa is just better? Question mark?
I can't say that. No. I think we had the 2 best teams in the final. They deserve to be here. I think GVU tried everything they could. Like you said, on Cass, they tried everything in draft. They exhausted all the options. They just couldn't do it. But you stepped up.
Yeah, everything in the kitchen sink wasn't enough. Not enough weight to it. I believe we're going to go ahead and throw it over to a short break and get ourselves ready for our winners interview. So we're going to take a moment to breathe, to decompress, and get ourselves ready to go to welcome over the boys. Go ahead and take it over to that break. We'll see y'all soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the MEC. I can't say grand finals anymore. It's over. It's done. My name is Travis C. I'm joined here, Shibby, and I am also joined here with the mid-jungle duo with the most, your champions, coming in from Purdue Northwest. Doubtful, Kletso. Yo, first and foremost, let's get it out of the way. How's it feeling? I see the smiles.
Honestly, I thought I was gonna be like a lot more hype, but I don't know. There's just a lot of emotions right now because like I don't know. There's a lot of people doubting us. I won't name who, but
come on, come on. I saw you like my tweet. What are you guys? I know it was one of you dudes.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like these past couple of weeks have been like really hard. Like obviously we lost to Ottawa, and that was obviously just like really hard for us. But I'm just so happy that we were able to bounce back, and I love my guys. I mean, shit, like I'm just so happy right now.
Doubtful?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I thought I'd be more happy, but the game only ended in three games. Didn't feel like as difficult. I don't know. Like, at least the first time we versed GVU, like it felt impossible to play against them after the first game, and then all of our hopes were down. But yeah, I mean, today, obviously happy. Not the most happy right now, but I mean, we still have nationals to go through, so we'll see how we perform then.
Yeah, and I want to talk about that, right? Because Ottawa obviously losing tier 0. You got to go through the losers bracket. You make the run, right? Briarcliff, ONU, Ottawa, now GVU. Did it feel like a slog? Like, did it feel like you were kind of beating some of your, not let's say demons, but just kind of working your way through it? Like, did you feel like maybe the reward would have been a little bit sweeter? I mean, obviously you guys are happy. You've got the trophy, a lot of emotions, but were you expecting more of a challenge, or what was it?
At least against Ottawa, like yesterday, it was actually pretty rough. Since it's only a best of 3. At least the second game, we kind of got stomped, and I realized like we got to switch it up a little bit. I can't just be not helping my bot lane. And but after the third game, obviously it felt nice to win. And honestly, I'm surprised. Like I didn't expect Ottawa to be like as strong as they were. Because I mean, at least today, like GVU didn't feel that strong. Maybe they weren't on their game, but I think me and Aaron, or me and Klexa, pulled through.
I really want to touch on something real quick because you kind of talked a little bit about it. Tell me about that grind. You guys did get knocked out. A lot of people are looking over like, yo, Ottawa got knocked them down to the lower bracket. You guys kind of have to take the time to prep. You go through the BCU matchup. Then you end up having to go into top 4. You're going against ONU. You're going into all this. We actually have the bracket right here onto the screen as you take your journey out through here, right? So walk me through, what was the mental like for you guys as a team trying to go through all of this, trying to train for the LAN and get yourselves prepared for the longest possible ride that any team could have through the championship?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, it sucked, obviously, getting knocked down to a lower bracket, but, like, I mean, we were first seed for a reason, right? We had the lowest game time, so, like,
Agreed.
I don't know, like, we all knew we were capable, but we just needed to change something, and I think over these past few weeks, like, we just kind of figured out, you know, what wasn't working for us, what is working for us, and, you know, we made it to finals and won, so, I mean, yeah.
Any
we talked about
inspirational speeches by Marquez? I got a real quick touch on that. Was there anything like that went on?
No, not necessarily. Just, you know, just him doing coaching stuff, doing his drafting. We love Marquez. I mean, he trusts in us. He's here. We love him.
Oh my God, he's 7 feet. He's towering over everybody.
Tall?
Yeah.
Whoa! Did he just kind of like lean in the frame? Wow.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Marquez completely trusted us today because, I mean, you guys saw the Diana pick. We like never played that in scrims actually, but Doubtful was super confident in it, so he trusted us, and yeah, it worked. So shout out to Marquez.
Looking a little bit ahead, obviously you've silenced the haters, the doubters, myself included for sure. Looking for top 32, and you looking at nationals. There's a lot of good teams coming up. There's a lot of strong teams. Is there any team that you're particularly hoping to face off against nationals, right? Is there anyone on your radar? I know you guys have competed in OQs and there's some other collegiate players in there. Or is it just kind of for you guys right now, soaking in the moment? We'll think about that later.
So for me, I actually don't know who's made it to nationals, so I have zero clue who.
Any collegiate teams? Any collegiate teams that you think may have made it that you want to face?
At least the top of my head is like the only one I really know is like OC, and obviously like, the top teams.
Okay.
I'm not versus them right now, but
yeah.
I think OC would be like a good opponent because they're pretty even with us, I think. So it'd be fun to see how we do.
Yeah, Oklahoma Christian. We casted them yesterday. They're a pretty solid team. They're a cool team. Klexo, anybody, or is it, you're not really thinking about that right now?
Yeah, I'm not really thinking about it right now. But I think we have like a really strong chance against like 90% of the CLOL teams. Like, so I mean, I don't really think it matters who we face. Just think we need to play well, and the rest will speak for itself.
Oh, that's the confidence I like to hear. I like to hear that.
Ooh, I'm excited.
I got one more thing. Doubtful, Kletza, this is for both of you. You guys have known each other for a very long time. And right in between you guys is that championship, is that cup. We hyped you guys up inside this series. I don't know how much of the cast you guys go, but if you go to VOD Review and you turn the volume on, you're going to hear us talking a lot about this duo, the synergy that y'all have. What does a win like this mean for the two of you who have known each other outside of Purdue Northwest, right? That you have gotten to have that friendship, that kind of brotherhood going into this League of Legends team, and what does it mean?
For me, at least, like traveling from Georgia to come here for esports specifically, it means a lot. And me and him don't really have like too much success for how much we played together for. So it's kind of embarrassing, but at least we showed our duo today, and I hope people watch out for us.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the biggest achievement between me and him. So yeah, I mean, I'm really happy that we made it this far, and yeah.
Well, perfect. I think that does it, right, Travis? Doubtful Klexo. Before we leave, shout outs. Anybody you want to specifically thank? Doubtful, you can go first. Klexo, you can end it.
Obviously, my team, Marquez, they trusted me with the Diana Yasuo comp. I brought it up today, thinking that if they pick ASOL, we're gonna abuse it pretty hard, and it went to our plan. Anyone else? Our coaching staff, obviously J-Brags and Samba, they're always there to support us.
Mm-hmm.
Family, they don't really watch, but I'll probably let them know today I won.
All right. Hey, I love it. I think we're going to have a word from Marquez coming in here for a little bit. So we're getting a moment to talk to your coach as well. So we're getting a little bit of a touch. Figure out what kind of treat you guys are getting yourself to. I think you guys have the right to ask to go to any kind of place that you want to. I heard Marquez is going to pay, actually.
Yeah. Fogo de Chao? Steakhouse? Yeah, I heard Marquez is going to pay.
Yeah, Marquez got you. He's 7 foot tall. He got money.
He's right here. Yeah. He's big baller.
I'll let him talk to you guys.
Yeah.
Give him the headset.
Can take over.
Just let him
Someone
have
else
the
wanted
headset. You guys go plan out what you want to go eat.
We got Toponer coming too.
Oh, Toponer? Okay.
We got Toponer.
We had the double whammy.
Oh my God! Look at the drip! Oh my
Yo,
Lord!
he stripped up.
And the fresh cut, Marquez. I see those lines. When'd you get lined up?
You don't have the headset on yet. You gotta ask him now when he's got the
Wait,
headset
I
on.
see the fresh cut, Marquez. When'd you get lined up? This weekend or what happened?
Yo.
When'd you see the barber?
I had to show up fresh. Come on, bro.
I see you.
He's got
Oh my
he's got
Lord!
that Dwayne Johnson 90s fit coming in.
Yo, also that. Come on. I liked it. It was a nice shirt, man. I got out of Third Beast.
Marquez, tell me about it. I've been winning. Obviously feels good. Believing in your players, building this roster, coming in with the new squad. Trials and tribulations. How many times did you have to yell at your players to end the game prior to this series? Like, you know what I mean? Like what? I mean, because this is a different Purdue Northwest than we saw in the regular season, I think. I feel like they came creative. They came aggressive. All lanes were stomping, right? Like it wasn't, I mean, obviously Doubtful Klexo, good job. But Prank, Wind King, Toponer, how many champions did he play this week? Like 20? I don't know. It's kind of crazy.
I got the range. You can pick me anything. I just want to win in peace. I don't know about your channel support, bro, but hey. Hey, we don't need to leak that one.
We gotta leak it. Can't leak it.
Okay.
And hey, look, most improved player, the slide actually came up there too, Toponer. I mean, I'm actually very curious because you guys have a slew of awards going into this finals, and still somehow people were billing you guys as underdogs in some shape or form, right? You had your doubters,
anybody
your haters.
in this call right now did that, or?
Yeah.
Anybody
Did anybody do that on the stream in particular? Anybody in the stream in particular?
I don't know. Who would I get?
That's crazy. How do I do that? It happens.
Was it you?
So, I will say overall, just to give feelings about the event and everything in general, we did have a conversation once we got to playoffs, just because, of course, we did drop a series. We lost in lower bracket. We obviously had to have another conversation. And that one was, in my opinion, a little bit more impactful because we went over some of our bad tendencies that we have, things we've been trying to teach for, God knows, 8 months. And we had a lot of ego checks that we got over. And for us, it kind of helped us get together as a team and actually play to win, which I hope showed here, because despite the result, I hope people don't derank GVU. We did 3-0, and I will be honest, it was a stomp. But
these players are still good. They've won 3 times in a row. So
as much credit as like we have for the 3-0, I was like completely nervous against Pluto. You know, like I mean,
I'm not. I've seen him play pool. That guy's
coming in, and I'm just like, you know, I can improve as much as I can, but you gotta like step up and be ready to make sure that whatever you've been training for is gonna actually come out. And I think that I was able to do it really well this game. So I'm very happy with how I played this game, and especially like a lot of what I've worked on, especially with him yelling at me. So shout out to my boy.
I'm not that mean. Don't let him gaslight you. Nice guy.
I guess the big thing for me now to ask inside of this is like there's a lot of honor that's being shown between you guys. I feel like GVU and Purdue have like this great thing that's going on. Marquez, I saw that Castle said he was on his way to the Shire today to come see you. We had Levi on broadcast earlier confirm you're 7 feet tall.
I mean, he undersold it a little bit.
Oh, you're taller than 7 feet.
Yeah, but it was close. It's a good guess, I would say.
That's good. Okay. You know, not many people are 7 feet tall, but
yeah,
it's been a healthy amount of conversation in beside the MEC. Is there any like moments that you're looking back at, or anything that's happened inside of the LAN that you guys are just like very excited for, or even moments that have happened that have been just great for you guys?
So I'm gonna say a few things. I'm gonna address one thing to a couple of teams. I'm gonna be respectful because my director wants me to be a nice guy. So
Marquez is about to get banned. Let's go ahead, get your clips out, get ready to clip whatever you want to clip.
One thing that motivates me is when we have teams who trash talk after they beat us. I will say that. That's corny, bro. Come on. If you're gonna want to trash talk, do it before.
Agreed.
I'm not gonna judge you. I respect you. Hey, and when we beat you and I give you a Twitter post, it is what it is. But at least make it funny. Doing it after the fact, that's like beating someone who's down. Come on, bro. You're not like that. You're not.
I feel that. I get you on that one.
I also, another moment, I liked when you beat GVU, they got woke up, they beat us, and then we woke up and it's like, oh, damn. We all had to step it up. And then you had your little top 4. Yeah. I was rooting for Jury, though, in that, like, matchup with ONU. Like, no offense to ONU, obviously, but, like, come on.
The story was so good, right?
It was almost there.
I get that. A heartbreak. We called it the night of heartbreak because even in y'all's series, right? You guys were going against BCU, and BCU had that game, too, where it looked like it was completely in their hands. I know I'm giving y'all PTSD. It's been my theme for the night. I've been doing it to Levi all day. Now you guys get it. But it was a night of heartbreak for Drury, for BCU, who almost brought things back against you guys even. I mean, a lot of people talked about MEC being a top 4 region, and I looked at it and said, you know what? Top 6, easily. Like, BCU and Drury, like, they grew so much, right? They had that underdog energy.
See, my problem is I'm gonna be respectful. You could say maybe top 5, bro. The Briar Cliffs, they got that dog in them. Hey, Briar Cliffs, they bite. But outside of Briar Cliffs, who else can we really say is competitive? Maybe one series here or there, but that's also against ONU, who respectfully, you can play 1 to 2 champions each role. I'm gonna say it. Kai, you opened your mouth earlier in broadcast saying we're gonna lose, so I'm gonna say that, and I don't feel bad. That's okay.
I do want to talk about the strength of the MEC, right? You know, obviously either of you guys can talk about it. Is this the strongest MEC has felt in a long time, right? I feel like there's a good crop of teams. You could make maybe the argument that 3 teams could go to nationals here, right? Obviously, you guys have locked your spot in. Do you think GVU and Ottawa maybe deserve one of those bids? Do you think they're strong enough? You put a lot of respect on their names. Obviously, Ottawa, like you said, took that series off of you. Very competitive games so far. What do you guys kind of think on the national scale on where MEC at least compares to a lot of the other regions? Marquez, I know maybe you've been paying a little bit more attention to collegiate.
So, ideally, I would like those 2 teams to go. I think so, but I do think every time I go on Twitter, I see MEC is, like, terrible. So, if it was up to me, of course, because I generally think Ottawa is good. I feel like you guys sleep on Prada a little bit. I feel like he's a farming jungle forced to play facilitators. And he's generally good.
I don't sleep on Prod. I love him.
Yo.
Okay, maybe not us. I think he's like a good player, genuinely.
I think he's good. I think he's very good.
Sorry, Toponer, I put him as my most improved on my ballot. So
Hey, hold it up for a reason, baby.
But
You
you
already know.
got the medal, so you know what? You put the money where it's mouth. It was a hard decision between the two, but you know what? I respect that because I do agree with a lot of that sentiment, kind of being forced into that facilitator role. Toponer, I want to ask you a direct question here because you have been the player coming in. Like I said, you got that most improved. You were the big person coming in here from this Purdue roster that came in from the previous year, jumping into it. What does winning inside this getting this title mean for you as an individual who has kind of had to scratch, claw, and show everybody you belong to be a champion?
I think that this is like one of the most relieving wins I've gotten in a while. You know, I've been playing for so long, and one of the questions that you had asked was like, is this the most competitive MEC has been like for a while? I think that speaking as someone that's been in the MEC for 4 years almost, this being the 4th year, that I think that this is the only other year that would have paled in comparison is 2022 when I had my old roster. And one of the things I wanted to open up with, I know a lot of my old roster is watching, so I wanted to give a huge shout out, a lot of love. You know, they came in to support me as a player, us as a team. So I'm really thankful that they all came in to come support. But yeah, it was just redeeming that, you know, we showed up as we did with all the practice.
Man, the thing I'm happy about is I just won an Immortals jersey today. I'm big today. Hey,
You wanted this chair. This guy was like,
okay, well,
the chair.
I wanted the chair and the jersey too, bro. Like, you know how much jerseys are? They're like $80.
They're expensive. They're pretty pricey.
That's
not even shipping.
They're expensive.
Yeah, actually, you don't give a
Yeah.
damn.
Bro.
Shipping.
I just saved $80 today. I'm good.
Yeah, I hear. Yeah, and everybody tells me Marquez owes like so many people money. I gotta figure out.
Who is taking this? I don't borrow money from people.
Yeah, everywhere. I see it all the general chats, Twitter. Marquez, pay me. Why haven't you paid me, Marquez? I don't know. I don't know what it is, man. You've got a lot of fans. You've got a lot of people. Your height. You know, you must be a rich guy if you're able to do all that. Travesty. Any final question before that? But do we get Winking and?
I have one.
You want Winking? I got you right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Before we send over Winking, Marquez, what are you treating the boys to tonight? I heard steak was on the menu. I heard you're paying for it.
You mean the director with his little director card, right? Because you think I'm feeding these guys, bro?
No. I heard Marquez got it. Marquez got money.
I heard Marquez got it like that.
We got food at home, hey.
We got food at home, bro. Hey, they don't know that BB Tech.
Yo, BB is so good, bro. Hey, listen, quick shout out, BB listen, sponsor me. I'm right here. I talked to all the kids in my school. Please. Hey,
what do you mean? Hey, BB Pop's on top. BB Pop's on top.
I had it once. I've ordered it 6 times within a week. It's so good.
He ordered it twice in a day, by the way. This guy is an insane person.
I paid on Uber Eats. It's 3 times the price. It's worth it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be doing sponsored segments on your sponsored stream. Listen, my bad.
On your sponsored stream.
You already gave a shout out to Immortal, so you're fine. You did your 1 for 1, okay? So it's fine. But yo, shout out to you guys. Thank you guys again. Congratulations to both of you. Let's go ahead and get Winking in. If Winking wants to jump in, we can talk.
Can I do my quick other shout out real quick?
Oh yeah.
I'd love to shout out my friends. Shirley, Nick, Limo, love you guys. Reed Delphi, love you guys also. Friends, family watching at home. Former OQ players, love you all. That's it. Yo, Lucas.
Get over here. Brother.
Got holla at Lucas. Get him on over
Who else do
here.
you guys want too? Winking and who else?
We can get
Anybody?
Prank. We can get Prank if you
Yeah,
like
we can
Lucas
get
and
Prank.
Prank.
Prank
Those
wants to
are the
go
only
in.
2 remaining. Those are the only 2 remaining.
Yeah. We could have gone through the roster.
You want to go through our director too? Hey, we got you.
Yeah. We're down.
Hello, Winking. Hello.
Hi.
Listen, it's not
Last
special
time-
if he gets to the interview after I do. Can't do it.
Last time we spoke, Winking, you had a lot of darkness in your heart. I could tell. Last time we talked, you had a lot of things to say. Obviously, you're back here. You won the championship. You know, Chaponer said it feels vindicating, redeeming. Do you kind of feel that same way after the fraud allegations posted by individuals that I will not name? One of them being here, me.
Yeah, definitely. I'm feeling really good now, and truthfully, I I mean, I'm not gonna say that the fraud allegations were right, but like we were going through like a rough patch, but we've definitely gotten ourselves together, and like, yeah, we ain't no frauds. So
Yeah. Hi, Prank. Hi, Prank. How are
Well,
you?
well. Look who we have here. Well.
All right. Well,
do you have some words that you would like to share to a particular individual inside of this interview?
You know, I don't want to name like anyone in particular.
Oh, no
You know,
one in particular.
I'll leave it
of
up
course
in the
not.
air. Your fraud allegations were so wrong.
Wow. That was really like vague.
Agreed.
Very, very
you know
vague,
what?
Very vague.
I didn't particularly call you guys frauds. I just said, you know what? If this is a moving ranking system, I said pending today's results, we'll see. But you know what? C-Lol Hub may have gotten that right. And I'm very happy to see you guys win. Prank 3-time. All roads lead to Prank. That's what we're going to call it. MEC, unfortunately, is just
MEC Golden Road.
Yeah, MEC Golden Road, unfortunately. First question to you: what does it feel like beating your old team? Come on. There's gotta be a little bit of like juiciness to that.
It felt real, like, you know, the emotions all over the place. Super excited. I wanted to just get up, give everyone like a big old hug, like from my team to celebrate. But then, like, you know, I've been on like the losing end before, so I know how it feels for the GVU guys, and I love them to death. So, you know, part of me like felt really good that we won, but I was like, man, like that I do feel bad because I've known them for a while now. So
yeah, just love and friendship there. Prank, besides your heart, you know, feeling warm and breaking at the same time, Wing King, I think you felt nothing but positive emotions there.
Nothing but happiness.
Yeah, this was a big smile in the face. Yo, let me ask you real quick. Rookie of the split, you're coming in here, winning things out. You know, you come out here in game number 1, game number 2, game number 3, you're playing Varus, you're locked in, you're like, all right, you know what? It is what it is. I'm playing it out. You solo killed Nightstar at the end of the last fight. Like,
Yeah.
it's just 2 AD carries having a duel of fates in the background. How has this season felt for you as a player who has just been consistently just... One of the things I've loved is your positioning inside of team fights, and we've seen that evolve, especially as we've gone into playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. So, like, being a rookie, being this is my first year, coming into it, I had like no idea what to expect, and truthfully, having like only ever played solo queue, I didn't think that I would really have a lot going for me. But because of my amazing team, and they're so like have always been so helpful, they're always looking out for me and like looking at how I can improve as a player. And now finally being able to like win because our team has been so focused on improvement and pointed about becoming the best we can. It's just been incredible. And also that 1v1 was very fun at the end. He played it really well. He flashed my ult, but I was pretty fed, so it was kind of doomed. So yeah.
So respectful even at the end. Win King, another question directed to you. You know, what is it like playing with, you know, kind of players like Prank, like Deponer? You know, I don't know if they were like a mentor to you in that sense of like how to play the game, how to end, but do you think that's like the winning formula for like rookies like you and new players like you, like being surrounded by some of these more veteran talents to kind of guide you through? Because it obviously must be very intimidating. Your first competitive stint, a lot of hype surrounding your roster. Like, how is that?
Yeah, definitely. So what I was looking for when I was like initially looking for collegiate offers is you want to find the environment that you can like best like thrive and grow in. And truthfully, I had no idea that any of these people were going to be here at PNW. Like, I was just told like there were going to be some good players. So I was like, okay, I'm on my way. But like, I definitely like lucked out like the lottery for this. And like, definitely like Felix has been or Deponer, he's been like a crazy like big help to me, like seeing as like he's played previous years, he was the ADC, so like he's just like taken an amazing role for me. And like obviously like we're still learning our chemistry together and everything, but I feel like we had a good showcase today. And yeah.
Frank, on the other side, I saw you eyeing over. I caught the glances of you looking at Wing King like, man, Answer this carefully. He said my name in that. I saw it. I saw the slide. Look. But no, I asked, right? 2 games of Volibear, 3rd game of Aatrox. We were hyping up how deep the champion pool can be. I have criticized, the fact that Old Man Prank has gone over to the tanks instead of the exciting Gwen games and Aatroxes inside of it. You got to have a very big playoff series here. The Volibear, you were looking like you were a Dark Souls boss with weapons lodged into your back while you were just unkillable inside of the fight. The HP bar wouldn't go down. And then the Aatrox, of course, very clean game coming out from you, Prank. What does it feel like to kind of go in there and be that person who is the raid boss at the end of these games here? Especially with some of the people who go in, Old Man Prank, maybe his wrist is starting to ache,
I love me some volley, like doing like what I did in that fight where I'm like 1v3, like just taking bites out of Nightstar. Like I live for that. Every time I get that like volley W, that's like a dopamine hit for me. And I see my health bar go whoop, and like half HP come back. I'm like, yes.
Wait, we're calling him Old Man Frank. I just looked him up. He's only 24 on Liquipedia, guys. He's not that old. Like
that's close to that's that look esports.
Yeah. I mean, compared to these guys, I mean, he's 19.
Yeah.
Plexo just turned 20. Doubtful is
I think he's
18 still.
Yeah, he's still 18.
So like, and the next one is Toponer, and I think he's 22, 23.
Yeah.
So like, like honestly, the GVU squad I was on was like the retirement home. Everyone was like older on the GVU roster. But like this roster makes me feel old, but like it's brought some life back into me. I thought I was towards the end of my League of Legends career when I finished the GVU, but these guys have brought back the passion that I once had. So it's very, I'm very thankful for them.
Yeah. Travesty, any final questions?
I don't think I have one. I think I'm just excited to see you guys and what continues to come out for you. I love hearing about the energy being refound. I love hearing about that, especially as somebody who used to compete myself. I look at that and I go, yeah, by your age, I was already looking at the retirement home, like, it's good to hear that kind of stuff, and I'm glad to hear that you guys have that re-energized, the oldest and the youngest sitting side by side. But any shout-outs you would like to give to any of the fans that have been supporting you too? I know both of you have had lots of support inside the chat.
All right, well, for me, I want to shout out my mom, my dad, my brother, my sister. They were all sitting at my home in Ohio and just watching the games. And after every single game, they're just messaging me. And it truly gives me like so much like courage and confidence to keep on going through this. So like really big thanks to them. And then also a little shout out to Bree and Delphina 42. Those are the besties.
I added the number in there. Wow.
Yep.
I see them in chat,
Government
like
name.
literally going crazy right now.
Yeah.
So yeah. How about you?
Honestly, just shout out the guys for the crazy amount of hard work that we've put in over the last like few weeks even. I am beyond proud of them, and I'm glad to have been able to lift the trophy with them. And shout out my lady in the chat, Mars.
There you go. There's that shout out to the lady over there. Is that the same Pikachu, by the way, from previous years? MEC,
Well,
I gotta ask real quick. Is that the same one from before Prank? The whole Napple?
That is the OG, and then I got a new one to add.
Wow! Okay.
Whoa, detective! It's Detective Pikachu.
I have a new one. They gave it to me as a reward.
Let me know when they get surfing Pikachu on there. You gotta grab me one of those.
Hey, I'm about it. Well, thanks again. Congratulations. We'll be seeing you in round of 32 inside of the Nationals, and wish you the best of luck on your journey. And yet again, congratulations. It's been such a pleasure watching y'all's journey.
All right,
Thank you guys. It's been a pleasure having you and having both of you cast.
Thank you so much. It means the world to us. That being said,
Travesty, Text. Your name is Text.
My name is Text. No, they're trying to kick me off air already.
Oh.
Vincent.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
It was fun.
It was fun.
There we go.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. It's man, what a wild ride today has been. Grand
What a fun
finals,
season.
the LAN, the season, Chivy. I mean, it has been such a good show. Honestly, words escape me on the appreciation I would love to show to the MEC community.
Yeah, I mean, so I take this time to specifically, special shout out someone that doesn't get enough credit, someone that does not get enough praise, man. Hyper in the back, our producer. He's at the LAN right now. He's solo producing and observing every single game this season. Honestly, really just one of the individuals that, to me, is the heart, of the MEC. He's been there for so long and has been putting in the work, and recently got engaged. So shout out to him. Congratulations. I've one of the main reasons why I came back was because Hyper was doing it. Because obviously Travis, you're in it, Mac as well, and so I love casting the MEC. I love casting these guys. Love casting the same kind of players and everything. So it's really cool to see Purdue Northwest lift that championship, send themselves to nationals. I had a ton of fun. And yeah, Travesty, that's it for us, right? You got shout outs. I know you got people you want to talk about.
Shout out? You know what?
Of course.
I like the hyper one. I like the hyper one. Hyper does not get enough credit for what they do. Without Hyper, there would be no MEC product.
Agreed.
That gets to get shown. And there's no one other that puts in the level of work inside the MEC. So really, you see, if you're at the LAN, you see Hyper, go ahead, make sure you spread that love to them, because without them, it wouldn't happen. I also want to give some love to our co-casters. Mecca was casted a good amount yesterday, swapped back over to the play-by-play role to fill in some slots. Shoutouts to Mac Dewey, who wasn't able to be here for the LAN. It broke my heart to hear he wasn't going to be here for it. But without Mac, without Shibby, I mean, there's so much passion between these two individuals. Make sure you check out Shibby, who's over here joining me. We don't ever get the cast together. Shoutouts to Mac. I mean, without them, I wouldn't have been able to do a lot of the stuff I wanted to do. MEC Pod would not exist without Shibby and Mac, right? Like, they were able to come along on the ride, and I appreciate them so much for it. And, just shout outs to the community. Everybody, even if this is your first time in Twitch chat, or it is one of the, you've been here since the beginning, thank you for coming along for the ride. Your support has meant the world to us, players, families, production. Hey, that's it for us here today. Y'all all take care of yourselves and have a wonderful senior day.
Hello, everyone. As they said, I am Hyper. Hi, I've been the guy behind the broadcast the whole season, behind the camera and whatnot. The past 3.5 years of my life has been intertwined with the MEC, unified, and the whole thing. And I just want to thank you all for making it awesome. This may or may not be my last MEC split. Sorry if I'm getting emotional. It just may not be my last one. So just in case it is, I want to thank you all for making this amazing, for making the past 3.5 years amazing, to be on the broadcast, to show this conference. And just in case I never get to, I just want to tell every single one of you thank you for making this possible, from people at Unified, people at the conference, directors, players, fans, everyone watching. This is the CLO community, the casters, everyone. Just in case, I want to come on here and tell you once thank you. Thank you for making it awesome, just in case. And with that, guys, thank you for another amazing season. Goodbye and good night.